Holy crud, dude. It's happening, man. Look, one might argue that Ryan Garcia sold his soul, right? That he cheated, that he played and competed unfairly, that he took drugs. All I got to say is you better lawyer up, because depending what the results are, come May 22nd, when you requested the B sample, whatever the results are, just understand that they are coming for you, Ryan. You know, you were trolling when they said that they were coming for you and that they got you and they took you to the forest. Well, now they're really going to take you to the forest, bro. Now they're really coming after you. And pending the results, Devin Haney and his lawyers, the establishments, this company named Gaia Herbs, Ashawanda, the Roots, hell, even Snack, maybe Vada, and possibly Victor Conte, for all the defamation and the cop-out. Look, man, you might just lose it all. So Devin Haney's attorney, right? He's moved the motion to strike on the grounds of, Ryan Garcia popping dirty for Osterine, failing 2 samples. And he's looking for, hell, he can probably do punitive damages as well. But they're looking to have his fight withdrawn and turn into a no contest. On top of a no contest, they cite that there's 3 things that obviously Ryan did: fail a drug test, right? He also used IV to hydrate even more. And last but not least, he admitted to using and, manipulating his weight, having an unfair advantage that, yes, Devin Haney did sign up for. But if those 3 things are accurate, which I'm sure that Devin Haney, they did their due diligence, they lawyered up, and now they're filing a strike on Ryan Garcia. If that fight were to become a no contest, why couldn't they go after the one true thing that Ryan really cares about, right? Ryan has stated in the past that he's going to retire at the age of 27 years old, and supposedly he's going to become a priest. That's what he said, right? He also stated that he can make money outside of the sport of boxing. He's got his social media platforms, but I'm sure that the money that he makes, it's very good money. All of it is predicated upon his success in the boxing ring. Okay? Everything of his success is predicated upon his boxing success, right? The endorsements with Nike, Gatorade, all these other establishments that pay Ryan Garcia to promote their brand, their clothing line, whatever the case may be, is not incumbent upon his boxing career. So Ryan might potentially, whatever it is that he cares about, which is not so much his boxing career, because he doesn't really care to become a champion. He doesn't really care to play by the rules, right? He's not interested in true legacy, but he is interested in making a shit ton of money. Well, if Devin Haney and Bill Haney and their lawyer are able to win this lawsuit based on those damages, let alone, like Ryan has stated, that Devin Haney had a broken jaw. Well, that much close after the first round, as he was concussed and never really recovered from the left hook, brain damage, who knows? Ryan Garcia might just be banned from the sport of boxing, right? We're going to go through some recent drug cheats, right? Let's look no further than this heavyweight championship fight this Saturday, Tyson Fury. I believe he failed a drug test similar to what Ryan Garcia failed, right? And basically, he never got his license reinstated for a good amount of years and he pled, lunacy, and he fled the country. That was Tyson Fury. He fled the country, basically came stateside, never fought in the UK until like Dylan White or maybe Derek Chisora. All of his fights were being held here in the United States in Las Vegas with Deontay Wilder. But there was a witch hunt after Tyson Fury. He gained an X amount of weight. And luckily, Deontay Wilder threw him a lifeline. But regardless, that might be similar. There's a precedent there, right? That is set that they might use that as a module to suspend Ryan Garcia from the sport of boxing. Forget suspend him. Ryan only cares about making money. He cares about that victory. So one of the things that Devin Haney is trying to strike, obviously, and overturn is turn it into a no contest. If he's able to have success, then why not go after Ryan Garcia's pockets? I'm not too sure how much pay-per-view, sales they generated, right? Some people say that they've generated close to or over 1 million. Some say 1.2 million. Who knows? DAZN and company, they don't really release those numbers. With that being said, if Garcia made 40 million, right, Devin can get into the pockets as well. So this can get and turn really ugly really quick, right? Henry Garcia and his mom are very unapologetic. The reason why Ryan Garcia's mom is crying on Mother's Day is because she thought she knew his son. That's the reality. No, my son would never cheat. He never cheated when he was a 15-time national champion. My son that was so pure, right? He would never cheat. Woman, relax, woman. Your son cheats on almost all. He's a womanizer. And on the day that his third child was born, he announced to the world, which he announced to the girls that follow him, that he's divorced from his wife, Andrea. So he cheated on her. Why wouldn't he cheat his best friend, Devin Haney? Right? You guys are enablers. You guys failed to realize and question your son and put him on timeout because he is the breadwinner of the family. Right? Just look no further. Ryan Garcia had this whole scheme about protecting the children, right? And he didn't, because he was going to say a bunch of things and do a lot of things that was against, his Christian values, that he put his father, Henry. They basically sleep usually in the same household. They live in the same household when they're holding training camp for boxing. Ryan Garcia paid essentially like a condo or an Airbnb for his father to bunk and sleep in a different room, separate, for the whole, 6-month buildup for this fight in particular. Henry was like, well, he admitted to this in the Fight Hype interview. Henry, the father of Ryan, said like he's never done that before, and I knew something was strange. And then you see him all this trolling on social media and a lot of backtracking. Ryan Garcia first said that he didn't fail a drug test, and then he goes on his Instagram or whatever, or his IG, and he goes, "My bad, I shouldn't have taken this." In regards to this ayahuasca root, right? There's a lot of backtracking, a lot of scapegoat. And the crazy thing is, if Ryan and his fathers and his parents, if they don't play this correctly, they might find themselves on Netflix, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. I think everyone is very tuned in and emotional about this situation when Ryan Garcia is found guilty on multiple accounts and accused of a lot of things. So it might not stop here. It begins with this May 22nd B sample result. What follows next is, depending on if he's positive or negative, or he's absolved from this situation, right? Then he's probably going to have to, oh my goodness, I don't even know what can happen. Ryan Garcia might just be broke, essentially, and banned from the sport of boxing. Talk about reparations, man. He's going to have to pay Devin Haney a shit ton of money. Victor Conte can also sue him. He's like, bro, look how you tried this smear campaign when you fucking popped dirty. Right? What happened to the good boy that was wearing my Snack shirts? Victor Conte and Snack can sue Ryan Garcia. let alone this brand right here, Ashawanda. Oh my goodness. Ryan Garcia can lose it all, guys. Right? And man, he's such a good Christian. You know, essentially on Mother's Day, he attacks a mother, right? The wife of George Cambosis. This is the unscrupulous human being that Ryan Garcia is. Ryan Garcia is a piece of shit. That's just the fucking reality. This dude is a scumbag, you know? And for a millionaire that he is, he's about to lose it all. This is wild, guys. This is wild. Ryan Garcia, Vince Vargas, man, happy Monday. Hopefully you had a fantastic Mother's Day. Dia de las Madres on yesterday. And I want to say Friday as well. Hopefully everything went well, brother. Hopefully you're doing good and good health. And hopefully everything is going well with you. Vince Vargas goes, as Ryan world turns. Yeah, dude, from on top of the world to upside down. And this talk about the fans. Look, man, we like Ryan Garcia here, but we gotta call a spade a spade. You know, we don't gotta put our Superman hero cape for him. You know, he's a grown man. He can fight his own battles, even if he is on the juice. The reality is, man, he can't walk around and troll people like the way he's doing and attack these companies and this establishment, because the chickens will come home to roost. And when Ryan was faking this situation when he was taken to the forest, they're going to take him out there too, like Old Yeller. So he's got to be very careful, because you can't just troll anymore. People notice that you got a lot of money now after these two fights with Tank and Devin. And they're coming after your pockets, and you better believe that. If you didn't care about becoming a champion or your name or your last name, it was only about your first name that you cared about. Ryan me. Are you gonna find out how quick you wish that you just kept your mouth shut? I didn't really want to go on here too long about this topic, but obviously, you know, Devin Haney's attorney states there is a blemish on Mr. Haney's record. The English wrote in the letter, he was placed in an unsafe fight under New York State athletic jurisdiction. The bout was made a mockery, and in addition to the ped use and prohibited use of IVs after the bout, Mr. Garcia admitted that missing weight was a tactic to give him an unfair advantage. Right? As there was no second-day weigh-in required by the commission, thus it is impossible to know what he might weigh in on fight night. This is why, after setting forth the facts below, we requested that Mr. Garcia be disqualified, which is more fitting than a no contest in this situation. The Voluntary Anti-Doping Association reported earlier this month that Garcia tested positive for the banned substance ostrine on both the day before and the day of the bout, the day of fight night. A bombshell that capped erratic behavior by Garcia, 25 years old, leading to the fight before the weigh-in, more than 3 pounds over the 140-pound limit. Garcia has requested the testing of the B sample, and the results are due by May 22nd. The New York Commission has not officially set a date to determine Garcia's fate. So Ryan Garcia was supposed to go to the New York Mets and throw out a baseball pitch, right? He's supposed to throw the opening ball. And I wanted to see how fast his arm was. I heard the kid played amazing baseball down in LA. And I heard he used to pitch 83 miles per hour. I don't know if that's true. They also said that he had trouble with the curve. Regardless, the New York Mets, they basically said, nah, bro, we are not letting you throw out this first pitch. You're spiraling out of control. You're saying a lot of wicked stuff. We don't condone that type of behavior. Ryan Garcia and Golden Boy, they're holding hands as they're walking out of the stadium, and they're pissed, right? They're angered, and they're like, man, fuck the New York Mets, X, Y, and Z. They should have thrown out the first pitch in San Francisco. They need all the publicity right now because they can't win more than 20 baseball games. Not just joking, guys. But yeah, man. Hopefully Ryan, he better lawyer up, man. He better lawyer up. Like Mark Zuckerberg in the movie The Social Network, how he had to lawyer up. Yeah, because that dude Eduardo was coming after, I don't know, a couple billions of dollars. Man, Devin Haney might just do the same thing too. You see, when Bill Haney, the father of Devin, when he said the words, "You try to hurt my baby," oh boy, I knew something was up. I knew that they weren't just going to wait until the establishment, came with a result. I knew that they were going to probably go after Ryan Garcia's pockets and more. Probably try to ban him. Or I can't say you can ban him for life, but who knows? We'll see how far this stuff goes. Look, guys, couple of things, right? There's been a couple of fighters in the past years, maybe 10, 20, 30 years, that failed drug tests, right? Holy snaps. Shane Mosley uses steroids on BleacherReport.com, right? Prior to his 2003 fight with Oscar de la Hoya, Shane Mosley used the notorious steroid known as the cream and the clear. Mosley told the New York Daily News in 2007 that his strength and conditioning coach, Daryl Hudson, got the substances from notorious Balco founder Victor Conte, and that they had been misled as to their contents. SportsIllustrated.com reports Mosley usage of designer steroids. Conte denied that he had misled the two men, saying that he has always had made a full disclosure to his clients as to what they are using. Mosley went on to defeat Oscar de la Hoya by unanimous decision, right? James Toney in 2005, NBA heavyweight titleist John Ruiz was changed to a no contest after Toney tested positive for nandrolone given to him by the doctor to treat an injured arm suffered during his previous bout against Riddle Booker. Roy Jones Jr. and Richard Hall both tested positive for the testosterone precursor androstenedione. Androstenedione after Jones defeated Hall to retain his undisputed list. This test was the result of ingesting the supplement Ripple Fuel. Okay? So, usually in the sport of boxing, right? Nothing really happens to these drug cheats. These fighters fight once every 2 years, one time a year. So being suspended 6 to 9 months really means nothing to them. That's the time that they be using their designer drugs anyway to, cycle out of their system. Regardless, Ryan Garcia and his family, they're unhinged, right? They're going on and they're trying to rewrite these narratives. And instead of taking accountability and realize that their son is no longer the son that they raised, the unblemished kid that had no tattoos, the kid that was very polite and humble, not vulgar, and goes every single time in everybody's feed and slanders them, defames them. And guys, in what world is it okay to be like, bro, I slept with your wife? And what's crazy is people think that's funny, right? Ryan Garcia's people and their family and their friends, they think that shit's funny. That's crazy. On Mother's Day, guys. Not too long ago, on Jesus Day, the LGBT, they came out and said, they're gonna make this our day. And Ryan got offended by it, as a lot of Christians should have gotten offended by it, but they didn't. And that's kind of the fate. You know what? I'm not gonna go there. Let me just breathe a little bit and not go there. But yeah, man, Ryan gotta lawyer up. His parents should lawyer up. They should all just shut their mouth and don't say nothing, because these lawsuits are coming, and Bill Haney and Devin Haney, they're just the ones of what's to come. It's a modicum of what's to come. Okay. I'm sure Victor Conte, if he's smart, Victor Conte knows, right? And if he really wants, he can gun after Ryan Garcia and sue him for defamation and slander of his snack product. Because believe you me, a lot of people don't trust Victor Conte. A lot of people are involved with snack in terms of athletes, not just boxers, track stars, basketball players, they're associated with Victor Conte and Snack. And if they hear this situation about what Ryan Garcia is saying, because Ryan Garcia has a big following, he has a big mouth, doesn't know when to be quiet, he thinks he's the smartest man in the room. Well, Victor Conte should be able to sue him. If Ryan Garcia is to pop dirty, he should be like, look, bro, you try to slander Vada. Vada can also sue Ryan Garcia for failure to basically take accountability and trying to smear and pass on the responsibility of what he ingested, right? Because Vada is not at fault here. At the end of the day, they're like, dude, you guys hired us so we can make sure that you guys play by the confinements of a clean sport. You failed the drug test, right? And now you're trying to blame us. You see how it doesn't work that way. Vada had, I'm not saying they're, holier than thou people, but what I'm saying is they just have a duty to do, and they just have to test your blood, your urine, your hair, and come up with the results. They're not really interested in manipulating the market or manipulating results because they're not going to get paid more. They already got paid, I don't know, $50,000 for their, for their application. But regardless, man, he's got to tread really carefully, because not only can he get suspended, not only can this fight be erased from history in the sense of it becoming a no contest, but he can lose millions of dollars, right? I believe Dylan White, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, hold on. I think he had to pay a penalty. And I believe Tyson Fury did as well when he got caught cheating and failed for a couple of drug tests after the fight that he had against Klitschko. I don't know if you guys remember that buildup, but Tyson Fury was going after the Zionist, right? He was going on after the Illuminati. He was speaking very similar to Ryan Garcia and behaving, but he was much more calm. But it was preaching the good word. And, he's quoting a lot of verses and a lot of biblical passages. And they made him out to be like a madman. I don't know if this was before the first fight or after it, right? Because he was supposed to have an immediate rematch with Wladimir Klitschko. Regardless, this witch hunt ensued, and Tyson Fury was caught dirty, and he gained a lot of weight, and he withdrew from the Klitschko bout, and he fled the country, right? They were coming after him. Kind of like how they're coming after Ryan Garcia. But the reason why a lot of people are giving Ryan Garcia the pass is because a lot of people won money, and conversely, a lot of people also lost a lot of money with this last fight. Not just the casinos. Mind you guys, Ryan Garcia was a 6-1 underdog. Straight up money line. He was probably 1,100 by knockouts and 1,313-1 by decision. As Ryan Garcia said, he bet $2 million to win an additional $12 million, right? 6 times 2 is 12, add the zeros. In addition to, the pay-per-view sales, the gates, sponsorship, and his own bet, therefore betting on himself, the guy made like $50 million. Fucking genius. Well, maybe all those companies can come after Ryan and take that money from him. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting, man. Hopefully they, I'm not going to say that, bro. Like hopefully they document this stuff and they put it on Netflix. No, I just feel like, but I feel like Ryan Garcia does a lot of these things anyway, that he'll probably just leak all this information. So why shouldn't they make it into a Netflix documentary like they did with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? Like, look at Amber Heard's reputation, right? She's like this decent actress, came out in movies like Zombieland and Aquaman and things of the nature. My favorite movie was Alpha Dog, which was the story about, Justin Timberlake came out in it. Even Fernando Vargas came out in it. But it's basically this kid that gets kidnapped by some marijuana dealers, a guy named Johnny Truelove. Regardless, they end up shooting. You know what? Spoiler alert. All right. I'm going to give you guys a fair warning just in case you guys have seen Alpha Dog. You know what? I'm not going to go into that movie, bro. You guys have to watch it. It's really good. Fernando Vargas comes out in it. Justin Timberlake is in it. But Amber Heard, in that situation, you know, she tried to take a lot of money from Johnny Depp. She went on to fabricate a whole lot of stage acts that he, like, makeup that he had put hands on her and beat her, and she was asking for a lot of money, let alone a divorce and all of these things. Johnny Depp ended up winning because, you know, that dude wouldn't hurt a soul, man. Look how he walks in, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean. But if you watch his movie Public Enemies, dude's a badass dude. Regardless, they should probably film this documentary too when they go to court, Devin and Ryan Garcia, because it's going to be very interesting to see Ryan Garcia in the stand. And let's see how smart he is then there when the New York lawyer is after him and they have the facts. And I want to see the blame game that he puts on because, again, Victor Conte and Snack, they can sue. Vada can sue. Ayahuasca, ashwagandha roots, Gai herbs can sue. They can come all after Ryan Garcia. It's going to look horrible for him. What is up with Jake Paul, bro? Like, dude, I don't give a fuck about that fight. Anyway, man, that's pretty much all I have to say. You know, the Illuminati, sorry, Ryan, the Illuminati's coming after you this time, bro. And they're coming at you with jurisdiction, coming at you with fancy lawyer conversations and talks. And, yeah, buddy, get ready for litigation because, you know, it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. Look, guys, last but not least, let's talk a little bit about the heavyweight division. Just so you guys can, you know, set up your alarms. Tyson Fury, undefeated, WBC Ring and Lineal Magazine champion, is going to go up against undefeated, undisputed cruiserweight, unified heavyweight champion, Alexander Usyk, this Saturday, guys. It's for all the marbles. Okay? It's for all the marbles. And I don't understand. I talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I don't understand why people love Tyson Fury. I don't understand why people love Ryan Garcia. These are two guys that are willing to cheat. They have cheat in front of you guys, in front of us. And why do we allow them to participate in our best version to attempt to clean the sport of boxing? Right? Because, you know, there's organic, healthy, non-cheating athletes that don't try to get the upper hand. Because guess what, guys? There's situations like Pritchard Colognes where people die and get coma and land in comas. One of my boxing trainers, I'm not going to say his name, in my town, an amazing Olympian fighter, fought Julio Cesar Chavez, right? It's very difficult to hear him talk nowadays. When he talks to you, it's tough. Slurred speech, like it's bad, right? A lot of people call it punch drunk syndrome. When you run into people like that face the other side of the sport of boxing, right? The damages that it leaves on these gladiators that they signed up for, right? This is a very dangerous sport. So when guys like Roy Jones Jr., Shane Mosley, you know, James Toney talk their shit, especially James Toney to Canelo Alvarez, when Shane Mosley beats a clean athlete like Oscar De La Hoya and company, and they cheat with some type of anabolic steroids or designer drugs, why are they allowed in the sport of boxing? Tyson Fury cheated Klitschko. He also cheated Wilder, right? Hitting behind the head, leaning on him. These are tactics that he trains, right? Because that's what Ben Davidson teaches. They teach, you know, to hit behind the ear, which is behind the head. They don't teach tempo shots. They teach to lean on you and use the weight, right? That's what Klitschko would do to guys like Povetkin. On these smaller heavyweights, they just lean and impose their weight. All of those things are illegal tactics, right? The same moves that Evander Holyfield did against Tyson Fury, headbutts and rolling, Like Timothy Bradley, right? Low blows. They get away with it. These refs allow it, right? These refs, the sport of boxing has to change, as we all know. It starts with this situation with Ryan Garcia, but it also starts with the referees and the judges. One of boxing's, I don't know, gentleman's agreement. I don't know where these fucking rules come from, right? But they need to start interviewing the judges and show the fans why they judge certain rounds or why they scored the fight in the manner of they did of what in which they did. Same thing with the referees. When they make a stupid ass decision, like Tony Weeks did in Rolly Romero versus Ismael Barroso, right? Why did you stop the fight? Why did you stop that fight with Virgil Ortiz versus that dude in one round? I need to see and assess and hear the post-fight interviews, because not only like is that content, but a lot of these people that have a lot of influence and power over what takes or the decisions that are made affect these fighters' career. And they get like scot-free. There's no damages towards them, and they continue on with their next fucking fight scheduled on their book. You guys get what I'm saying? It's like the sport of boxing, there needs to be a lot of changes. Either everybody cheats or they have access to, like, what's the point of having VADA and drug testing if you're not going to overturn this fight into a no contest and take away 50% of the purse for Ryan Garcia? He should not have access to that money because he doesn't deserve it, because he didn't win cleanly. What happened if Devin Haney right now was in a coma? Not just a broken jaw. If he was in a coma, right? Or what if he got knocked out and he was fucking spazzing in the fucking ring? You guys get what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of all these things if the punishment does not serve the crime? What are you really telling these boxers? Because if, let's say, Ryan walks away with 40 million unscathed, untouched, other than a no contest, boxing fails right then and there. And I hope Devin Haney has a situation on that lawsuit that states, I also want his purse to be canceled, at least 85%, because I could have died. I could have been placed in the coma. I could have been spazzing out. Like, dude, I got rocked in the fucking first round and I fought for the next 32 minutes or 33 minutes fucking concussed. And I got dropped multiple times, maybe 7 times, 4 which were counted or 3. You guys get what I'm saying? Like we got to be really consistent and harsh here. Like, we extremely harsh, because we put our capes for guys like Pritchard Colon, but we don't hold that same type of treatment when Deontay Wilder gets hit in the back of the head, right, by Tyson Fury. Those same punches that Deontay Wilder was hit that made a big-ass dent on his head are the same punches that Pritchard Colon got hit in the back of the head. But what's the issue here? Right? A lot of people have this notion that Devin Haney cheats. Oh, look, he finally fought somebody his own size. Let me tell you guys about weight cutting, okay? First and foremost, we know Devin Haney is a really big dude, and he balloons up in weight. But guess what? He also had to cut a lot of weight. Let's say he walks around 160 and fights at 135 or 140. He also had to lose 30 fucking pounds. If I told you guys, all right, guys, check this out. You guys have 7 days to lose fucking 5 pounds. Today's Monday. Lose 5 pounds by Sunday. I guarantee you guys won't be able to lose 2 fucking pounds. So imagine Devin Haney and all these boxers that lose 25 or 30 fucking pounds. How extreme that fucking is. How tough that is. So the ability that he rehydrates, guess what? He's allowed to. He's fighting fairly, in the sense that, yes, he's cutting a lot of weight, or yes, he does weigh a lot in fight night, but it's also because he had to sacrifice and cut. It weakens you. Also, a lot of people don't talk about this, but you can become bloated, right? Now, if you're an expert and you're a pro and you have this shit down to a science, you can use it to manipulate your weight and you can have a lot of success. But just because fighters do it Like Canelo, all these guys can lose so much pounds and weight. Always. What's going on, baby? Yes, Salinas? Okay, I'm on a live. Can I call you back or just like text me? Unless it's an emergency, of course. But Monday? I can't really hear you. You walking? All right, hold on. Why are you walking? Ichila? They can't pick you up or what? Oh, okay. All right, babe. Well, be safe. And then, do you even have keys to the house? Alrighty, baby. Yeah, pues. Yeah. All right, hold on. Don't hang up. All right, guys, hold on. Give me a second, man. A little timeout. My bad, guys. Vince Vargas goes. Oh, the Mexican gym goes. ¿Qué huele, carnal? ¿Qué huele? I'm good, bro. Just chilling, man. Hopefully everything is going well with you. Hopefully you had an amazing, Feliz Dia de las Madres, bro. To your loved ones, to your mom, to your grandma, to your tias, to everybody, dude. Hopefully everything went well. Hopefully you guys had an amazing Sunday. Vince Vargas goes. Where is that fight taking place at? Here in the United States, the heavyweights. No, it's actually taking place in Saudi Arabia, right? And I think honestly, the undercard or maybe the main event, bro, it probably starts around 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. California time. I'm not exactly too sure. I don't know what the change of the time zone is from Saudi Arabia to now to here in California. I don't really know when the main event starts, but the undercard is pretty good. So yeah, Vince goes, oh, the Turkey Al Sheik guy. Yeah, the Turkey guy, dude. That's Warp Speed's, hero, man. So that heavyweight fight is taking place over there in Saudi Arabia. Drew 123. Drew 123. My guy, dude. Saludos, bro. Happy Mother's Day to you, bro. And hopefully you had some, great company with your moms and some food and all that good time. But hey, I saying you and Speed the Yo, Drew 123. Mic check real quick, bro. Can you hear me?
Yo. My bad. I forgot to clear my throat. What's up, bro?
Dude, that sounded like some Terminator shit. Like, what's going on over there, dude?
What's up?
What's up,
chilling,
dude?
man. What's up, man? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, man. Just chilling, man. Just got home. I'm just doing some. Got done with my paperwork and stuff. Just like uploading shit. You know. I'm pretty much like a content creator for. That's what I do. I realized that. I was like, man, no wonder why I'm good at making memes. You know, like because I'm used to messing with photos and all this shit. You know, but
It's fun, huh?
yeah, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a lot of work though, a lot of work. There's a dude named Punchline Boxing. That motherfucker is like got him loaded, bro. Like he's actually a comedian from New York. And do people who watch you know like go like watch like follow like boxing memes or like anything like that know this guy. Like this guy is like emerging in the boxing world, and he's actually went from like 500K to like a mil or so, or he's heading towards a mil. But the funniest motherfucker on IG when it comes down to boxing, bro. Just hilarious. But
Okay, for sure.
yeah, man. That's why I
Got
was
you,
like,
bro.
nah, I can't, I'm not at that level, you know. But
Hey, question
so
for you.
yeah.
Are you go? You said if you don't mind me putting this out there, you can shut me up. You're like, hey, shut up, Rick. But
What?
are you going live on Friday or Saturday with the football
No,
card?
no, I nah, and I don't mind. Like not until probably towards the end of the month. I'm buying boxes, bro. Like I need to stack up on these boxes because I need to be what's it called? I need to be like I need to be consistent with that. You know, I can't just have 8 boxes and rip four every live and only have 8 total, so only 2 lives. You know, like I need to have enough for like 2 weeks worth of lives. You know, so I'm just buying boxes right now, and I'm just like different types of boxes. You know, so. And that's why I'm tapping into it because I know which boxes to buy when it comes down to other sports. I don't know
Yeah,
anything, you know. So,
got you.
towards the end of the month, I'm doing things right though, like for sure.
Why don't you do this, bro? Why don't you just try to sell 10 cards
I was
and just
looking into that.
you know what I mean?
I
Just
was
start with 10 cards. Don't try to like put on a show like you already
be-
established. Just give yourself like,
well.
all right, guys, look, man, this is just a test. I'm just gonna work out the kinks, the format, the
This is the
layout,
thing.
and then just sell 10 cards. And then if it goes well, then like, all right, then you go tomorrow, you know. But
Yeah, well, this is what I found out. They only do that for the older boxes. So the older boxes, they'll do that like $1. You know, same way as you know how like the Pokemon, because most Pokemon breakers, like they do like dollar breaks. You know, like you never really see. They don't have teams. You know, so I don't know how they would like categorize shit unless they do like by types of Pokemon or whatever. But
yeah,
like with football, um these cards, bro, like I can literally be breaking a $2,000 card for someone who put in $20. You know, so you need
that's
to
what I'm
make that.
saying, bro. Like choose
What do you
10
mean?
fucking cards and and like keep it
You
like
don't choose
that
10
because
cards.
I would never fucking like me personally, bro. There's been times where like yeah, to your point, like I pay like $5 or $7 for a fucking pack and I end up pulling like $150, $200 card, you know? Um
Well, no, that's do you ever pull 2,000, $5,000 cards from Pokemon?
no, dude. Like because
That's football.
that's
Football
what I'm
happens.
saying. Like you might have that with your packs, and you're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, I wanted that Brock Purdy." You know what I mean? And you're gonna be like,
Why would
"Fuck,
I
dude."
go to $1 then?
No. Like let's talk
I'm
about this.
starting.
Let's talk about this later on. Hold on.
Yeah.
So Vince
I'm
Vargas
not
goes,
doing
"Oh,
no
that
dollar
Turkey
breaks.
guy, chic." Laugh out loud. Yeah, man. So the heavyweight fight between Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury is held this Saturday. It'll probably start around 11 a.m. And then the main event will probably start like around 4 p.m. I'm not exactly too sure the time zone differences. All I know is, to your point, Vince, Emmanuel Navarrete is moving up another division, fighting at 135 against, Dennis Berenchenk this Saturday, who's like 13-0 or like 10 KOs. He's like 35 years old. But man, I don't know. Emmanuel Navarrete, I think he's gonna lose. I feel like
Yeah, me too. I thought I was the only one.
yeah, he's not moving. Like I don't think this guy Dennis is all that great, by the way. But
Power
Emmanuel
puncher.
Navarrete is fluctuating a lot of like weight, and he's not doing it
Yeah.
properly. Like for example, Ray Vargas, he just beat Mark Maxaya at 126, and then he went up to 130 to fight, Oshaki Foster, and he looked horrible. It's like, bro, why are you
Mhm.
guys like
It's
Don't move
Mexicans, bro.
on. Don't
It's
like
a Mexican thing.
no, it's not a Mexican, bro. It's a Mexican thing. It's a stupid ass thing. Like, for example, it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, bro, you just landed at 130. You just became a
Yeah.
champion. You can beat, Lamont Roach Jr., who just upset, Garcia. You can probably, I don't know if you can beat Joe Cordina, but unify with him. Fight Oscar Valdez, who just beat Liam Wilson. Why the fuck? Like, Emmanuel Navarrete versus Oscar Valdez is amazing. Why the fuck are
But
you going to 135 to become an ex other champion? They're not even going to put you on the
that's
pound for pound list. They only want to unify so you can get beat by Shakur Stevenson and have
yeah.
another Mexican on his belt. Fuck Shakur. Fuck this WBO belt at 135. Unify with Oscar Valdez again at 130, even though you just beat him. Go do that. Go do that. Do not fight for vacant belts, bro. Like, they're just setting him up to lose. They don't care about him other than like he's 37-1, and they're trying to make him lose. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
dude.
rooting for Navarrete, but to your point, Drew, on the betting odds, like Dennis Berinchenko looks good, bro. He's he's like
Yeah.
$70.
Yeah, no, I was looking at it, bro. I was like, dude, like, well, Mexicans, bro, they don't know how to move up in weight. They just think they're good enough to move up in weight because they got power.
Look at Mikey
Like
Garcia. Yeah, dude.
exactly.
It's fucking annoying,
Exactly.
bro. I hate when you do
And
that shit.
Canelo's really the only guy in Mexican history, I think, that did it right. As far as moving up in weight and tapering off his weight classes. He did do a big jump to not that heavyweight, but I'm just saying, like, in general, that's what I'm saying. Like Mexicans, like fucking Navarrete, they're just gonna get more and more bloated the more they move up. It's like, bro, you need to like have a training regimen. This is where you turn into an athlete and put on some fucking muscle, and do what you already do, but do it at a higher level, And Mexicans just is, I don't know, bro. I think it's more of a European thing that they know how to move up in weight, they know how to carry the weight, they know how much weight to pull, push, all that. So, and what to eat. Like Mexicans don't do any of that, bro. Like we just fucking. I'm Mexican too, so it's like shit. I'm in the same boat, kind of. But yeah,
Yeah, no,
I just get
absolutely.
fat.
If Emmanuel Navarrete, like if you look at him, he's a pudgy dude. He's kind of chubby on his stomach side, even
Hmm.
at these weight classes. Um, if he had like a Alex Ariza, a Memo Heredia, or a Victor Conte or whatever, and then he's like on the, some type of juice or, like some supplements and he's moving up properly, then yeah. But like Mikey Garcia, you just knocked out, that 135, Dejan Slatichanin guy. Then you moved up to 140 to fight, the other guy, Sergey Lipinets. You just became a champion after 2 years of inactivity. Then you went up to Errol Spence. Like, why are you guys so interested in moving up some ridiculous ass weight classes and fighting for fucking championship belts? You know what's better, guys? What actually lands you in history is to become undisputed. If you want a quick way to the Hall of Fame, chase undisputed. Don't try to look to become, I'm a four-time champion. Because guess what? Nobody's going to give you the respect of being a four-time champion. Look at Tank. He's a three-time champion. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
like
know.
no
Nobody
one
cares.
says,
And he doesn't
oh
have
my
no
God,
belts.
dude, you knocked out Pedraza. Nobody cares about that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah. Don't
saying?
even get me
Like,
started with him. And he's just picking and choosing his fights, and he's doing it at an immaculate way. Like that's like, if anything, they did really good of building him up and actually choosing the right opponents for him to knock out. He's a short dude with heavy punching, with a lot, with historical punching power. Now, that doesn't mean you win, nobody can beat you. I just think that you can get outboxed, and if you put someone in there with punch resistance and actually can take your punches and keep you at distance for 12 rounds, then you're gonna get beat. But he's avoiding those guys. You know, so yeah, bro. They're doing a really good job of building them up. I think. Um, you talked. I think you talked about this yesterday. I was trying to bring it up, but with Loma, I don't think Loma should fight him. He's gonna get fucked up.
now
He
I
should
still
just.
think so. And like also like this is like maybe Tank beats him. Maybe I like Loma's skills that he's going to do really well against Tank Davis. But what I'm trying to say is like forget Tank Davis. Everything that Lomachenko has accomplished. Now you're an older version of yourself. You're not as dedicated to the sport of boxing as you were then as you are now because 9 years have passed by. on top of 9 years since you've gone pro to now, you've gotten older. Yes, you can still compete at a very high level,
A
but you are
war.
distracted. There's a war going on. You care about your country, your people, your family. And as he said
Hmm.
in the interview, after the Devin Haney fight, I didn't really want to come back to boxing, but my dad, he wanted to become another champion. He wanted me to become a champion.
Yeah,
So this fight was
and he
for him.
cried.
You're not even fighting for yourself, dog. So why the
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Tank Davis, bro? He does not get to reap all the benefits and what you've accomplished in your career because he aged you out. Fuck him. Do
yeah,
not
yeah,
let him get that fight. Like I would like no, bro. I
yeah,
am not in accordance. Like, nah, dude.
yeah.
I don't
I
rock with
agree.
him like that, so he can be getting that fucking benefit of like that dude gets so much benefits for accomplishing shit.
Loma?
Nah, Tank.
Oh, Tank. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree, bro. And you're saying it in that way. Yeah. Okay. So like, I almost felt like Loma's style in itself was a problem for Cambosis, regardless of like what type of Loma we were gonna get. Like he ain't ever seen footwork like a Loma. Like he's never fought someone who moved his head so damn much like a Loma. So it was, I think it was more of a styles mixed fight, and it was like an opponent that made Loma look good. You know, I honestly I don't. I think Tank would have trouble. Is just Tank would have trouble, but once, like, he just needs to land once, is what I'm saying. You know, and I don't know what's the type of reaction. He's a different type of power than Tio, you know, and this type of power is like turns you off. You know, it turns people off. People who've never got knocked out, and that's why I don't even want to take the chances, and I'd rather have Loma run off, walk away in the sunset, bro, and kind of just defend it against another big name, bro. Yeah, another big name. It can be. I wouldn't mind if it's like a money grabber. Imagine him versus a Inoue. Oh man,
Yeah, but nah,
at a
anyway,
catchweight.
he's like
I
13
know
pounds shorter. You know, like for example, look, honestly, I would like to see Lomachenko versus Oscar Valdez.
that's a good one.
Um, like
Who
I
else?
would like Loma to go down to 130. It would be great.
Yeah.
Lomachenko versus Joe Cordina.
Mm,
He can unify with Shakur Stevenson. Shakur has always been interested in fighting Loma. And that would be a pretty cool fight. I just don't want Tank Davis to reap any of these benefits. This dude gets
yeah.
too much pass because
Hey,
people
no.
want him to succeed, kind of like they want Ryan to succeed. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, bro, like they have great stories, but they're not
Yeah.
going about and handling business the correct way. They're not legacy fighters. These are guys that are just looking to come up on the sport of boxing because I get it.
Yes.
They fought many fights in the amateurs for free. I get it. The
Yeah.
sacrifices, the weight, the sparring that they had to endure. These guys
Ooh.
have over 150 fights that they fought for free, let alone all of the brutal wars that they had in camp. I get it. I get it. I'm not saying like don't have the money, but I'm just saying there's guys that are doing that and they're doing it in the professional way, the proper way. Like
Yeah.
Lomachenko, he fought 396 times as well to one loss and won 2 gold medals for his country, basically for free as well, chasing
I
dreams. And he's not cheating people, and he's doing and fighting all these young guys the proper way. Then there's
that's
guys like
100 fights.
Ryan Garcia that have the same shit, and then they fucking cut corners. Like, why do they
Yeah.
get the pass, but Lomachenko doesn't? That's what I'm saying, bro.
Right.
It's like, nah, these
Yeah.
dudes do not get to cheat guys that actually, like Cat Williams said, bro. Right? The whole thing that he stated in January, I'm not gonna quote his quotes because that dude will sue me. Not just joking. But we cannot let people on the juice talk about real athletes. We can't.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Preach, bro. And I was saying, I hate when dudes don't give a fuck about how they're being perceived. Like, I don't give a fuck about the boxing fans, and they do it blatantly. And I'm talking really the people who think who pop up in mind who I felt disrespected. The whole entire community, like boxing, the hardcore boxing fans, is dudes like Arrow and Tank. So Arrow, he's they're those. I mean, both of those guys are open about it, and they're open about cutting the line. They're like, Arrow's like, I don't do lines, and then you got fucking Tank saying, I got him next. I got him next. Like, you just can't call dibs like that, bro. Like, without no belts, both those guys didn't have any. Oh, Tank had an intern, but they both don't have belts. Yet they're talking like all this shit. Like I call dips. It's like calling shotgun. I got shotgun. It's like, bro, you still in the fucking car seat, in a kid seat, bro. Like, sit your ass on the kid seat.
The
Like,
booster
you're not
seat, bro. I
in the
gotta
booster seat.
clap my legs.
Yeah, bro, like shit like that fucking aggravates me, bro. Like, not aggravates me, but when I see posts and shit about some entitled shit that they say, like yeah, like on some belts, like, bro, like, you just can't call dips like that. You can't, like, you're fighting up. You're looking at bigger dudes, right? You're talking shit to not just fucking Clarissa Shields, but like other fighters like Arrow and all this shit, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just talking shit. And it's like, bro, man, and yeah, I just, what popped up in mind right now is when Ryan, it's kind of random, but when Ryan said that he messed with Cambosis' wife, did you see that?
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, bro.
So, man, I just lost respect right there, and he's a compulsive liar, Like, I'm sorry to switch the subject, but yeah,
No, it,
yeah,
it
man,
reinforces who he is by nature, bro. You get what
yeah,
I'm saying? Like, this dude. Look, I'm not saying it's in this life. It's all about living pure. No, dude. Like, what I mean, like, you're gonna make mistakes, right? You're gonna make mistakes in life, and hopefully you learn from them and shit like that. But then there's
he
guys like
said joking though.
right? This is white privilege at its finest, bro. All right, fuck it. This is white privilege at its finest, right? For example, if I were to do cocaine and drugs, I get locked up. I'm incarcerated, right? But if you were to do it, or Ryan Garcia were to do it, oh, I have mental disorders and I'm gonna go to rehab. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's the reality of what it is. For example, let's say
but
Devin Haney was on the juice and he
mm,
fucking destroyed Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney popped dirty, right? And
same
he
shit.
was trying
Yep.
to like, oh, test me for the B sample. People would go nuts. They would be like, come on,
Mhm.
Devin, what the fuck? You cheated him. Dude, his whole career would be in shambles right now.
Oh yeah,
Everybody will start
yeah,
questioning his undisputed reign and things of that nature. Why? How do I know this? Dude, look how they say and act. Look, he weighed 165 pounds against Regis Prograis. So what? He also had to lose and shed 30 fucking pounds. He's not
hmm,
cheating. That's allowed in the rules.
yeah.
Ryan Garcia did that, and he was on the juice, and he took an IV post the fight to rehydrate, bro. Like, this dude is getting away with murder, and
And
he's
double down.
Simpson glove fits, and he's like, bro, I didn't do it.
And he
That's
says, just
crazy,
kidding. Just
bro. This
then
is
he says,
fucking science. This is DNA. Same thing with
yeah,
OJ Simpson, and people are trying to give Ryan Garcia the pass, bro. This is fucking stupid, bro. Like,
yeah.
um,
And
these are
he
just
has the
narratives.
audacity. Who? What'd you say?
These are hold on. Let me read some of these comments. Sorry, guys, I don't mean to cuss and all this stuff. It just aggravates me because there's truth and
Entitled.
then there's fucking scientific fact. El Pachuco goes, saludos, hermano. Did you just say that Navarrete needs to be tricked into eating vegan tacos? Neta, Emmanuel, los tacos son de carnitas.
Mhm.
Yeah, dude. Nah, so Vince Vargas brought up that Navarrete is going to be fighting for a vacant WBO lightweight title this Saturday. Saturday, Alexander Usyk is fighting Tyson Fury. And basically what we were saying is I respect Emmanuel Navarrete's fighting style. I don't personally like him because he beat my boy Ruben Villa. That's my homie. And so I'm not saying like I feel indifferent towards Emmanuel Navarrete. You get what I'm saying? Like, I respect his skills. Like, the dude's a
Right.
really good fighter. He's heavy-handed. But honestly, I don't care if he loses like that. You know what I mean? Respect to him.
Yeah.
I lost a shit ton of
Respectfully.
money when he fought Ruben Villa. At the time, Ruben Villa was in the bubble Las Vegas. The odds were like plus 450 for Ruben Villa. I put a
Yeah.
hefty $800 to win like $3,000. I did not win, so I don't like Navarrete. But I respect his skills. He's a fucking tough fighter. I don't know how. I don't everything about boxing that I've been taught, right? I don't know how Emmanuel Navarrete is able to beat these amazing fighters. Like, kudos to him, dude.
Yeah,
Like, dude is
he went against
like
all odds. You know.
he's got the laziest fucking jab, yet he fucking busts people open with it. He doesn't
Yeah,
get hit a lot with his quirky ass defense, and he
you're not
fucking
gonna open
throws
up.
and lunges with fucking punches from a fucking afar, and he beats and knocks all these dudes out. Essentially, I'm just like, how you doing it, bro?
Yeah, you don't beat all these guys, or you don't beat all these guys and not be great, you know.
Yeah,
And on top of that, if you're teaching someone boxing, you don't open up his footage and all his fights and teach a youngin how to fight through his highlight reels. Like it's fundamentally incorrect how he's doing it, you know. But
yeah,
he's doing it.
absolutely. It reminds me of this video. Let me try to find it. I'm a Mike Alvarado shadow box.
So many videos of examples of how not
Look
to
at
box
this.
on his shit.
This is Mike Alvarado shadow boxing. If you saw this dude shadow box, you would not believe that he would be able or capable of knocking Juan Manuel Marquez
But he's
down.
joking. He was
No,
joking.
he's not. Look at this.
Oh, no way in hell he's joking, bro. I just no, no, he doesn't do that, bro. He does not do that
Bro,
in
he
fight.
does that, bro.
Show me then.
Douche, douche, douche. Just keep watching, guys. Keep watching.
Maybe he's drunk. Maybe he's drunk.
Nah, bro. Boom, boom. Look at the feint. That's how I know
Yeah,
he's
it's a
serious,
nice.
bro. When
Yeah,
you feint, when you shadow boxing, you're serious. Look at that
dude.
clubbing right hand over top.
I'm sorry. Hard to believe. Hard to believe.
Douche, douche.
I want
Got
to
the
ask
stick.
him.
Like that.
I want
That's
to
that.
ask him.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you punch. That's like one fuck you. Watch this. Yeah, yeah. You see that? I got the lip tattoo on my neck. I'm rocking the LA cap backwards, bro. He's serious, bro. He ain't fucking around. Circling right there, dude. He's dead ass serious, bro. Boom, long jab. Boom, long jab. Boom, nice 1-6. Cut.
Yeah, man.
Like if you saw this, right? If you saw this shadow boxing, hold on, guys. Let me go
It's a
to this.
joke.
Hold on. Look at these punches right here. Hold on.
Hey, imagine you ask him and he's like, "The fuck, fool? I was hella trying."
Dude, absolutely no, because that's how Emmanuel Navarrete also shadow boxes. That's how I know they're not, messing around. Anyway, I'm not trying to, dude. Like Mike Alvarado became a champion. I have a couple of his fights with Brandon Rios. Oh my god, an amazing trilogy.
Yo, you're dropping your jab, bro. You gotta give it a fade. He's timing the right hand over the top.
Okay, sorry guys. El Pachuco goes. Oscar de la Hoya is a 6-time division champion. No, I agree. Look, I'm not trying to downplay the importance of becoming a multi-divisional champion. That's incredible. But in this day and age, I would rather be
Different times.
I would rather become undisputed than being a 6-time divisional champion. Like to my point, I don't think Emmanuel Navarrete has ever unified a division. Yeah, he beat and knocked out Isaac Dogbo. Yes, he knocked down Ruben Villa and beat him. Yes, he beat all of these amazing fighters. But were you the guy at that division? And the answer is no. And case in point, Tank Davis. Yes, Tank, you've been a champion at 130. Yes, you were a champion at 135 or at 140. But were you undisputed? No. And how come? Why did you not fight Teofimo Lopez? Why did you not fight Shakur and all of these dudes to unify Lomachenko? Right? Sure, you can become an 8-time divisional champion, but it's more about who you fought. Not about your victories. It's who you fought. You see, Oscar De La Hoya, 6-time division champion, his resume is legendary, bro.
He fought everyone.
From Bernard Hopkins to Tito Trinidad to Fernando Vargas to Shane Mosley to Steve Forbes to Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather. Like, man, the list, Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., like the list, I Corte. Oh my goodness, like the list is like, dude, those are all legends, And then, all right.
Yeah, I feel like Oscar just took the fight and then wondered if he was gonna lose, like after the fact that he accepted the fight. Like he didn't give a fuck who it was, like he just accepted that shit. And we didn't even live through that time. So it's like how often were these undisputed fights? Like it's really the matter of given the opportunity to become or to get the to be the chance to become an undisputed champ. So I feel like a lot more opportunities are given out today in today's age. But that's like the new flex, undisputed, or yeah, the
Well,
undisputed or
not just is it the flex, but it's also the importance, right? Because
the importance. Yeah,
the goal of undisputed is to have one division with one champion, and undisputed leads to that. For example,
yeah,
Emmanuel Navarette, he is a champion at 130, right? He beat Oscar Valdez for it, but Oscar Valdez also just beat and knocked out Liam Wilson. You beat him once, you most likely can beat him again. Unify, and then go fight Lamont Roach Jr., who just beat and upset Luis Hector Garcia, who Tank Davis knocked out. If you can beat him, now you're a 3-time divisional champion. Then go unify with the IBF belt holder, Joe Cordina. If you're able to do that, Navarrete, you became undisputed. Now at 135, the importance of being undisputed, or undisputed reigns supreme over just being a belt holder, right? Because look at Tank Davis at 135. He won that belt off vacancy from the WBA. He didn't even earn it. He's a fucking email champ, right? Shakur Stevenson, bro, they rewarded him the belt with Edwin de los Santos. He didn't beat Edwin. That fight should have been a draw. Edwin didn't do enough. Shakur didn't do enough. If I'm the WBC, I feel disgusted by that performance. You guys aren't capable of, you guys aren't man enough to be and represent my fucking company. With that performance, when there's guys like Canelo and Jaime Munguia that walk around in the manner they do with honor, that type of performance, that should be rewarded. And then there's Shakur Stevenson, who I'm going to give you the belt essentially because you're signed with Top Rank. Look at Jermall Charlo. If I'm the WBC, you think I want to be associated with Jermall Charlo and let that motherfucker not fight for 2-3 years and hold my belt? Man, get the fuck out of here. When there's guys like Carlos Quadras, what's the other guy's name? He's with Ronnie Shields. He's an amazing fighter, but he became the WBC belt holder now. But when there's guys like that holding it down, that's who I want to associate my craft and my brand with, right?
Beltran?
His name is not relevant. Like, I mean, it could be if he fights Johnny Beck, but I'm just not, his name is not escape. He's been quite inactive himself. And Pachuco goes, do you think that being a multi-weight division champ is more impressive than becoming undisputed? I guess it depends on the depth of the talent in the division. Yeah, that's a very good, that last statement is huge, right? Because I always like to look at this. It's who you fought, right? Who you fought, for me, weighs more value than anything. Your resume on paper, I don't care if you win or lose, or in the manner of how you lose, right? All the context, just like anything in life, the totality of circumstances, that matters, right? But for me personally, I would rather be undisputed first. If I become undisputed and dominate one division, then let me go to become a multi-weight division to prove you guys that I can't just dominate in one class. I can do it in two, because that by definition is pound for pound. I do want to become a pound for pound fighter. This is why I move up in multiple weights. But then at one point, let's say, flip the scenario. I'm a multi-divisional champion like Tank Davis, and I've been a champion at 130, 135, at 140, or Navarrete 122, 126, and 130, and I'm doing it in my fourth weight class at 135. But I've never been that guy. I'm not the guy at that division. Now that's something that you want to accomplish, and the context changes, right? Like always. So that last sentence, I guess it depends on the depth of the talent in the division. For instance, look at Tank Davis. He became a champion at 135 by beating Pedraza. Okay, that's a really good fight. The dude was undefeated. But how come you didn't unify with the other 130-pounders? Who were the other 130-pounders at that time? Okay, what about 135? You became a champion there. You were a second-tier belt holder, the WBA regular, not the super champ. But then there's guys like Teofimo Lopez, who had the WBO. Then there's Lomachenko, who had the IBF and WBC. How come you didn't fight those guys? Oh, I'm not going to fight those guys. I'm going to move up to 140 and fight the other regular champion, Mario Barrios. But was it Errol Spence? Not 140, but was it Josh Taylor? Was it Jose Ramirez? No. So who you fought, going to your last statement, El Pachuco, that matters a lot, right?
Yeah, timing.
So I guess it depends how your career is shaping out to be when you look at, when you take a step back and look at it from that dimensional lens. then you're like,
Retrospect.
this is what you're missing. This is what you're lacking. In Navarette's case, to me personally, he's already a pound for pound fighter because he's done it in 3 weight classes and he's going on to his 4th. But now that you've proven to dominate, the 3 other weight classes, settle down in 1 and now accomplish undisputed because there's fights to be left. His actions moving up to 135 it leads me to believe, right, that the play here is for you to become a champion by beating this dude no one has ever heard of, rather than unify with Oscar Valdez, Joe Cordina, or Lamont Roach, and then essentially have a mega fight for unification with Shakur Stevenson. It looks like to me they're setting him up for failure. Now, you El Pachuco or Vince Vargas or, the Warp Speed or the Mexican G, you guys might state that, well, you might look at it like they're setting him up to lose to Shakur Stevenson, but what if he beats Shakur Stevenson? Now, that's a big what if, because Shakur's style, he's naturally a counterpuncher. When he has to press the action, the dude is horrible at cutting off the ring. Shakur doesn't know how to cut off the ring. We know that he's a track star, that he's a runner. And, he's not going to throw a lot of punches. And Navarrete is a come-forward fighter, right? So just based on stylistic matchups, Shakur should be able to piece him apart. Now, when Shakur does get caught and he does get hit with one punch or combinations by Navarrete, he's going to resort to hugging, and then everybody's going to lose, right? Mm-hmm. So that's just the way I look at this situation where, I don't really like Navarrete being at 135, much like I didn't like Mikey Garcia moving up to welterweight and fight Errol Spence. No, Mikey, you just became a champion at 140. Hell, you just became a champion at 135 by beating Deslan Slatichinin with an amazing knockout. Become undisputed then. Ain't nobody wants you to fight Errol Spence. Why are you moving up? Yes, I know Mexicans love to challenge themselves. Yes, you're going to get rewarded $5 million. But guess what? You can make $20 million if you're fucking undisputed. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So it's like...
Yeah. They're not chasing that, though. They're not chasing that. And I feel like you were talking about the welterweights.
They have their advisors. They have their team.
They do.
But, and I'm sure Navarrete hates cutting weight anyway, but I don't know, dude. Like, I would have... I don't know.
It's just the lazy way of thinking. Like, if you're going to move up, you got to think about how you're going to carry the weight. They just think that they're just going to add more food in their body, and then they're just going to be able to eat more. It's like, no, you need to actually... You need to, like, as far as working out and training, you need to suffer the same way you did in the lower weights. You can't be used to being comfortable in this newer weight class because you're not as dehydrated. You're not as, I'm not saying to make yourself dehydrated or make yourself like hurt, but I'm saying like it's if you're chasing greatness and things are getting easier, then something's wrong. And you have a big, like, a check coming, because I'm pretty sure dudes like Crawford, they're leveling up. They're leveling up every day, and they're keeping that same energy the same way they did in their lower weight classes, as if they're losing hella weight. That's why he's so damn skinny and just wire strong. I just feel like when you're moving up, it's just not all about like it's not just all about like muscle. It's about keeping up with the same regimen, and obviously you're gonna have to punch harder. So putting on some type of weight, but not all dudes know how to put on weight. They just think they're just gonna get big. Like I just feel like that's so key, bro. Learning where to actually add the muscle, because it's not a bodybuild. It turns into a bodybuilding contest when they move up because they think they're that good. And then it's like, nah, you're moving up because you have a great jab and you have good footwork, not because you look all buff and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll say this. And a lot of the time, like look at Manny Pacquiao. He's an 8-9-time division champion, right? And when you really look at his size, one of the things that he made sure never to lose is his speed. He was always underweight. He was never he was competing in his natural walking around weight. Like, that dude is not a weight bully. But he made sure never to lose his speed. He didn't really care about adding muscle and having big biceps. And no, his upper body was very lean. His lower half, his calves were fucking strong, but it was because of his bounce, his in and out jackrabbit, in and out movement. You know, he didn't want to lose his speed. Well, but he also never gained weight. Naturally, if he's just, you know, training, he's gonna feel strong.
So he just ate more?
Power always carried. Well, with Navarrete, if you really look at his body, he's also not, you know, building up lower leg muscle or big back or shoulder. His just stomach section is getting bigger, you know. To El
Yeah.
Pachuco, you know, he goes, I'm just trying to put a positive spin on Drew's comments. Mexican food is delicious. So that Mexican fighters have trouble moving up in weight properly. But I think I read it wrong. Mexican food is so delicious that Mexican fighters have trouble moving up in weight properly. Yeah, man. Like
True.
they're gaining mass. Look,
That's
to be honest
facts.
with you, it's like
Look at Filipinos. They eat rice and they eat their regular food, like what they eat on the daily basis. Filipinos eat extremely healthy, bro. And it's
yeah,
like
but
a
like,
regular
look,
day, you know?
it doesn't really matter. This is
I feel like it,
one of the things that I've always noticed is this, right? Yes, size matters, right?
the diet, but
Obviously,
diets too,
weight,
right?
size matters, weight matters, but skill is what matters the most, right?
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
defense, your offense, the way you set up traps, your punch placement, your punch technique, that matters first than anything. Because you can be a big ass dude like Anthony Joshua, and then you can get knocked the fuck out by guys like Andy Ruiz. Why? Inside fighting, punch technique, utilizing your
Technique.
skills. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So that stuff weighs more than, you know, than anything. Now, of
Yeah.
course, you can be a really good small fighter like Naoya anyway, then try to go up to 135 and get beat by, you know, like Joe Schmo and get beat by a regular 135 fighter when you
I
were a
can see
great
that happening.
122 fighter. And then that's when you're like, oh, weight and size matters, right? So
Yeah.
like everything, like again, going back to everything, no totality of circumstances, the context matters, but overall, your skill matters the most. And when Navarrete, I feel that he's been, I will say this, his power is a pound for pound power. Like it holds up in multiple divisions, which is what it is allowing him to move up to his fourth weight class and fight another undefeated fighter that no one we've
And
heard of. But look
and
what
it's the
happened when he
angle.
fought a guy named Liam Wilson.
Mm.
All of his flaws, that height, that arm length, that he was having success with these much shorter fighters at 122, it caught up to him at 130. Luckily for him, he has one hell of a fucking punch. Lucky for him that the referee gave him 20 seconds to recover. Lucky for
Mm.
him, you know, Liam Wilson isn't a world name and an amazing champion, right? Shakur might be.
Navarrete got hard.
You know,
Sugar might
it's
be.
going to be very interesting. I'm not saying that Navarrete is food for everybody at 135, but like respectively, would you be able to say that Navarrete could be a Lomachenko, a Joe Cordina,
No.
Tank Davis,
Oh,
a
I don't
Pedro
know.
Cruz? I don't think so. You know, Warp
Cordina,
Speed,
Cordina,
salute
I
to
don't
you,
know.
bro. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Warp Speed goes, good evening to one and all. At Vince Vargas, at the Mexican G, at El Pachuco, at the homie Drew. El Pachuco goes, saludos, compa. It's great to see you. I hope all is well. Mi Pachux, con amigos y plática de boxeo. Estoy muy feliz, pero espero tú te encuentres muy bien. Igual, Worsby. Plática de boxeo con amigos. ¿Qué más quiero a uno? Let me ask you, Drew. You're a betting man. You like to bet. You win a couple wins here and there.
I like that.
Who you got? Usyk versus Tyson Fury.
Um, God, it's a tough one, but my heart, I'm gonna just go with the heart and mind. Um, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with Tyson Fury.
Why?
Um, I don't know why, honestly.
Well, what does your mind tell you? Why are you going for him?
My mind. The first thing I think of is the size difference. I just remembered right now that Tyson Fury is weighing at his weight is coming is really low compared to his previous fights. So yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna use his weight to his advantage, but at the same time, he is 6'9". I think he's still gonna be. He's obviously gonna outweigh him regardless of the weight cut, but I think it's the height as well. You know, this height difference is crazy, and I think if he keeps it I think I think his mentality is I'm gonna go all 12, and I'm gonna keep him at distance. You know, fucking Usyk is a bigger version of a Loma, pretty much, and has extreme amount of heart. That's what I seen from his last fight, actually. Him against Dubai. I think it was Dubai. Who did he fight last? Yeah, I think it was him. But it was pretty much a cruiser. Was it a cruiserweight? I forget if he was a cruiserweight or not, but I think he was definitely around his height and a lot more stockier. And I seen him get hurt to the body. You know, um,
You're talking about
and I did.
Alexander Usyk?
Yes.
He fought, I think,
Uh,
Lawrence Okoli. Or
yes, yes, yes.
like what I
No,
don't know if it's Lawrence
Dubai.
Okoli, but he fought one of them dudes. You know what I mean?
It was Dubai.
Yeah, Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, Dubois. So he got hurt to the body, and I was like,
I heard
man.
that was a low blow, dude. Come on.
But the thing is, there's a fine line between a low blow and was it right above the
And he hit him in
right?
las canicas, bro. Come on, bro.
I
Because
think
let
it
me
was
tell you
right above
this.
it, bro.
If Usyk is weak to the body, then how come Daniel Dubois stopped going to the body? If I hurt you once, I'm gonna hit you there again. For instance,
Because he was
that's what
tired.
Orlando Salido did. He
He was
fucking
tired.
threw like 90 blows to the body of Lomachenko. Why didn't Daniel Dubois do that? If I hurt you once, if you're weak, right? Let's say not to the stomach or to your chin. Let's say you have a big ass bruise in your bicep, and every time I hit you there, you fucking grimace. I'm gonna keep targeting that area because I'm seeing your reaction and I see the discoloration and I see how you just fucking fumbled and dropped down to the knee. If I hurt you once to the body, I'm gonna keep targeting you that. So then, how come
Right.
Daniel Dubois wasn't able to do that?
Because he was getting caught as well. That's why he was getting caught. You know, and he gets caught going for lower shots. Obviously, you're gonna be wide open and exposed. And I just feel like this is a thing. Fury, when he weighed in at whatever he weighed in at in the first fight against or second fight, I forget which one, against Wilder. Like that's too much weight for Usyk, bro. Like he's just gonna lean on him and he's gonna physically make him tired, bro. If he does
You
something
think
like that, then
Alexander Usyk is going to let Fury hug him and lean on him?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because Tyson Fury tried to do that with Francis Ngannou, and Francis Ngannou was like, "Man, get the fuck off me."
He's so much stronger though, bro. You know, like he's so strong, bro. Like this dude kept all the muscle. He wasn't able to cut all that weight with the muscle. Like he was gonna keep that muscle. He's gonna stay strong. He's a unique, strong fighter that doesn't know how to box, obviously. But Usyk, he don't got that strength, to really push Fury, like at least the way Ngannou did, and I feel like he's just gonna smother him. And this is the thing, though. Usyk has a lot of heart, and I feel like he's gonna, and he has a good IQ. Um, but this is the thing. Usyk knows all the fucking, like, I guess you want to call it the cheats. Like he knows how to cheat. He knows the little slick moves that he can do on a Usyk. Um, but I'm not betting on this fight. I'm
And let
not
me
betting
tell you
because
something, bro.
I want to bet
His
$100 on
name
Usyk.
is Otto
But
Wallin. You seen that fight?
yeah, I think that whenever I hear Tyson Fury having trouble, I think of that fight.
All
Yeah.
right. So let me tell you this, bro. All right. Let me tell you this. And I'm gonna tell you the truth, because I never lie to you guys. Tyson Fury fucking sucks.
You've said that plenty of times.
I've said this before. Tyson Fury sucks, bro. He is not a master boxer. He's a horrible boxer. Okay?
He's the best boxer.
Bro,
He sucks so much that he wins.
no, let me tell you why. Okay. First and foremost, when he fought Klitschko and beat him for all those titles, go watch that fight. And you tell me if that's how amazing fighters fight. Klitschko, okay, and I don't know, is maybe because he fights all of his fights in the Ukraine or in Russia or wherever he was fighting over there in Poland and all of these areas. But the dude Klitschko would cheat so often. He was an amazing athlete, a lot of bounce 1-2, but it would a 1-2, and when he missed his 2, he would lean all of his weight on you. That's illegal. No, Klitschko. That was illegal. When he couldn't do that against these smaller weight class fighters like Povetkin and stuff like that, when he finally fought someone his size, because the Klitschkos are like fucking supermen, bro. They're fucking chiseled, they're like Greek gods. Long story short, all the heavyweights were very short, and they all sucked during their reign. That's why people wanted to pay so much money for the brothers to fight one another. Because if Itali would lose, then the other one would fight Lennox Lewis and the so forth, whatever the case went. Long story short, it's called Wilden Mir finally fought somebody taller or equal size to him, like Tyson Fury. They put on the most boringest hug fest in the history of the sport of boxing. No one to this day rewatches that fight because it has replay value.
Who?
Okay? What do you mean?
What fight are we talking about?
Klitschko. So hold on. If you've never seen that fight, then you would know that those dudes aren't good fucking boxers. 2, Tyson Fury cheated in that fight, essentially. Or, he failed the drug test and he got banned from the sport for 2-3 years and he fled the country, right? And he weighed like 500 pounds. Wilder called him a fat fuck, X, Y, and Z.
Oh, wow.
And they fought.
I didn't know that.
Mistake. Deontay Wilder, just like the UK, during this time, they had no amazing fighters. Joshua was barely coming up, and Deontay Wilder, Deontay Wilder's resume sucks. I like the dude, but he sucks. He doesn't have good inside game. When he finally lost, he was a sore loser, could not accept defeat. But even then, he lost to a guy. Well, the first fight was a draw, right? But he lost to a guy that was 2-3 years removed from the sport and walked around like a whale, all right? Tyson Fury. That's who he fought to a draw, right? And besides those 2-3 knockdowns, Deontay Wilder had nothing. Here comes the second rematch, and Tyson Fury destroys Deontay Wilder. He shows him how to really fight, and he did roughhouse tactics. He punched behind the ear, illegal. He started to lean on him. He started to slap. These are all illegal punches, right? But everybody reveres Tyson Fury and puts him on this pedestal for horrible fighting just because he beat a black man. That's just the reality, bro. A lot of people like Ryan Garcia simply because they don't like Bill Haney because he's a black man. Again, I've been trying to show you guys the consistency. If Devin Haney right now was in a coma, would you still feel the same about Ryan's results of him being a drug cheat? Okay? And the reality is, if you start answering that question or ponder, then I'm going to ask you a situation. Then why do so many people feel sympathy towards Pritchard Colon when he was punched so many times behind the head? Go look at the comments. But everybody puts Tyson Fury up on this pedestal for doing the exact same thing, but they celebrate when Deontay Wilder gets knocked to the ground. It's the same fucking situation. In fact, Deontay Wilder had a popped eardrum and he had a big old indentation on his fucking skull for all those illegal blows that Fury was hitting them. If you guys don't believe me, you guys can watch some training footage of Ben Davidson telling Tyson Fury to hit behind the ear.
So are we saying Usyk is the best?
Behind the ear is basically behind the head. It's not a temple shot. Temple is in front of the ear. Anyway, whatever. So Tyson Fury is not that good of a fighter. And to your point with Francis Ngannou being so strong, he could not grapple with a grappler that knows how to grapple. He was getting spun and turned. Again, he showed the world, by the way, Tyson Fury lost that fight, okay? And they showed the world that he was horrible, and he got dropped by a dude with no professional fights, dog. With no boxing, no boxing experience. Look what Anthony Joshua just did to Francis Ngannou. Knocked him out in 2 rounds, bro. That's what you're supposed to do, and that's what Fury couldn't do. Now, I'm not saying
why
that
is AJ scared of him.
Usyk could do that to Francis Ngannou in the manner that Joshua did, but Alexander Usyk is an amazing boxer, undisputed in cruiserweight, and he beat Anthony Joshua twice. Fury, his whole career, has ducked Anthony Joshua. That's a fucking fact, okay? And the powers that be, to your point, I don't know if Usyk will beat Fury, but my heart and mind is going for Alexander Usyk. My mind because Usyk is the superior boxer. He's the consummate pro. He's never cheated or had to cheat or failed drug test, right? He's done things to properly beat Joshua twice, with Anthony Joshua being trained by a Mexican and Robert Garcia, who knows Alexander Usyk, who used to have him at his RGBA gym in Oxnard, who he eventually sold to the Russian Igor Klimas, and still Joshua could not beat him with that insider information. Usyk is that dude. Tyson Fury, on the other hand, I mean, I just kind of explained his whole career. Usyk should dominate him based on what I saw Wallin do. I don't know if it's gonna happen because, like I went on yesterday, everybody wants to see Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. If Usyk wins, they don't want to see a third fight versus Joshua because you already know what's going to happen. But everybody wants to see something that they haven't seen, and that's Fury versus
They want
Joshua.
AJ. They want AJ versus Fury.
The money wants that. Turkey Al-Sheikh wants that. Everybody wants it.
It's crazy.
And I'm like, why do you guys want that? Fury doesn't deserve it. But it is.
Yeah, dude. And this is the fight that's actually right for boxing right here. This is like, they got it right with this one. Fury versus Usyk. This is the fight that I've been wanting since, since these guys, since Usyk beat AJ twice. I was like, all right, give me this fight then. And then they start talking about AJ and Fury, and I'm like, you guys about to do anything to make that fight happen, huh? Like, they're gonna do the absolute most, bro. And that's why I'm like, you know what? I see what it is, and I just feel like fucking.
Yeah,
you make me want to go for Usyk now, honestly, because of that.
Tyson Fury, much like Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, that's probably a $500 million fight that it generates.
Which fight?
Wilder between Joshua at one point with Undisputed when they were both undefeated. Joshua versus Fury. That fight probably grosses $200 to $500 million worth
easily
of sponsorship money, ticket sales, pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, USA versus UK
does not generate that.
Yeah, no. That's more that they're doing the UK people a favor. Like, that's their fucking Super Bowl, and we're just over here like, really, bro? We all know Usyk is like number 1 or number 2, like the guy that you should be fighting, but they're I was gonna get into the Deontay Wilder stuff, but they didn't strike. They didn't strike when the iron was hot, and that's AJ's probably looking at.
They fumbled it. Like, when you look back at that situation, it don't matter if it's Shirley Finkel's fault or Shirley Winkle, as Eddie Hearn likes to call him. It don't matter if it's Eddie Hearn's fault. Joshua would have beaten Deontay Wilder. Joshua would have been undisputed.
Easy money.
You guys would have made so much fucking money. Now, in retrospect, Joshua lost it all, right? And for example, even besides that, sidebar, check this out. Francis Ngannou beat Tyson Fury, but your almighty, your highness, or whatever people like to call him, he robbed Francis Ngannou for Tyson Fury to fight Alexander Usyk, because this fight probably generates $200 million or so, and he wasn't gonna let a novice in Francis Ngannou beat Tyson Fury. He knocked him down, bro. He outboxed. I know that you got like they say that Francis Ngannou isn't a pro boxer, but if you watch that fight, you would be able to tell me that Tyson Fury was not the pro boxer. Everybody would think that Francis Ngannou was the pro. He had an amazing jab. He had a beautiful left hook. His counterpunching was good. His legs and ring general, and there was a fat, out of shape Tyson Fury trying to hold on for dear life, and he was like, God damn, this dude fucking knocked me. And they robbed him, bro. They robbed him. Bro, he won. Like, he didn't even win, bro. He that was embarrassing.
He did.
He robbed Francis Ngannou because, like this, they're most likely going to rob Usyk.
That's why.
Fumble the bag. Everybody wants to see. Joshua just knocked out Francis Ngannou in 2 rounds, and he showed the world what a pro fighter with heavyweight power is supposed to do to a novice, right? It's not even competitive. And then there was Tyson Fury. The same opportunity, and he fucking fumbled the bag. They had to pay up to people, the judges, hey, dude, give it to Fury, because you can't fucking undisputed between 2 undefeated fighters. And now we lead into this situation. And the context is Turkey Al-Sheikh, the man that everybody loves, but no one likes to question because he's throwing fat stacks of millions of dollars. He wants to see Joshua versus Fury. He does not want to see Usyk versus Joshua. the last two victors in their last bouts. He don't want that. I can
Yeah.
guarantee he doesn't want that.
Yeah,
If you
and honestly, bro,
don't want Usyk to win.
yeah, and honestly, I would like it's easy to think that way. You know, every country, every place, every country that these fighters fight at, it's different. You know, there's a different level of so-called
Pride is all the
uh
same, no matter what skin
yeah.
color you are.
But yeah, exactly. And like 2 nights ago, I was watching the Australian card, the Lomachenko fight, and I'm thinking like bro, like they didn't give what's his name the W, what's his name Maloney. They didn't give him the fight. They didn't give him the dub, and he's from that actual country, you know. And I'm thinking like, damn, they at least would have robbed the other guy for Maloney, you know. So not every country is willing to like give them the dub just because they're from that country. Even though Andrew Maloney did fucking win that fight and he was in his home country, they robbed another chick. They robbed a chick that night. The fight before that, it was a chick fight. Chikna Johnson against Minka
Nico
something, bro.
Hughes?
Minka Hughes, bro. I could have fucking won $600 if it wasn't for that.
What do you mean?
I could have won $600. I won this parlay. I almost won this parlay because Lomachenko got the knockout, and I got that, and then I
Wait, you
also
went
got
for the 42-year-old Minka Hughes
yes for
over Shanika Johnson?
Yes, that's my betting advice. That was my bet from what I got, And then I also, you know what? I bet on the what's that one fight that fuck, it was like a big like she was like a heavy, not hella heavy, but it was she just fought Amanda Serrano, Romero.
Erica Cruz.
Erica Cruz versus Romero. I got a lot of fucking talk saying that she was gonna lose that fight, and they ended up. I was like, damn, they're gonna rob that other chick. Like they didn't. Like I just felt like she did enough, but it ended up being a draw, right? So I was like, okay, it pushed my parlay, so I only had 3 more hits, and I got the Lomachenko, except that Minka Hughes one, and I'm like, fuck, like I could think that they're robbing their fighters or their own country, or they're robbing for their countrymen, but they just they just robbed their own countrymen in Andrew Maloney. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, so it's hard to think that way, Like these judges see their own perspective. I would like to think it's some kind of some low key, like some like some robbery shit, but I just feel like some of these judges just don't know boxing, and they're suckering these judges into believing like, hey, that's a jab right there. I got him right there.
I'm gonna tell you
And
this,
that's
bro.
what Tyson Fury is. Tyson Fury is extremely good at that, and he's extremely good at making it look like he's fucking you up. Like
Let
he's
me
good
tell
at
you
that.
something, Drew. You and me are in the wrong business, bro. You and me should become judges, bro.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Dude, you get fucking courtside seats, like better than front row, and you get to watch these amazing fucking fights. And like, what the fuck, dude? Anyway, excuse my language, guys. I know this is supposed to be a PG show, and disclaimer, you know what I mean? Remember,
but that's crazy, huh?
The homie Ricky 101 on your GameStop and your next purchase. Silent Hill 2 is gonna come out, and don't forget the homie Ricky 101, and use that for your GameStop account, and you get 5 credits. And Pachuco goes, Ibarra did good to the body. He was lacking a jab, though. I had the fight even. What?
Yeah. That was a robbery. That was the guy that Andrew Maloney got robbed from. That lost to. He lost to him.
I heard that Guevara threw and landed twice more than Maloney did.
Yeah, no, dude. It was such a back and forth fight. It makes you think that since he's from Australia, like this is that. If it was in America, it would have been a draw. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, why not? They're most likely gonna give it to Maloney. It's a close fight, close enough fight for him to get the win, and he's from Australia. He's got this in the bag. And I'm telling myself that in the 10th, 11th round. And I'm like, shit, they straight robbed him, bro. So it's hard to say that it's Australia is corrupt, or it's hard to say any country is corrupt unless you have a good case for it. But not when they're robbing their own countrymen. So I
Yeah.
think these judges are just stupid.
No, I
You know?
think actually, I think it was fair, bro. I didn't
Yeah.
watch the fight with Maloney, so I didn't get to see it. But with the Nina Hughes and Shernika Johnson, Shernika won, bro. I was like, dude, she's
Really?
winning 8-4, hands down. And then the fucking when they announced Nina Hughes, I was like, yo, bro, like how you guys have that? And then the dude was like, oh, dude, I fucked up. It was this other girl. I was
Wow.
like, dude, like that's messed up now, but like, dude, like she was wrong. And Pachuco,
I feel like I can sue.
he goes,
I feel like I
got
can
wrong
sue.
with my predictions. I had Canelo by decision and Loma by late night. Yeah, I had Loma by a knockout as well. I had Canelo by a knockout. I actually lost like $600 on Canelo by knockout.
Damn.
He just felt like I won the money with the Ryan Garcia fight over Devin, so I used that fight money to put on Canelo, and then I used $100 to put on Jaime because my dad wanted to put money on Jaime, and fucking Canelo felt sympathy. And this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say with this is Canelo should have knocked out Jaime, and the reason being is this: had Jaime had Canelo in that situation hurt and dropped, he's not carrying him to the distance. He's trying to make a name for himself. He's trying to show people and become undisputed. Jaime would have not held back from his punches, whereas Canelo did. He could have knocked out Jaime Munguia, but he didn't. He felt sympathy, and he was like,
Isn't that what I told you? Isn't that what I told you?
I don't know if you told me that, but that's just what I saw.
I said that. I said that in the predictions.
So I felt like, in a good sense, though, from a betting sense, I felt like he should have knocked them out because I would have won a lot of money, and I would have parlayed that into this Lomachenko fight over George Kambosos. But I'm also going to say this: I'm also kind of happy that Canelo didn't knock out Munguia, mainly because it was nice to see that Canelo just isn't an asshole. You get what I mean? Because ever since Canelo has learned English, it's mother work you this, mother work you that, mother, you know what I mean? And it's just like, damn, bro, like all you know is bad words. What happened to just being calm and cool? And now you're just this fucking asshole that likes to pick on 50 and 60-year-old men, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. It was nice to see just that level of respect. When we talk about the gentleman sport, that was very gentleman-like of Canelo when he had an angst to prove and a shoulder to prove, chip on his shoulder to really dismantle Jaime Munguia and basically dig him up with a dig him up celebration, and just kind of like talk shit to Oscar De La Hoya, and he didn't. It was like, I'm gonna carry you, and boom. So in a betting sense, yeah, I wish I would have won the Canelo knockout, but also like just in orgullo, just pride sense, I'm like, good shit, bro. Like, thank you for being gentleman like. Adi Mehdi goes Shanika Coconut Johnson. What an amazing fight.
But do you know she actually...
My prediction for Saturday, El Vaquero Emmanuel Navarrete by KO within 9 rounds. Usyk versus Fury will turn into a snoozer once Fury gets hit with a good shot. That's really good. I can agree with that.
I can agree too. Yeah.
To me, it looked like Munguia turned out to be tougher than Canelo expected. Munguia hit Canelo with a clean body shot in round 9 and didn't complain when it was low. Very good point. I would say this. I had Jaime Munguia winning 1, 2, 3, and the 9th round. Once he got dropped in the 4th, it took him basically 4th, 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, like in between rounds, just to regain his confidence. And he came back really good in the 9th. And then 10, 11, and 12, it was a wash. So it was like 8 rounds to 4 plus the knockdown, which makes it 8 rounds to 3 essentially. Jaime did really good. Like I tried to tell you guys, him with Freddie Roach is going to be a great combination and a great pairing for years to come. Munguia has learned so much from Freddie, and Freddie Roach has got into the mind of Munguia to make him disciplined with a tactical approach and without being stupid. The 4th round is where Munguia, he had a fucking hiccup. He was doing well, and then he just fucking without retreating, and boom, throw my way. But bitchy uppercut through the chops, sit your ass down. And Canelo could have finished him right then and there, but
yeah,
just
so many times.
And it is what it is. Adi Mehdi goes, I'm excited to see Giovanni Santillan, fight Brian Norman Jr., Richard Torres, and Kid Kansas, Emiliano Vargas, Charlie Jonathan Lopez, and Johnny Mansour debuts. And if I'm not mistaken, Adi Mehdi, all of those fights are taking place on the undercard this Saturday, right? Of El Vaquero. I think it's a stacked card, bro.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, Charlie Sheehy, he's a Bay Area cat. I think he's in San Francisco. Dude's he's good, bro. I like his 1-2 jab. I love his feints. He needs a little more aggression because he can sometimes put on a stinker once he gets hit with some tough stuff, but he's beating a lot of good, tough dudes. Johnny Mansour, I haven't
heard
of him. Kid
I've heard of him. Johnny Mansour?
You've heard of him?
Yeah. He fought Keone. He fought Keone in the amateurs.
Oh, okay.
Keone going pro too pretty soon, bro. This year.
Oh, really?
Yup.
Hey, Speed, talking about that, bro. You earlier today you were gonna tell me that Alex is gonna go pro.
Oh yeah. He's going pro too.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. You go ahead, Speed. What's up, Speed?
Oh, good evening for ladies and gentlemen. Good evening for to one and all. And thank you very much, homie Ricky, for inviting Warp Speed. Yep, you heard it right. Alex from the Rock Boxing Gym. He's about to turn 18 years of age as of 2 weeks from now. And the first thing he told me is he wants to go pro. Kid has probably like a good 60-65 fights under his belt. He's very good, very reliable, very complicated individual who can put it down in different ways. He can be a good outboxer. He can be a come forward aggressor. He knows what to do because of that ring IQ. But he told me that he can't wait to become a pro. And I told him, because my son turned 18, but he has way less experience than Alex. I asked him when, and he said 18 and a half. So give him 6 months, guys, and this guy's going pro. And I promised him that I was going to make him his very first video. His pre-fight, fight, backstage, the whole fight, and of course nice editing. I sometimes I do rush jobs just in case just to put out the content, because that's really what matters. But for this kid, I'm gonna really put him out there. I'm gonna make a nice little video, and I hope that you guys can join us when we put him up there on the spotlight.
Hey,
I feel you. Hold on. ID Medi goes, number 1, Haney Pack. That's the name of the song track. It's really the Haney diss. Number 2, I See You, Arrow diss. 3, You Pay Me, featuring Derrick James. 4, Bohemian Grove interlude. 5, Popping Dirty, featuring Canelo. 6, Y'all Thought I Was Crazy? Bro. Number 8, Save the Children, featuring God 9. Stop the Fight, featuring Bill Haney. Number 10, The Real Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya diss. And number 10, No Diddy, featuring Gervonta Davis. And number 12, On My Knees, a Tank tribute. Dude, that's fucking funny, bro.
Wait. Is that for real, though? Is that for real, or is that Adimedi just being a troll god? Because he's hilarious, bro.
No, that's a troll. Like that would be like, because Ryan Garcia's on tour, so
yeah,
the album should be called something like that. Like, dude, that would be like, you should text Ryan Garcia that shit.
Yeah. It'll go, bro. It'll absolutely become a real thing, because that is hilarious. Not only is it hilarious, those are great titles for songs,
Dude, those are fantastic titles. that's fucking, dude. Like it's funny, but that would actually be just great. Like, talking about maximizing your moment. Like, Ryan should do that. Shit's fucking funny, dude. El Pachuco goes, I'm always impressed at how young these kids turn professional. I was a fucking punk at age 18. Mucho respeto para esos guerreros.
Yeah. Well, I was, if it makes you feel any better, Pachuco, I was a punk, like literally a punk, in 2 ways more than one, right?
He was like, "Cause tonight will be the night." You
I
don't
don't
know
know
that
about
song?
that. No, I don't know about. No, I
It's a
don't know
punk
about
rock
that song.
song.
Really? By what band?
Green Day.
Oh, Green Day. Okay, okay. Yeah, all right.
Yo,
So
I
I'm
know
not
Green
too sure
Day.
what. Yeah, so I know the first album, Dookie, and I forget the other one, right? But yeah, Green Day was cool. Green Day is what I grew up with. Hilarious that you brought up Green Day because
Because I made that up right now. Go ahead.
oh God. Anyways, Arimeti, I ain't lying to you. You should tag Ryan with that title. I assure you, he will do it. He will do it because that's legendary hilarity right there that you just brought up, man. I would buy an album if it says some stupid things like that. Titled like that, that's actually quite genius. El Pachuco, I actually used to be a punk rocker. Like I used to play the drums in a punk rock band. So when you say used to be a punk at 18, I used to be a punk at like 14, 15, you know? So yeah, that's
Crazy.
hilarious. Yeah, here's another way I was a punk. I
You painted your
never.
nails black.
Yeah, well, yeah. Of course, that was just always. But
You,
the thing is, I never really liked to fight. Right? I guess you can say that a punk, if you want to think of a punk like a person that's not, feisty, doesn't really want to get into any kind of problems. Yeah, I never backed down from a fight. I tried to de-escalate so I wouldn't get into fights. But yeah, I was literally a punk in two ways. One, I didn't want to fight, and two, I actually played drums for a punk rock band. But
Hey man, you got beat up with a guy with no knuckles.
yeah, but you should have seen that knuckle. No, no, no. What are you talking about? That's all he
you
had.
should have
He
seen
had
that
knuckle.
knuckle.
No, he had knuckle. That's all he had. He had knuckle. And he beat me up. One hand was full and complete. He had 5 fingers, and the other one he only had the thumb, and everything else was just like a big, huge double knuckle. It was like he was born with his fingers bent in and just become like a big old mess. He had one hand, just a big old knuckle, and yeah, he beat me up. But it was a legendary beat up. Like he became a legend there because he beat me up, and I had gotten quite a few good names on him. But I won't mention the name of that individual there. But if he ever listens, he'll be like, "I know who Warp Speed is."
Hey, you told the story like 10, 20 times already.
I know. I never tire out of telling how that guy just landed every single punch on me that he wanted, and I couldn't land one. I cannot imagine how I couldn't land one. But yeah, he just he knew what he was doing. But and then of course I was under a bunch of pressure. Everybody wanted to see that fight. He started to hop and everybody started to boo. So I got the mental pressure on me to perform. So all I did was throw a stupid punch just to say that it was an official fight, and he just took off from there. But oh God, here comes Sadie Medi saying he wants to know what a punk is for those over there in Thailand. One day he's from Yugoslavia, the next day he's from I think Chile, and now he's in Thailand. This guy right here. Uh, yeah, you know what? But Pachuco, it's punk music is, especially the kind of punk rock that we used to play. Like we didn't play elaborate, more melodic, no effects kind of punk rock. It was more like Revolucion X, which is a Chiapas based Mexican hardcore band. It's just basically that's all the drum does, and the other guy is just with the guitar going and then screaming, right? The band was called Mrs. Krabappel, from the teacher from Bart Simpson's teacher. Yeah, that's what the band was called. Short lived. I played, well, I think it moved on for like a good 2 or so years, but I was just like the first drummer, and I was never reliable because I was messing with my life, man, just doing drugs and smoking weed. And this guy really wanted somebody that he could rely on, and of course he found someone. And you know, this is the guy that I told you guys. He was a white guy who had like pasty, gummy skin, and he could stretch his nose like 3 inches. Like, what? It was
Whoa.
incredible. Yeah, and no, if he got the skin on his neck, like he could,
Oh, it's all good.
And he
could
was
pull
collecting
this,
points too, no?
huh?
Nothing, bro.
No. This guy could peel. This guy could pinch the skin of his neck and move it forward and cover his lip with it.
No, because you were like, it's because he has a long nose too, huh? So I was collecting
No,
points.
no. I don't know what condition that is, but it's super stretchy skin, super stretchy, elastic skin, like an excess type of skin. And it wasn't because he was overweight and then he lost weight. No, it was just incredible. I don't know what it was, like gummy or something like that. But ladies and gentlemen, I do want to ask you guys something, right?
You like that joke?
Which
Yeah,
joke?
it's funny. I wasn't just.
What?
Nothing, dude. Nothing.
Nah, I
Keep
wasn't
going.
trying to laugh. I wasn't trying to laugh over you.
What was your question, Speed?
Oh well, okay. So do you guys see my icon there? That's Shernika
Nah,
Johnson.
it's being blocked right now by the comment by Ed Medi.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure if you could bring it up, but homie Ricky, I don't want to be blasphemous, but I was cheering on for Shernika Johnson, even though I know that Nina Hughes, even though she doesn't have a big record, she is a very feisty, capable individual. You know why I wanted Shernika to win? Can you look at that picture and tell me? Well, wait, I'm not gonna say yes or no. First, because this is probably gonna make you feel bad after I say it. But who does Shernika Johnson look like? Right there, a very famous image that means a lot for people such as myself.
Selena?
No, close. A
Close.
brown-skinned, beautiful woman that
I don't know.
people pray to.
Mona Lisa?
No, nobody prays to Mona Lisa. Come on, Drew's all over the place. Like I wonder if he has like.
I don't know.
Really? Oh, I guess nobody here is a Catholic, huh?
Nah, I'm Christian, bro.
Look like the Virgin Mary.
That's not Virgin Mary. It said Virgen de Guadalupe. She
I
looks
know.
a lot. She looks like the Virgen de Guadalupe. And every time I looked at that image, I was
Nah,
like,
she doesn't.
"What are you guys talking about? What?" Oh man. Anyways, I wanted Shernika to win.
Stay away.
We used to want Shernika to win because she looks like La Virgencita de Guadalupe from right there. El Pachuco Steaks, that reminds me of a white dude with the name of Dusty. We used to call him Polvoso. Noelia. Borps, do you listen to any Maná songs? Yeah. I back in the day when I was coming up as a punk rocker, before when Spanish, or what did you call it, rock en español, was becoming a thing. Yeah, I used to listen to Maná. Maná has incredibly catchy songs, right? But yeah, Mr. Vince Vargas, I absolutely listen to Maná. They're a very great band. I used to listen to Los Fabulosos Cadillacs. We used to listen to Caifanes before they changed their name to Jaguares, which I never got. I never listened to Jaguares ever after that. Caifanes, I did. El Tri. We used to listen to Ataque 77, Los Más Turbados, El Otro Yo, Los Planetas. We used to listen to all those bands, Revolución X, all these bands that nobody even remembers, because that's been 30 years now. In fact, I was listening to an album by Los Planetas from Spain. They're like pop punk, but they're just incredibly good and melodic, fantastic music. And I realized that it was 30 years old, that album. So I used to be like a 15-year-old kid listening to these guys, and now I'm thinking, man, I remember when I used to huff gasoline and listen to punk rock and drum and bass in the darkness of my room, just being a depressed teenager listening to these guys. And now I'm like a 45-year-old guy with kids and, raising these little brave warriors, and they've never once said one bad word. And I was just thinking about the time when oh God, this is embarrassing. and I think it was 2001. The city of well, in fact, all of the United States, they wanted to promote what they called Mardi Gras night. You know, Mardi Gras is this celebration that takes place in New Orleans, uh, in New Orleans, Louisiana, and they wanted to promote this night all over the United States. So they had I think Stockton, and then Fresno, and then Los Angeles, and all these cities all over the U.S. They decided that they were going to have Mardi Gras night. Right now, you got to understand one thing about Mardi Gras, guys. Mardi Gras, there's things that happen there, right? There's drinking in public, walking down the strips. There's women taking off their blouses, showing their breasts, and then all these drunk guys are throwing these beads. And the woman of the night is the one who has like her neck just covered in all these beads, right? Guys give beads to the woman who flashes their breast the most. So we didn't know anything about that, but the people in New Orleans, they're used to it, right? They've been doing it for like hundreds of years or whatever. So to them, they know the rules. The woman shows the breast. These guys throw these beads, and once in a while, there's going to be a drunk guy that's going to get out of line, and they'll check him. But if you're new to this, you think anything goes, right? You think there's no rules. So we had this Mardi Gras night in this picturesque town of Monterey, California. The very first one and the only Mardi Gras that ever took place, right? Now, everybody goes over there, and this thing is supposed to go from like 5 o'clock to 10. 10 comes around, people are still drinking and walking down the strip. The businesses are starting to like close because all these smokers are coming out, and everybody's getting this bad vibe, right? Because the men are not respecting the women. They're fondling the women and doing all this extra stuff, right? And the women start complaining. And of course, some of the more respectable guys start telling the other guys, hey, calm down. Let these women just do their thing, right? Now, you can look at it one way. If you're already the type of woman that's disrespecting yourself by exposing yourself out, that maybe you don't merit any kind of respect. Me, I'm okay with it. You can have your fun. I don't need to disrespect you, but I understand that there's going to be an idiot here and there, right? But people started to fight about these things. Then they started to throw, punches and whatnot. Then the police started to show up, and the police started to push everybody out and try and drive them away. Okay, guys, party's over, but nobody wants to leave. And then there's this instigator. He's walking around with this boombox and a microphone, and he's just instigating. The cops are here. They're trying to take away our freedom. Dude, this is Mardi Gras. We're here to party. Yeah, don't let yourself. So what happens is the cops start smoke bombing everybody. They just start throwing all these smoke bombs, and then we start throwing back at them. Long story short, ladies and gentlemen, a riot kicked off. Now, mind you, I'm a punk rocker, right? And I'm not gonna say what I did. I'm not gonna say what I did. I'm not gonna say what I did. But it's like the Clash song says, right? I fought the law and I won. Man, I used to be a scumbag when I was a kid. But anyways, guys, I was just like, man, yeah, Mardi Gras. There you go.
Man, take this conversation over to Warp Speed, bro. We're talking boxing here, bro. Adi Medigo, Sweet Cheeks is far from a virgin. Yo, Warp, that was a huge stretch. Stretchier than that nose.
Oh, God.
And
yeah, no,
that dude from Ana saying the Mexican national anthem for Canelo versus Munguia fight. That was nice. Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. Someone's saying good, though. But Mana's like, to me, like the Linkin Park, but for Spanish, El Pachuco goes, Cafe Tacuba came out with some good albums.
Yeah. Yeah, Café Tacuba.
Followed it up with talking about Shernika. It reminded me that my doctor told me that I had to eat more ass for some reason. He told me, tienes que comer más ano. That's funny, dude.
Oh my God, man. I think it meant ajo. No. Oh God, man.
Look, dude. Before you went on to this whole diatribe and soliloquy about you being a badass punk rocker and all these things, and like you had long hair and painted your nails and put white powder on your face.
And what else?
What the hell were you gonna tell us about some boxing, bro? You were gonna say something.
Oh, so yeah, guys, I missed everything.
Yeah.
So you were talking about you were talking about
professional
Alex
fights.
who wants to go pro at 18 and a half. Like,
Yeah. So so he's supposed to eat masano.
Wow. Bro, that was
Listen-
15 minutes. 15 minutes of nothing. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh
Go ahead.
yeah, listen to this guy. Like this guy's just like a bastion of wisdom right here. I just wanted to tell you basically that little rant right there that sometimes we don't deserve our rights. Long story short, this is what Ari Medi meant to say, or maybe he meant comer más sano. Eat healthier, not más sano. Yeah, Ari Medi. I think he probably meant that, man. He wants you to eat healthier. So, okay, this is what I meant to say. You guys are trying to insinuate that His Excellency.
No. We're
Mr.
talking about the 18-year-old. The 18-year-old.
18-year-old.
Yeah, Alex. Hold on, before you get.
Oh yeah.
His
So-
Excellency. Did Alex fight this Saturday? Did he win?
So, like it is most of the time, guys, you guys already know because I know you guys have been in the pro circuit. Sometimes fights fall through the crack. And this was one of those fights. Alex was supposed to fight. In fact, he was going to be the co-main event. And his opponent, he decides not to show up. Just decides not to show up, decides to forfeit the fight. So that means that there's one fight of ours down. Now, who decides to step up to the ring?
That's
Oh,
who?
well, I mean, not to replace him, but Damian Vargas, another fighter that I'm promoting. Hint. I'm promoting Damian Vargas, and a fighter that had his very first sanctioned and recorded fight. A little guy, probably like 11 years of age, and he lost. And Damian Vargas, you guys just have to wait to see what happens in that fight. You tell me, if it wasn't a good fight. But Alex, his fight fell through the cracks, and he didn't get to fight.
That sucks.
Yeah, no, that's what it
absolutely
is. That's how it is in the amateurs. That happens a lot. You almost can't blame. You can't blame. Like really, like anybody. Like, yeah, they don't have. Yeah. 18, like a minor, like doesn't have control of his life yet. Like it's usually like something with the parents or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was just it was upsetting because he's very fun to watch, and he has a lot of experience. So you know that if you have 50 fights under your belt, the other guys are gonna be open fighters where they're gonna have similar fights like that, right? And so they're gonna come with their A game. In fact, Alex is so good, and so is Damian Vargas, that whenever people are in town trying to get some fight for certain fighters, they'll come and spar these guys just to get acclimated to some of the fight styles out there. But I was very disappointed. But at least I had an opportunity to talk to him because he had extra time. I talked to him, and he told me about his plans to go pro. Again, he's turning 18 years of age in 2 weeks. He doesn't want to wait anymore to just fight as an amateur for
He
nothing.
wants to make money.
He wants to make money. He wants to take that next step forward. Now, here's the thing, guys. I do not know if our coach or our gym is very well familiarized with the pro game, right? Because it's a different game. Like there's so many other levels of complexity that you have to overcome, right?
But let me give you some pointers though. This fighter, Alex, right? That's his name. That's the name, Alex, right? Speed.
Yeah, no, it is Alex. Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy, Alex, has to be one of the most like he's actually the most polished fighter that coach has had in a minute. You know, there's been other fighters that he's had, but they're Guile. There's little Guile. He was explosive ass fighter. He
Mhm.
was one of coach's friends, but this guy Alex, he's
Mhm.
got footwork, and he's not. He doesn't look like he fights out of Salinas. Usually, like Salinas fighters are taught a little different. He's more like Ruben Villa esque a little bit,
Mhm.
you know, um,
Mhm.
but just in a more dangerous weight class and a lot. Or I think they're about the same. No, he's actually like my height, so yeah, he has a lot of muscle to put in, but like this is it's different with Alex though. Like
Mhm.
Alex has a lot of potential because he's actually like he's polished, and it looks like he's not he looks like the most polished in our gym pretty much. But
Mhm.
I've seen other polished fighters come in into our gym, but they go into the workforce, you know, or like and they start working, and then they come back and they're in and out, and then they're just not the same after that.
Yeah.
um their coach has had golden glove champions go through the gym, but I don't think he's won like a state golden gloves, you know. And I sparred that the last golden glove champ. He was the shit, bro. But I seen him go to a certain level, and he couldn't get past. But Alex can actually do that and actually go to the national level. You know, he
Mhm.
hasn't done that yet, but I think putting him, uh, say he goes to a Las Vegas gym, because he gets comfortable a lot, you know. But for him, for a kid to be interested in the boxing, you gotta keep it, make it fun for him, and
Mhm.
for him to not get bored or let the mental fatigue get to him. Like, bro, there ain't shit to do in Salinas, and for him to keep his like head straight and his like everything good, and he didn't get into any other bullshit. Like I got into smoking weed. He's not getting to none of that. Like it looks like he has a good set of friends. Like he only like really talks to like Damien when he's in there, but there's no almost like you're not even supposed to talk when you're training, but Damien and him and Alex are like the two hardest workers like in the whole entire gym. But Alex got he's like you could tell he's doing things without even thinking about it. He'll move to the left, put his hand up, and I see him, and but to him it's not a big deal. He's like that. It doesn't even look like he's thinking. He's just like boom, hand up on the face, keep the phone up and hold the phone, and he's doing that without no one to really telling him. And that's like key for me.
That's
Like
ring IQ.
yeah, and he does. You know how like you see fighters like shadow box, and you're looking
Mhm.
at the little things that they do, and they're like, boom, they'll just put their hand on their cheek. I remember growing up at my uncle's gym, seeing a bunch of their pro fighters, and they the way they shadow box, like they're talking to other people, but their hand movement, their body movement, it's like they're molded like that, like without even thinking. Alex, he could tell. He's got that muscle memory. He's got the movement, and looks like he's been doing it for, or he has been doing it for, fuck. How I think, dude, I've been going there since. Well, I was out, right? But when I first went there at Rock Boxing, I was 18 years old, and I was a year in. I remember seeing the little Alex. So he like
Yeah, yeah.
he was 10 years
13.
but he started the same time I think as me. I'm already 29, you know? So he's
Oh.
so this guy's been doing it for at least 10 years, bro. And that's the right age. He's about to turn 18. They say around 8 to like 12 years old is when you're really supposed to start. So that's there's a lot of talent coming out of Salinas though that we haven't heard of. But just because Ruben Villa effect, he's like getting all these kids motivated and shit, and I see the a new wave of talent coming through.
Oh no, definitely, definitely, and that's what I meant to say. Dream. I meant to say that with the activity that's going on at the Rock Boxing Gym, I think it's happening so quickly, right? That I don't know if it's gonna catch us off guard. Like if it's gonna catch Danny off guard, if it's gonna catch Coach Cobra off guard,
Oh
right?
no, he's
Because
gonna see it.
Yeah, because see, here's the thing though. I mean, it's not just working harder and everything. It's doing more, right?
Mhm.
Taking on different tasks, growing past the challenges that the nearby cities propose. I mean, obviously, there's work all over California. We're talking about one of the biggest states in the U.S., right? But there's different styles being taught in different boxing clubs, right? You have the Central Coast of California come forward aggressors, some of the hardest workers. Like the Rock, you can't beat the Rock. That's one thing. I can tell you, anywhere you go, hundreds of miles in circumference, you cannot
Mhm.
outwork the Rock.
Well, guess
Right?
what?
That's one thing.
The workouts that we do, oh, because I go to the Rock Boxing Gym, they
Yeah.
are the same workouts that they do at the police academy. Did you know that?
No, I've never been in the police academy. No.
Well, I mean, it's on YouTube. Like, you'll see the way it's set up. It's the same way, but it's these, uh, yeah, it's the same way. Little, not too much weight, uh, little intervals where you're, working out for 30 seconds, boom, switch, you know. And by the time you're done with the circuit, you probably got like two more, So it's the hardest workouts, Like I lose weight all the time, just going.
Yeah, yeah, no. I mean, of course, the weight loss is one of the things, right? But
Hmm.
it's not only that, it's the push. It's the push. It's the constant push. It's not the coddling of their childish ways, because there are little kids to start off just for the fun of it, right? He
Yeah.
doesn't coddle these guys. He doesn't treat them with kid gloves. If they're there, they're gonna work hard, and he does
Yeah.
not accept any kind of mediocrity. And you're gonna come out there sore, and it's not even gonna take a long time before all of a sudden you're a fit specimen, right? Um,
And he
but
treats
for the
everyone like men,
yeah, 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 exactly. But the thing is
regardless
this:
of the age. Yeah, go ahead.
if you're gonna box, he's extra hard on you, right? And but here's the
Yeah.
thing, though: the people around you get encouraged. Like, for example, okay, I'm just gonna say it, right? Like, well, I mean, if you've been following close enough, you'll probably piece everything together. Damien, the fighter that I've been promoting the most, the ones that I put up his videos, of course, the access I have is because he's my son, right? So Damien has a lot of respect, not only in our gym, because it starts right there, right? Like,
Yeah.
everybody gets to see him perform. Everybody sees how beloved he is. Like, everybody likes him. Everybody respects him. All the kids, all the little kids, all the teenagers, they like him. Even all these other guys that are grown up men and everything, they have to look at his work ethic and admire him, because although they may have been doing it longer and they may be stronger and whatnot, they don't go in the ring, right? And my son, he doesn't have a lot of experience. I mean, in general, I think he's been going there for 2.5 years. I started him off real late, really, really late. But he's really worked very well under the coach, and he's gotten a lot of sparring sessions with Alex, a guy that has like 6 times his experience, and has been doing it for, like you said, I don't know, 10 years, right? Like about 7 years more than my son. Um, the coaches respect, and the fighters that actually decide to step in the ring and start going the amateur route, and everybody understands what's going on. Everybody sees that not only are they there to be strong men and women, but if you are a fighter, you're gonna get recognized. And it's just the only thing that I fear, Dream, is that, and I had a talk with one of the other coaches on the side, right? He was telling me like, hey, so what do you think is going to happen with Damien? And I told
Mhm.
him, well, he's a grown man now. I know he really respects and values my opinion, but the thing is this: he's a man, and he's proven that he doesn't need me to tell him what to do. He does the right thing all the time. I trust him in his opinion. He can do whatever he wants whenever he's ready, and I'll trust him. But he was talking about mostly like, is he gonna go pro and is he gonna stay with us? Right? It was,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, because that's
yeah.
what happens.
Well,
That's what
because
happens.
he's
You know this.
because
You know everybody in Salinas. The guys that are coming out on television, they all have gone through the Rock or another one of our trainers from the city, and then to make the next move, they have to leave to the more well-connected political guy in town. And I told them the honest truth, right? I told them that if I don't see enough development, I'm gonna have to do something about it.
yeah,
But
yeah,
that we're gonna
Wow.
never forget. We're never gonna
Wow.
forget what The Rock has done for us, right? And The Rock will know that we're gonna pay them back. But uh, once you outgrow, and I said he's the coach, Danny has to be in our corner, but there is probably going to be some other things that we're going to have to work on because we need to, because there are going to be limitations, just because of being in a small town, travel expenses and whatnot. He's going to be there, but mostly what I've been trying to get at is this: I want Rick to be a trainer, and I think Rick, if he became a co-trainer or the head trainer, my son would excel,
I
right?
can't, bro. I have acne.
no, but like I think yeah, in a
Listen,
sense
hold
you're
on, hold
kind
on,
of
hold on.
right.
Time out, time out. Hold on. Listen, bro. Listen. You said something that
Broke his
the,
heart.
the gym is moving too fast. That I don't know if these coaches are gonna get caught off guard. What you mean by that, bro?
So, okay, homie Ricky, it's like this, right? Um,
Bro, what's up with
this
my
video that I
internet,
uploaded,
bro?
this
Damn.
video that I uploaded last week, right, about this Argentine fighter. His name is Jonathan Sosa, who ends up basically, being frozen as he's being toppled over, and then he gets this seizure, right? This fighter is a fighter that has nearly 30 fights, and he fights this one guy who has only 5 professional fights. Now, the Argentine comes over here and he gets utterly destroyed in the first round. There's some controversy there, but long story short, the matchmaking, right? The matchmaking is a complication. How do you know who's out there if you haven't fought or traveled out into the States to know who's connected, who's the up and comers? You have to understand that when you take a fighter on with a record of, 1-1, you know, are they really 1-1? Or do they have 10 years more experience than you, but they just barely went professional late? Are they way more skillful, but their record betrays that? There's just those kind of intricate and complex things that you have to factor that I don't know if our local gym has ever been in that level to really factor all of these things in. Because another thing that you have to do, right, besides try to make a fighter start off on a good positive note by becoming victorious, you also have to protect their health. And a lot of the protection of the health comes by proper matchmaking. You don't want to match him too hard, just because then you could utterly destroy a career, right? So you have to be able to know the insider game in order to know how to matchmake him. And a lot of the times you may not even be in control of the matchmaking. Maybe you're just going
You're
to be under
not.
the pressure. Exactly. So you have to decide for your fighter, this is the fight to take on at that moment. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Got you,
Are
got you. So I understand what you're saying. So basically,
Yeah.
just to summarize this coded way of speaking, is what you're saying is this: in order to have a career, you got to sign with the guys that have a career. In order to sign with the guys that have a career, you have to jump ship, right? It's basically what you're saying. Because look, Alex and Damon, if they were to stay with The Rock and Coach Danny, they're not going to be able to match make their opponents because they don't have that type of pull. They don't have that
Yeah,
type of influence. They don't
yeah,
have that money to cherry pick opponents for these guys to get knocked out.
exactly.
They
And
don't.
that
And not
can I add some?
especially if they were to have their first couple of fights in Mexico, they're going to be fighting the tough Mexican fighters that do have that pull and influence. This isn't a situation where I'm 6'1", Mexican American, 154 pounds, fucking built and shredded, and then I go to Mexico and I fight, you know, a guy who's 5'4" and weighs 175 pounds, and he just dropped off 10 people to, you know, the bar because he has to make ends meet. You get what I'm saying? Because there's no 6'2" Mexicans that weigh 154, and if they are, there are anomalies like Zurdo, or you get what I'm saying? At that weight class,
can I give him an example?
Hold on. At that weight class where Alex and Damien fight, there's a lot of Mexicans, and a lot of those Mexicans that have and walk around that weight class, 122 to, you know, 135. Those vatos están chingones, bro. Those guys are tough. So you're not going to have the ability to do cherry pick and knock out these, you know, these fighters that, you know, go to the gym once a day because, you know, they just want to sharpen up a little bit. No, they're going to be fighting the consummate pros and the best ones that Mexico has to offer, you know. But sometimes, you know, you do have that influence in that poll. So we're in the situation where Coach Danny has 3-4 professional fighters that they can go pro, and then they can bring those fighters on a consistent basis to that small venue and that, you know, ballroom in Tijuana, and you can constantly make relationships with those people. All I'm going to advise you is this: do not sign any contracts. Do not get tied down. Okay, whether you like it or not, Coach Danny has been very professional, very generous, right? But don't feel like also this, you essentially owe them anything, right? Because they get paid, right? They get paid off, you know, our expense of your kid, you know, fighting for free. Your kid don't get paid money, but in return, they help you get, you know, gym fees and gym dues for free or whatever the case may be. And you get experience at this facility, but their venue is why they're able to expand, right? The people that go and support, whether it's the tias, the abuelos, that's what you pay in return for the gym fees. So don't feel, to your point, like, oh, you know, like you said, you leave that question mark where you're like, you know, it depends upon my son's health. If I don't see that he's progressing enough and getting fucking rocked, then it's, you know, you have to make some business like decisions. But I'm gonna say this: Coach Danny has experience in the professional game. You know what I'm saying? He has Luis Chavez, who I was just talking to the other day, who's 4-0, and we were just talking about life and things of that nature. And then whatchamacallit, he has with another guy named Jose Marin. He was also 2-0. He lost it. No, not anymore, because he retired because he lost his first fight. But, you know, a lot of the time these guys started late, and these are the guys that I used to spar. So Coach Danny has experience with having fighters, and Jose Marin fought under Top Rank, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, he had Jorge Maravillo at one time, and then there was that kid, what's his name, Justin Serrano, or one of them, Serrano kid. Yeah, he was also sparring there as well. So don't get it twisted. You know, they have experience and they have the connects, but the reality is this: you're not going to be able to cherry pick opponents. And even then, iron sharpens iron. And if you lose your first bout, I think Juan Manuel Marquez and Bernard Hopkins lost their first fight. So it's not like a big end of the world. You know what I mean? It's just about making sure
it's a
that
barometer.
yeah, I think it's just all about look, you guys were talking about Alex and Damien for a little bit. Sorry, guys. I know that we deviated and we're supposed to be talking about these big fights and Ryan Garcia and all of these things. But I'm going to say this. Defense. The difference that separates Alex. And for those that don't know who Alex and Damien are, we have a couple other videos here and stuff. And also these guys that are here that you see in this title, Robert Guerrero Jr. and Giovanni Cruz. Robert Guerrero is actually just 2-0. He's from Gilroy. He's obviously the Robert Guerrero, the Ghost's son. And then Gio Cruz will probably be turning pro as well. And he's with Ruben Villa. But long story short, the difference that separates Alex and Damien, bro, is defense. Alex protects himself every single time in exchanges.
That's what I was saying.
Where Damien gets caught. So no, it's not. I think, Drew, you were saying it's the ability that, oh, he just does this, you know, naturally, and, you know, he's moving to the left and puts his hand to the left. Nah, man. He's well schooled. Whoever his trainers are, when obviously it could be Coach Danny, and it could also be his father, and they coach at the gym or their garage. Obviously experience and time, but he's got great fight instincts. He's
I mean,
got
that's what
great
I mean.
punching. Yeah, no, he's good. It doesn't just come natural. Like, no, that's technique. That's educated. That's
But it's
drilling.
muscle memory. He does it without. He does it while he's talking. Is like
Because
like
10
he doesn't need
years.
to he doesn't need to think about it.
Because yeah, of course, but like they do think about it. It just how they think about it is
Of course
much
they do.
quicker. How yeah, no, how they think about
You're
it is
gonna
much
agree with me
quicker.
and then disagree.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
kidding.
because it kind of sounded like you were saying like, oh, he's moving these ways and he's dropping his left, and it's like, no, not the Alex that I see. The Alex that I see, he's ready to go pro. There's just a little bit of moments where he needs to like,
I didn't say he
power.
wasn't.
No, his power. That's kind of what he sounded like. It sounded like, oh, he's dropping his left. And when I'm watching
Okay.
him, but whatever. It might have been just a mispronunciation of words, or maybe I
Yeah.
misheard. But no, he's more than ready. It's just at the same time, he's more ready than Damien is, because he's been competing 6 times and like 3 times the amount of years and more so. So that, like I always try to tell your my nephew, like, or your son, Speed, there's no rush, dude. Alex might turn pro at 18 or 18 and a half, and your son can go pro at 22, but now he's ready at 22. You see, there's that song by Chente. It don't matter how we get there, but that we get there, right? And some people, can be millionaires at the age of 12, and they can fucking recite the all the presidents in order and whose family were who and X, Y, and Z, and you can do it at age 40. It don't matter, but it's that you get there and that you always try. So there's no rush in terms of competing somebody that's gonna get there sooner. Like, don't feel the pressure of doing that. It's about the pressure of doing the shit properly and in due time, in your time. Just because you have the work ethic, it don't matter. George Kambosos is the one of the best boxers that when he hits mitts, or he's hitting the punching bag, oh my goodness, bro, he has the best punch combinations I've ever seen. And then he doesn't know how to get away around a jab. So like, just
That doesn't
because
make
you
him a
can,
good boxer.
I don't know. I think George Kambosos is an overachiever. I don't think he's a good boxer at all. That dude is,
Yeah, that's what I
just
said.
tough as fuck.
I said that doesn't mean he's not a good boxer.
Oh, it sounded like it was. You were saying that's what
God.
makes him a good boxer. I was like, I don't know.
I said that doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. But regardless, what is going on? My messages won't post. Look, dude, my computer is going very slow.
Yeah, you're going in and out too, bro.
Yeah, but that's on my phone though. Like, I'm on my phone, so I don't think my phone should have problems. But it's just the computer. I do have like 5 computers on right now, so it's a little bit of a lot. But yeah, man, I just feel like just take your time, and don't get into don't feel rushed to turn back pro instantaneously. It's not about being pro, because your first, like Devin Haney's father said, in your first 20 fights that we were fighting in Mexico, we weren't making no profit, nothing that we can
Yeah.
live on. So it's like, you're not gonna make $10,000 in your first fight unless you're a fucking gold medalist, signed to Top Rank, and they're not paying you on stipends. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you have to be fucking known out there. And even then, look at my boy Ruben Villa. When I spoke to him before he turned pro, this guy was supposedly, going to represent Team USA. He got beat by Shakur. And then I asked him, how come you didn't sign with Golden Boy or Top Rank? And lo que me dijo, what he told me was, none of them called me, bro. That's why he was fighting on Facebook, and he signed to Thompson, Banner Promotions. And I was like, what do you mean no one called you, bro? You had like 185 victories to like 14 losses, wins against Devin and all these guys, and these fucking guys got signed by, DAZN and Top Rank. And he goes, I know, dude. I was like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, they just didn't call me. And I was like, damn. So even just because you're a guy like Ruben Villa, where people are thinking that you're going to be the next Mexican American Oscar De La Hoya to win medal, or to medal, doesn't mean they're going to give you a call. You get what I'm saying? So there, and you're not going to generate a lot of money. So you got to just patiently make sure that you're more than ready. Not that you have a good work ethic, but you have intelligence, you have fight defense, you know how to protect yourself. You've been into these situations, punch placement, not looping your shots, overcommitting to, like, there's so much that goes on in the sport of fighting that all it takes is a millisecond to get out of position, and boom, you find yourself spazzed out in the canvas because you did all those
Yeah.
technique wrong. Like, so there's no rush, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
No. There's like in the case of my son, I don't rush him. And he wants to have a pro fight, but he's never said I'm ready. He's never said, and we know he's not ready, but we know he will be ready. It just really depends on when when it seems suitable, right? We have no pressure. And the only reason that I had that conversation is because I think that coach just really wants to know where we stand, right? He wants to understand whether we're realistic, if we're just completely loyal, without question. And again, it's not necessarily that the question about loyalty. It's about the question of whether it is always going to be a proper fit, right? There's people like uh, Chepo, um, and Canelo, who start off
but,
together and they stay together, and then
but what
there's
side
like
do you mean
Derek
talking about,
James.
bro?
I don't know, but he's probably gonna say something funny.
He
Let me
did.
see.
He goes, "I'm sorry, you had to go viral on a traumatic video." What are you
Oh no
talking
no no
about,
no
bro?
no 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 no! So I made a video about this Argentinian boxer who, he gets rabbit punched completely, blatantly, and intentionally, completely to the nape of the neck, right, by his opponent in the very first minute of the very first round. The Argentine starts to complain. They give him like 30 seconds to gather himself, maybe a minute. And then, he feels the pressure because I had a conversation with him. I can post the video. He ended up messaging me. And because I'm the only one in the world that made a video about the blatant fouls that were committed against his persona in the ring, right? By this up and coming fighter by the name of Terrence Williams. Now, he he basically tells the ref like, "Hey man, he hit me," and the ref goes, "Oh, okay, hey, don't hit in the back of the head." And this guy's just like, "Oh man, my head," right? And he starts complaining and everything. And after maybe a minute or so, the guy asks him, "So are you ready to go?" Now it gets interesting, right? Because he says, "Okay, sure," and he goes in there, and probably within the first 30, 40 seconds afterwards, he gets double hooked. The double hooks punch through the guard. He starts falling backwards like a wooden plank. He's completely out before he touches the mat. He hits the back of his head. His hands freeze in the air in what they call the fencing position, but it's really called an asymmetric tonic head reflex. His hands freeze in the air, and his neck twists to one side, and then his body goes limp, and then his opponent runs to the corners to start prey, right? Now, this knockout is being called the knockout of the year by this up and coming fighter who had a record of 5-0, 5 knockouts. Now he has 6-6. And this Argentinian who nobody is bringing up the fact that he got hit blatantly on the nape of the neck. One of the punches, you can say it's intentional, even though he throws the punch in the hook to the back of the head with so much force that he brings the head of his opponent down. The Argentine goes down. Terrence Williams, the American, uses his left hand to hold his head down there in position, and he goes 12-6 right in the back of the head. The most blatant rabbit punch that I've seen after the ones of Pritchard Colon. But Pritchard Colon took punch after punch after punch for rounds, right? This guy took 2 clean ones. He was discombobulated. He told me himself. He said, I was under pressure. I couldn't feel right. I wanted to call my trainer over, but the ref never gave an opportunity. He asked me if I could go. I decided I could. I had to perform for the people. It was barely the first round. I didn't think it was that serious, but I knew that when he was coming in there, I didn't have any force in my hands. He punches twice through my guard with left hooks. And he goes, that's all I remember. This is what he told me in the messages. Now,
Yeah.
that video is the one that's bringing me more engagement than my 4 o'clock in the morning Naoya Inoue versus Luis Neri knockdown.
Uh,
More engagement than Amari Jones knocking out his opponent. More engagement than Abdullah Mason. And Abdullah Mason is actually the video that was blowing up the most. I don't know why it consistently gets like around 1,500 views every week, but this thing just blew up quickly. Like the curve, if I show you the curve of views, it's incredible, and it's been consistently like that. And right now, I just topped 100,000 and maybe like I don't know 500 comments, and I respond to every single one of them. And all these people are frightened. All these people are concerned. But the reason why the YouTube algorithm allowed that video to get that big is not because they're really concerned about Jonathan Sosa and his health, the Argentine. No, it's because the technologic overlords, they have a vested interest in mitigating the violent and beautiful activities that we people partake in. There are people that want to banish the sport of boxing, and they thought that Warp Speed was doing them a service by exposing the harms that we step to every time we decide to fight in the ring. But I'm flipping it on their head, because every person that goes in there thinking that they're gonna have this sympathizing, and I am sympathetic to the plight of Jonathan Sosa, and of course I am very critical of Terrence Williams, but I'm explaining the reason why we have to perceive this video in a positive light, not negative. Why? Because the up and coming fighters will learn from this. One, don't let your guard this down. Don't let these people attack you like this. And if you feel bad, don't pursue the fight. Don't continue to fight. I'm being critical of Terrence Williams, and I'm saying do not harm your fighter with such blatant offenses, because at the end you saw how you left him, and that's why you went to your corner and started to pray, because you did not think it was going to get that serious. You almost killed the man, and you're lucky, and you're praying that he doesn't die, because you were being a disgusting individual that should know better. You're either not being trained well in the ring, or you did it intentionally like I believe you were, or they're teaching you dirty fighting tactics at your gym. This is the kind of light that I'm bringing on to this here topic. And YouTube thought that they had a partner here that they were gonna allow to grow this video in order to bring some negative light and besmirch our beautiful sport. But I'm flipping it on their head. And yes, I agree with you, Arimedi. It is unfortunate that I am going viral on account of the trauma that is being presented on the video. But I assure you, this is the presentation I'm making of it. These people merit our respect for their courage, their valor, and their sacrifice for their entertainment and our entertainment and their development as strong individual human beings. And just in case anybody is
wait.
out there,
Hold on.
I'm on the roll.
Let that.
This guy right here.
I'm gonna give you a
Okay.
contrary point. So I didn't know what you
Yeah,
guys
go
were
for it.
talking about. So I went to your site and I watched the video. I actually completely disagree with you with what happened.
Okay.
It was a blitz of punches that guy Terrence Williams was throwing. He went head, body, doubling up the left hook to the body, to the face, and he threw a four, right? The four, it did make, I don't know if it hit the guard, and he used that same momentum of the four to pull the opponent down, and then he threw a punch below the back of the head, right? Which was a dirty and an illegal blow. With that said, it wasn't excessive. So it was warranted of a warning and of a break, which the kid Sosa or that fighter or the man Sosa he received. And the ref was cognizant of that, of the low blow, of the illegal punch and the rabbit punch. And he told them, hey, are you okay? He's like, like take your time. And then he asked them, do you want to continue? He asked them all these things. Now, I don't know if he said, do you want to continue? But he probably could have was giving them more time. He goes, yeah, let me just regain my senses. The guy could have walked over here and over there. I mean, you just an illegal technical thing happened to you. But like out of like all the punches that were thrown, those were all clean except that one. And then, the guy understands that he hasn't his opponent hurt. He's not drunk. The guy Sosa is still moving. He's still responding. Yes, he's probably weak as he got hit in the back of the head and probably saw black for a little bit because that's where your occipital lobe is connected to, the connectors to your eyes. Long story short, the next two punches that make him spaz out are concussive left hooks. One that punches through his guard and he's already knocking out, and then he finishes up with another left hook that puts his ass to fucking sleep. So I actually, at least
and then he
from what
hits
I
the
was
back
seeing,
of his head on the mat. Yeah.
and that's the more neurological. But if you already see him as he's falling down, he's already tilted
out
on the side, and then boom, the back of his canvas
So-
once again hits. You see the bounce and then the impact of the bounce. And so no, I just think that's one of the things about boxing. Now you might make a contention and say, "Whoa, it's wrong matchmaking." It's like, look at Terrence Williams. He's fucking 10 pounds stronger, looks bigger, and like, hey, Sosa signed the contract, bro. So what? Like, I understand that you're trying to make this bigger than thou, but again, it's not like, look at Amir Khan when he got knocked out by Canelo Alvarez, and Amir Khan was right there, galloping for air like a fish out of water. You don't have this same type of, oh, what the fuck, Canelo? Dude, you're like 10 fucking pounds bigger than Amir Khan. You don't have that type of treatment with Amir Khan because that's what they signed up for. So you're in the wrong.
Look, homie Ricky, nobody signs up to take rabbit punches to the nape of the neck.
That was only one punch.
Don't be ridiculous. That was two.
It was only
you can show
one
the
punch.
video. You can show the video. The video don't lie. Footage don't lie. You can say whatever you want, but nobody signs up to take rabbit punches, right? Nobody signs up to listen. Nobody signs up to boxing to die. That's the fact. We assume the risk of death, but we assume the risk of death, which is different that we sign up to die. You see what I'm saying? This is not even a nuance. This is a matter of fact. There is no questioning why people do it. There is no questioning the kind of risk we assume. But nobody says, I'm signing up to boxing to die. There's not fucking, I'm sorry about that. Let's not twist the words. Now, as far as the footage, you can put it on slow-mo. You can put it in, relive the experience. Yeah.
My internet is...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Anybody could do it. It's very sluggish. Yeah, you definitely Dream, are you flushing the toilet? Okay. So again, right? So what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not saying that the two double hooks didn't factor in. I'm not saying that that blow that he received to the dorsal part of the cranium did not knock him out, right? But what I'm saying is the illegal rabbit punches, right, have no place in the sport. And there was two successive punches, one an absolutely powerful 12-6 while he's using his head and left hand to hold his head down. There is no question that that is an illegal punch that should have merited disqualification right then there. Right?
No.
So let's not confuse it, homie Ricky, by saying, okay, this is what we signed up for. Amir Khan did not take a punch to the back of the head and the nape of the neck by Canelo Alvarez.
But
he got hit in the chin. He got hit in the chin and he got knocked out. And Canelo got criticized for it. He got chastised for bringing up a guy 2 weight divisions up to fight him. Let's not act like Canelo just got credited and claiming the plaudits from it all. No, there was a lot of people that discredit that victory because they say Amir Khan did absolutely nothing for your career at the moment, except provide you a knockout of the year on a simple account that you fought a guy that's smaller than you. In this case, there was nothing like that, right? It was a fair knockout on account that one guy's brains were already rattled and discombobulated by an illegal punch. And unless what you're trying to argue is that there was no flagrancy or illegality in the punch, well, then you'd be wrong because there's footage and the people are speaking. They are engaging, they're outspoken, and they're expressing themselves, and you're in the minority. That's a fact.
Look, so I haven't watched, the precursory acts before this particular moment, just the flurry of punches that Terrence Williams goes on. So I don't know if he hurt Sosa beforehand that allows him to, throw so much punches with confidence. But I'll say this, he doubles up his left hook and then he throws a 4. The first four that he throws, it does say 100K views, Drew. He does have that much on the knockout. The first 4 that he throws, it's behind the head, and he hits Sosa behind the head, and he also propels the head to go downwards. He throws another chopping 4, that one's intentional, and that one is flagrant, and that one is dirty as hell, but he misses the second right hand. It's the first hand that does it all. The first right hand that he does, look, and he throws it
Okay,
again,
you see what's holding on? Look at that.
I know.
Look at that.
And then
look.
boom, he misses the left. I know. But what I'm trying to say
No,
is this,
you're talking. I'm talking about. Look at that. Look.
that
Okay,
one,
look
that
what's going
one,
on.
That one.
He hits him and he pushes his head down.
I know that one.
Look at the left hand. His elbow is on the head.
I know that's the one that's illegal. Okay, and then what even more illegal is this one, but he misses it.
No, God.
Because you have a slow motion of
you
you
have a very slow internet. You have a very slow internet, man.
I'm freeze framing it. Watch, boom. See, he misses that one because he hits his back and the hand slides.
Okay, homie Ricky, it's like this. Look,
but
he hits him in the nape of the neck. Look, he hits him in the nape of the neck. He uses his elbow. And then he hits him. You see, he's already bent and he's already moving his. Look, you don't actually have to hit the nape of the neck, right? In that position right there, because if you hit with full force, that's enough to break the medulla oblongata. It's powerful enough to separate it from the vertebrae, right? Because its head's already down.
Shut the hell up. What do you mean the medulla oblongata? What are you talking about, dude?
The medulla oblongata, the brainstem. Come on. Wait up. Here's Arimedi, right? He mentions something else. He says, "You're warped. Where's the video of Curtis Harper sending someone out the ring?" Now, okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys follow the Warp Speed channel, you will not miss one boxing event. On my community tab, I announce all the links to watch boxing from all over the world. You look at this one. Look at this one.
This is the Curtis Harper one. This is the one that he's talking about.
Look, watch this one, guys. This one happened last week on Tuesday. Yes. Watch what happens, guys.
The ring.
But yes.
What is Chris Eubank Sr. doing right there? Do you see the ref? That looks like fucking Chris Eubank Sr.
Watch, guys. This is the first minute, by the way.
Jesus.
Did you see what he
did?
Oh,
he fucking kicked something.
Punched him and kicked him.
Yeah, that dude should never be allowed to fight. Adi Mehdi goes, the medulla oblongata, or simply medulla, is a long stem-like structure what makes up the lowest part of the brainstem.
Yeah, I heard of that.
Anterior and partially inferior to the cerebellum. Yeah, and I've heard of the medulla, but the medulla oblongata, I've never heard of that.
I know.
Oh God! I know you cannot say medulla oblongata without sounding like
alive.
You cannot say medulla oblongata without sounding like a California surfer.
It's the medulla oblongata, bro. Drew's going
bro.
C1, C5. keep you alive. What the fuck? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Pachuco goes
Pachuco, despicable for sure, man.
despicable. Yeah, that
Okay,
was
So that
so
crazy,
okay,
bro. That reminds me of
listen,
that
guys.
Montana Love dude with the sparks. Crazy,
Worse,
bro.
worse. No, that's
I
worse.
know it's
Listen,
worse, but it's
he
equivalent.
pushes him out, right? He lands on top of him, right? He punches him as the guy already hits. If you were slow motion, the guy hit the back of his head on what seems to be the ring stand, right? He hits the back of his head. The guy takes a swipe at his head, and then he kicks him a soccer kick. Right, I reached out to Jimmy Adams, which is the promoter of Country Box 24/7, which is a website for this saloon in Nashville, Tennessee, that holds on the very first Tuesday of the month boxing events. Now it's inside of a saloon, an old country saloon. You can almost smell the sawdust on the floor, and they play country music. If you guys love country music, I mean, who doesn't, right? They play country music, and then they play two jams, and then a fight starts. Then the fight ends, and then the musicians come and play again, and then so forth and so on. Now, I promoted this event. I told everybody, hey guys, ProBox is having another one of those incredible episodes of live broadcasted boxing that's for free, and they've never disappointed, right? There are people that you'll never hear of. Of course, Curtis Harper, everybody knows who Curtis Harper is. You guys know who Curtis Harper is, right? Dream, do you want to tell them about Curtis Harper? Okay. Dream is some guy that's going to sleep or something. Anyways, Curtis Harper is a fighter that about 5 years ago was going to fight F.A. Ajagbe. When F.A. Ajagbe, I think he was still with the PBC. Now, because I think F.A. Ajagbe is now with Top Rank. Now, F.A. Ajagbe and Curtis Harper are about to fight each other. Now, depending on what you hear, Curtis Harper was being screwed over. So long story short, Curtis Harper walks in there, walks up in the ring. He starts dancing, doing some funny little moves like, hey, I'm going to screw you guys. I don't know. You know that Mexican thing where you get your like hands, and you sort of like move them inwards. You like bend your elbows inwards and you start making that gesture like if you're like, having some kind of coitus with a female, right? Well, F.A. Jagbe steps up. He hops in the ropes, and now they're across from each other. And then the bell goes off, and it's officially the start of the fight. And do you guys know what Curtis Harper did? Curtis Harper, he left the ring at the sound of the start of the fight with the bell, and he walked away. And F.A. Jagbe is like, where's this guy going? And this guy walks all over the ring, walks right through the center, starts walking off all triumphantly. He forfeited the fight. Yeah, I know, Adamari, you spoiled it for me. But do you guys, and everybody starts to boo Curtis Harper, boo, boo, boo. And F.A. Jagbe throws his hands like, I guess I just won, right? And everybody starts to boo him. Well, it turns out that the reason Curtis Harper, he walked out on that fight was because one, the promoter that was hosting the fight changed the contract of the fight at the last minute without telling them. He basically said, okay, you're going to fight this guy. The pay cut that I told you were going to get, you're not going to get. I'm only going to give you $6,000. No medical expenses included. And that's it. And he tried to ask, let me see the paperwork. Let me see. I'm not going to sign for this. I have my paper. Give me my copy of the contract that I signed where you told me you were going to pay me like $50,000 or whatever. And that guy refused to show him his copy of the contract. So all he had was a promise that he was gonna give him $6,000 after this fight, fighting FA, a jog bay, a killer, a statue of a man, undefeated, knocking out everybody. So why is Curtis Harper supposed to believe a guy that didn't even give him a copy of his own contract, where he stipulated that he was going to pay him X amount of money, that all of a sudden he made that contract disappear and he was going to tell him $6,000, take it or leave it? So what Curtis Harper did, instead of wasting all his money having trained for this fight, because training and sparring and getting sparring partners for a fight costs you money, because you have to travel to the right gyms. You got to fight guys with the same dimensions or similar fighting styles as your opponent in order to prepare for them. It costs money. So this guy looked at all that and he says, if I don't go through with this fight, not only will I not get paid, but I'll lose. So how do I make a good thing out of bad? Well, he decided to walk in the ring where the fight became official. But as soon as he walked out the ring, he lost the fight, but he got paid his $6,000. That is Curtis Harper, right? Now, Curtis Harper, after that fight, he didn't fight again. Now, it's been about 3 or so years that he's fought. Curtis Harper is now presented an opportunity to fight for a very small venue, for a very small promoter that I'm trying to promote, by the name of Jimmy Adams from Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. He's got 40 years experience. He used to be the man back then, but now he's starting a new little profit, new little venture for the sport. And he invites this guy to fight Caleb Slaughter. Now, I don't know much about Caleb Slaughter, but I know that when they walk over there to touch gloves, both of them are looking at each other with disdain. And Caleb Slaughter sticks out his hand. They say, shake it. Curtis Harper, he's reluctant, but then he taps him. And I think that's all it took for Caleb Slaughter to find umbrage with, because the first thing that happens, as soon as they entangle, he pushes him across the rope, pushes him out the ropes intentionally, make sure that he falls out there, hops on top of him. The guy hits the back of his head. Caleb Slaughter still upright. He takes a punch at the guy. I don't know if he lands because it's too dark on the floor, and he kicks him soccer style while on the floor. Curtis Harper remains immobilized. Caleb Slaughter hops on top of the stage by the musicians where all the drums and all the instruments are. Takes about 2 minutes where they kick him out. The other guy comes back, and everybody starts taking him all these stretchers and neck brace and whatnot. I stopped watching the event because I couldn't take it anymore. I was making a live video, basically made it into a short. And it was the day before Terrence Williams decides to rabbit punch Jonathan Sosa. This past week of boxing was its highest, with Canelo versus Munguia, some of the most beautiful, come forward, aggressive fighting. And then just a couple of days later, Naoya Inoue, one of the most beautiful technical fighters, knocking out his opponent on a Monday morning. And then on a Tuesday, it all goes to the lowest of levels of fighting when Slaughter does that to Harper, and then Williams does that to Sosa. This past week was incredible, guys. And now we don't know what to expect with Emmanuel Navarrete and Dennis Beranchyk, Luke Fury fighting Alexander Usyk. Everybody thinks that Alexander Usyk is going to be robbed. And I'm saying, why do you guys think Turki Al-Sheikh even cares about robbing people? He wants to be the best, fight the best. Everybody thinks that they're gonna rob Alexander Usyk because they want this mega fight between Luke Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, and nobody wants to watch a three-peat of Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua. But guys, the thing that matters, the imperative, is to have the first undisputed heavyweight champion in the four-weight division. That is the imperative. That is the thing that matters to Turkey Ali Sheikh, not the next fight. He wants to see who the best in the world is right now. If that is Usyk, he wants to see that. If that is Fury, he wants to see that. In fact, I believe if Turkey Ali Sheikh even had a favorite, it would be Alexander Usyk, a person that he's already done 3 events with, whereas he's only done one with Fury, and that was one of the worst performances of Fury, a guy who forfeited and canceled the fight priorly already, and one that he's already gonna punish with a punitive contract penalty if he forfeits of about $10 million or 10% of the purse, if there is any kind of chicanery, shenanigans on the part of Fury to get out of this fight. You guys think Turkey Ali Sheikh cares about the lack of word, the lack of bond of the Gypsy King? No, he wants the best to come out on top. He knows that if Alexander Usyk comes out on top, Alexander Usyk does not have anything else to do in the sport besides just rematch, because it's part of a contract. Rematch the Gypsy King, which allows the Gypsy King to overturn that defeat and then have an undisputed fight with Anthony Joshua should he triumph on the rerun. But I tell you what, guys, if there is any person of any principle, anybody that just wants to watch the best fights without caring who wins as long as they fight, is Turkey Ali Sheikh. He's not invested like Bob Arum. He's not invested like Golden Boy, making his fighters come in overweight so they could be advantageous. He doesn't have the same investment as Eddie Hearn to play with the cards and get his win for his fighter. No, Turkey Ali Sheikh is only invested in his own personal legacy in the sport, and that is, should ever anything happen to him, like his passing, he wants to leave a legacy of having made the best fights possible while he was extant. And anybody else that tries to besmirch or naysay and discredit the way that Mr. Turkey Ali Sheikh, His Excellency, is moving, I'll fight him tooth and nail. Nah, just kidding. But that's really what I believe. I think the rapture came through Speed. Yeah, they Eddie Medihia. Yeah, I guess God came for Dream and the homie Ricky, and I guess I'm one of the ones left behind, buddy. I think I'm one of the bad ones. That's the same guy. F that man. F that guy. He's just there to go viral. He's just there to go viral. Homie Ricky laughs about Curtis Harper's tragedy. Curtis Harper is a tough MFer. It took Torres Jr. 12 rounds in the final seconds to get that TKO. Yeah, there you go, Eddie Medi. You're right. Yeah, I forgot about that fight. Yeah, that's yeah, there you go. You know, that's that fight. I guess I forgot about that one. So he's sort of like a genius then. I guess so. Eddie Medi says, heck yeah. He told his NIGGAS to place bets that F.A. Jagbe would win in the first round. Just had to wait for the bell to ring. Yeah, that there's people like that, Eddie Medi. There's absolutely people like that. But in this case, he was just being cheated by the promoter. He's effing smart. Contract completed and cashed out. See Caleb Slaughter. Name again, Speed. Caleb Slaughter. Can we put Terrence Williamson with Tank or too soon? You know what, Arimedi? I am uncertain of what weight division Terrence Williams fights in. That's a very good question.
Who is Terrence Williams?
Terrence Williams is this up and coming fighter that a lot of people really that are involved in the sport, that have been following his career, especially as amateurs, are speaking highly about. And the fact that he got this knockout of the year contender, it's really, his opportunity to shine. I think it was a small sacrifice, but in reality, to tell you the honest truth, I didn't see anything too particularly spectacular about him. He
Wow.
just a very aggressive uh, puncher who can punch you through the guard, and he does incredible things like throwing two double hooks with great form. But otherwise, how good can you gauge his performance when he fought a guy who had lost 13 of his last 14 fights in a row, 7 by a knockout? That's, if anything, that's a soft touch that's not going to do anything for your development nor your name recognition. But there's Terrence Williams, a guy who can knock out a discombobulated fighter that's just received 2 rabbit punches and has lost 13 out of 14 in a row. God bless Jonathan Sosa for his valor.
Yeah, no, yeah, I've seen his resume. It looks like he's taking a lot of like soft touches and stuff like that. I haven't seen him fight, so I can't really speak on it. I'm looking at his like his amateur pedigree. It just kind of looks like he. Oh shit, he started since 2014, but nonetheless, he's got some losses in there. He even got knocked out in the amateurs as well.
Caleb Slaughter.
Yeah, but we'll see. I don't know. What card did he fight in? What's his
Um,
promotion?
so this was on Wednesday. Oh, it was Pro Box. It was the very first fight that was actually not televised. It wasn't televised live. I mean, but it was televised because um, they thought that Terrence Williams' performance was so good that they decided, and so short, really, because it only lasted 2 minutes. And that includes the stoppage time in order to show it out there and to promote the guy. But otherwise, he had fought in the very early fights of Pro Box last week on Wednesday, which, by the way, I guess that's that fight where Sergey Lipinets put up a fight of the year contender versus what's the guy who walked in there with a broken ankle? Um,
Yuruki Gamboa.
no, a British fighter, that had been out of the sport for a year because last time he was taking on this 10 rounder, and at the was it a 10 rounder or a 12 rounder? But anyways, at one of the round right before the end, he takes this very bad step backwards. His ankle twists and deforms in this incredibly visually offensive sight. It bends unnaturally. It it breaks and pops
Sergey
out its
Lipinets.
socket. No, not Sergey Lipinets, the other guy. And you just have to see that ghastly
Oh,
detachment of the
that's
ankles. Horrible.
crazy, man. Fucking A, dude.
Sergey
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Lipinets.
I haven't heard too much about him, but
Yeah, I've never heard of that, dude. That sounds fucking nasty. Oh,
yeah, that sounds fucking brutal, man.
Yeah, it was
Dang.
incredibly brutal.
oof.
Yeah, it was. You guys didn't see the Sergey Lipinets fight?
No, I haven't. I
Nope.
have
Oh,
not.
the guy's name is Robbie Davies Jr.
Mhm.
Uh, it was in a 50-50 fight because Sergey Lipinets, remember, he had last fought, what's his name? The kid from Philadelphia who just signed with Matchroom, Boots Ennis. And I
Mm.
guess he got knocked out. And so both of these guys were in this 50-50 fight.
Wait,
Both of
in
them
that
having
fight,
been
that's
on
the
the,
dude that messed up his ankle?
yeah, Robbie Davis. Yeah, you should watch Robbie Davis injury.
No, I
It's like
actually watched that fight with Sergey Lipinets, but I don't remember him having an ankle injury.
no. The fight before that one
Oh.
is the reason why he was out for a whole year. He had to recover.
Ah. Got you.
Yeah,
Got you.
yeah,
Got
yeah.
you.
Yo, so Eddie Medi, who is this Donnie Pendleton you're talking about?
Donnie
13 wins.
Pendleton.
Yeah, Donnie
Jesus.
Pendleton, 13 wins. Oh, okay. So he's a palooka. Do you guys know what a palooka is?
He's a palooka.
It's a peluche.
Nah, a palooka is basically one of those fighters um, that fight every 2 weeks, basically, and
Yeah.
they're
Mm.
there to essentially just lose. But as long as they don't get beat up, it's kind of like they call like a journeyman,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they're just there to fight all these prospects.
And they intend to
Um,
win, right?
no, they don't. They
Oh,
don't intend to win, but they do intend with their 300 fight experience to basically give these
last
young prospects a good
rounds.
look, not necessarily beat them, because if they start to beat them, then they're not going to get paid, they're not going to get weekly checks essentially, and that's why they do it, so they can get weekly paychecks rather than sustaining a big career, like a profitable one. But it's very weird. It's a very weird, twisted event that they've agreed to themselves, that they understand that I'm not a class fighter, but I have world class discipline
Durability.
of a fighter and durability to protect myself and not get extremely damaged. And if they do feel like they're going to get extremely damaged, then they're okay with accepting that they're going to take a knee, or I'm going to fall on this punch. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So they don't get sustained, because one of the worst things that they fear is to get cut and they can't get paid next month or so, because that's boxing is like their daily the weekly income. It's a very I can't say it's flawed. It's just kind of like Adi Mehdi was saying. Like, he told his boys, "Hey, dude, fucking bet the money on the first round knockout, because guess what? I'm not even showing up in the first round." It's just like, what the fuck? But
Yeah.
fucking genius. If you tell your boys, "Dude, bet $5,000, I'm gonna get knocked down the first round when you're up and comer," and like, what the fuck? Like, dude, that's fucking hilarious and
Yeah.
genius. But I didn't even fucking think about that, but that's fucking clever, dude. Like, holy shit.
And no, it had nothing to do with that. The promoter was robbing him, and he was gonna rob him.
I know,
It's
but that's why, like, robbing them in the sense that, like, all right, dude, I know he's fucking robbing me, so I'm gonna get it back and I'm gonna get paid, and I'm just gonna walk out in the first round, and they're gonna give this dude the decision in the first round because, yeah, I didn't show up. Like, dude, that's like,
that might have been smart actually
dude,
if it
that's
happened.
fucking genius. Cause like how you guys are telling me, this dude is like, fighting on the beat of his own drum. He's knocking dudes out. He's looking to go viral, and then you guys tell me that he's fucking tough, where it took old boy Richard Torres,
Richard
12
Torres Jr.
fucking rounds to knock him out. I'm like, God, what? Like, dude, this dude must be fucking smart then. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those Mexican candies that pushes out tamarindo.
I don't know what he's talking
The,
about, man.
no,
I don't know what he's
the
talking about.
paluca, or what do you like,
Oh,
paluca?
el peluche, el peluchin, or I think
Pelucci. Yeah.
pelon, pelon,
But
pelon, pelon.
Speed, give us what is the peluca? What is that? The pelucha.
Oh, a peluca. No, you're absolutely right. You mentioned it. So a lot of people that don't know the sport, they'll call a person like that a bum, right? A tomato
Uh-huh.
can. Um, but that's not what those are, right? A palooka is a person that's paid not only to add a name to a fighter, because it's not really, there's not much credit that you're gonna get from beating a fighter with 100 losses and 10 wins, right? So that's not the purpose. The purpose is these guys are professional sparring partners where you can get a record win on your belt, right? Now, the reason why Pelucas can continue to take on 100 fights to 150, 200 fights is because they are actually very skillful. People don't know that Pelucas are actually very skillful. They know a lot of fighting styles. Their job is to give you looks, right? Now, because they're so good at what they do, they know when they have to let you hit them in order for you to win that round, right? Because again, like the homie Ricky hinted at, if these guys start to win, right, then they stop getting paid. Because when a person decides to fight one of these guys, they're just trying to get work. They're trying to pad a record and they're trying to get work. They're not trying to really lose. And it's also sort of like an implied, uh, it's sort of implied that the fighter that's here to beat them is also not going to knock him out. Because if these guys get knocked out, right, they're not going to get paid well because they're going to spend all that money on medical expenses. So what these palookas, these professional losers have to do is that they have to fight in a way that is very defensive and just to give those guys enough of a challenge so that they could learn while at the same time let themselves exposed to enough contact where they lose a round so that they do not win because the person that's fighting them has to win because the purpose is to teach them something, and at the same time they cannot get really hurt because they don't get paid a lot because people with those kind of records do not get paid a lot, right? So the last thing you want to do if you're getting paid $3,000 a fight is to spend $10,000 on medical expenses. So it's a very complicated job, but I assure you some of these guys are some of the most skillful fighters out there, except one, they do not have the backing of the promoters. Why? Because they may not have a good look. They may have a funny last name, a funny face. They don't have any kind of power. They already lost one fight, and these guys, obviously he lost 2 fights, 3 fights. They cannot make those guys any kind of stars. So these guys accept from the get that they don't have a popular fan base, that they'll never become a champion, and they decided to just make it a lifelong career to get $3,000, $4,000 every 2 weeks by just showing these guys new angles of complexity that will help these guys develop. Now, that is opposite of someone like Jonathan Sosa, a fighter that's losing 14 fights in the 13 fights out of 14, who's actually taking these killers like this up and coming undefeated guy who's knocking everybody out. Those guys still believe in themselves that they can do something in the sport. Those guys think that they'll still go up the rink. Those guys see an opportunity to fight somebody like Terrence Williams as a way to upset the favorite fighter and give themselves some hope that they do belong in the sport. So whenever somebody looks at Jonathan Sosa, where they say, oh, he's a tomato can or he's a bum, in reality, he's a person that still believes in the sport and that he can do something with it and for himself and for his family. Whereas the Palooka does not have those aspirations. They just want to make a profit to feed their families. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. I wouldn't say that they have the skill. They don't have the skill, and they realize that they don't have the skill to become a champion, but they do have the skill, like Drew said, of durability. Yeah, you can beat me up, but and a lot of the time these guys fight the up and comers that have that they go 4 rounds, 4 to 6 rounds. So they know usually you're not going to sustain a prolonged beating. You get what I'm saying? So they're okay with that. Sure, they might get dropped in the first round. Sure, they might go the distance, but they know they're good enough to defend themselves, to protect themselves for 12 minutes, where hopefully they don't sustain a cut or a head clash or the fighter is overzealous and they're like, oh, dude, this guy's going to give me a... So they're very smart in terms of finding a way to make a steady income, but they're not willing to risk it all to make it into, a championship career. But Adi Mehdi goes, then why do people get offended when I call Caleb Plant a gatekeeper? So I'm pretty accurate with Plant being a Pelucha. Nah, I wouldn't say bro. Caleb Plant is a gatekeeper. Sorry.
What's a gatekeeper to you?
To me, look, a lot of people. All right, so look, a lot of people take frowned upon what a gatekeeper is, right? They're like, oh, he's a gatekeeper. You have to get through him, But the way I look at it is this, right? That's what a gatekeeper is, someone that, he guards he's the one that gives you access essentially. Like if you beat me, then you know that you're good enough to become a champion, you know. So in recent memory, we think about guys like Darnell Boone that was able to knock down Andre Ward and knock down Sergey Kovalev. You know, then you think also about guys like Gabe Rosado. If you can beat me, then you know you're pretty much capable of being a champion because like I'm on that cusp. Well, Caleb Plant, I wouldn't put him in a gatekeeper status yet because he can still definitely become a champion. He just can't beat Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez. But I would favor Caleb Plant to beat like an Edgar Berlanga. I would
Munguia?
probably favor. I would love to see that fight.
Yeah.
You know, I think Munguia has
Me too.
I think he's got the flurries and the strength to beat Caleb Plant.
Yeah.
But Caleb Plant, he's good, bro. Like he can beat some really good fighters.
Yeah.
I can favor him to be an Edgar Berlanga. I wouldn't call Edgar Berlanga a gatekeeper. I would just say that he's not there to be a champion, but Caleb did make a career and he did become a champion. But to me, like a gatekeeper, a lot of people take that as disrespect, but nah, dude. It's actually if you can
It's
get
one of the
yourself to
most.
become
Oh,
go
sorry.
for it. No, it's
No, I
all
was
right.
gonna say a gatekeeper is the most important position to be in the sport of boxing, outside of a champion. A
Yeah.
Absolutely.
gatekeeper,
It's a
it's
it's a
incredibly insignificant.
yeah. It's a versatile position to be in boxing, right? Because you can
Mhm.
be in any position. You're a mindset away from becoming whatever the fuck you wanted to be in the sport. You know.
Mhm.
Because
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no,
So
absolutely. Like you just hit it on the nail. Like a lot of people take that as disrespect, but look, for example, when Gabe Rosado, the gatekeepers, they can always pull an upset. For example, Gabe Rosado when he knocked out that 7-0 with 7 KO Golden Boy fighter Bully Melikuziev. He fucking knocked him out and put his ass to sleep, ass up, face down in the second round.
Mhm.
mm,
And you're like, damn. Like, damn, Gabe, you got it like that? Yeah, Gabe has got it like that. If you look at the
Mhm.
gatekeepers, they're the ones that are matched the toughest. If you look
Mhm.
at Gabe Rosado's resume, it's like Jamal Charlo, Austin Trout, Canelo, Jaime Munguia, Triple G, Danny Jacobs, back to back. You're like, what the fuck? Like, damn, bro, this is not a human punching bag. Like, bro, this dude can get fucking brain damage. And Gabe Rosado's like, and he gives them all around, like, a run for their money, bro. Like to
Mhm.
the point where you're like, damn, bro, you're actually beating Jaime Munguia. Like, what the? So, like a gatekeeper, I know a lot of people be like, I ain't no fucking gatekeeper, bro. I was a champion. I was unified. Like, bro, there's this amazing fictional character from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, acted by Idris Alba from the UK. His name is Heimdall. He's the one that gatekeeps, that tunnel for Thor. If you beat him, then you're worthy enough to get Thor's respect. But if you fall short, you don't even make it through the gates of heaven. So, for example, the Gabriel Sados of the world, like Drew said and like Speed said, they play a pivotal and a huge important role in the sport of boxing. Not a journeyman, not a Pelucha. A
Mhm.
gatekeeper is 10 steps up that. So I wouldn't necessarily put Caleb Plant up there because I feel that like he didn't do a bad job against David Benavidez. I thought he was winning the first 5 rounds, and then he started getting caught with some shit, and then he started hugging for dear life. But he was also winning some rounds and giving Canelo Alvarez a tough fight where he didn't have to hold, and he was standing his ground against Canelo, a much more polished, experienced fighter than David. But the power was adamant where Caleb didn't feel comfortable, going banging and using the shoulder roll with David Benavidez, but where he was with Canelo until he got caught with the uppercut, and then he went on spaghetti legs from one corner of the ring to the other. But regardless, he was there, he was competitive, he could have beaten those two fighters if he was just much more disciplined, if he didn't gas out, if he was a two-handed fighter, not just a left hook artist. But now, I think Caleb Plant, he would beat guys like Jamal Charlo, probably an Edgar Berlanga, maybe a Jaime Munguia, but that's a little bit of a stretch. I love the progression that Jaime is doing.
yeah.
But don't get it twisted. Canelo could have knocked out Jaime Munguia in 4 rounds. And would we
Hmm.
be singing the tone like, oh my God, Jaime is the next best thing out of Mexico? No.
Wait,
Again,
what did he say?
this is very misleading. I'm trying to tell you. Canelo Alvarez, if he really wanted push to
Oh
kill, he
God.
could have finished Jaime
Speed.
Munguia. But
And
dude,
listen, you're
Speed.
talking
Hold
about
on, Speed. Hold on, Speed. Speed, can I ask you one question?
yeah.
Didn't I say that in the preview and prediction show? I said Munguia. I just want my credit. I just want my credit because you just brushed it off. Because
What?
I said I could see Canelo taking it easy on Munguia. You know? Did I say
Yeah, you
that?
said that. Yeah,
actually,
but
you
I don't
did
think he
say
did
that.
take it easy, and I don't think he took it easy. I think Canelo is obviously a fighter that's fighting weight classes above his optimal weight, which
Hmm.
probably would have been at 154, maybe 160, testing himself up there with guys. And as he continues to go up in weight, obviously there's some compromise. He is losing the power. He is losing the knockout power that we would have had at lower weight classes like 160, 154. The reason he wasn't able to take out Munguia, and the reason why he wasn't even able to take out John Ryder, is because you think he's able to take him out. No, he's not able to take him out. He's fighting naturally bigger men that can take punches, and he's fighting outside of his optimum. So that's the reason he's not taking. He wasn't. What was it? What people were saying? They were saying that he was
He
carrying
carried him.
Munguia, or
He was
he
carrying him.
carried him because he felt in his shoulders like a beloved falls into his shoulders of he who he loves. No, listen.
No,
Canelo
wait.
Saul
Let me
Santos
finish your
Alvarez
point.
Barragan
No,
cannot
no,
knock
stop it.
out Munguia like he couldn't knock out John Ryder, who was basically a punching bag.
So hold on. So two things. He tried and he threw hellacious punches to John Ryder, and John Ryder paid the price with a broken nose and a fucking disfigured face. Now, was it worth it? He should have stopped after the ninth, but he did he held his ground and he showed a lot of tough resistance. John Ryder, but with Jaime Munguia and Caleb Plant, that same clinch that Jaime gave Canelo in the last 10 rounds. I mean, the last 10 seconds of the 12th round, Caleb Plant did the same thing, but Canelo finished the job. I'm just letting you know the temperament was a little softer with Canelo on this Jaime fight after he knew that he had secured him and Jaime's power was waning in the later rounds.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
So
The
no,
truth is
no.
the
The
truth.
truth,
No, 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 no,
the
no. You
fact of
don't
the
like the truth.
matter
The
is
truth is the truth.
the truth is the truth with double F's, with double F's, by the way. So here's
Hey,
the thing.
but you do age every day
Yeah, yeah,
as the
yeah.
older you
Of
get.
course.
You know.
Yeah, no, and
Go
that's
ahead.
what I'm saying. I'm not trying to discredit anybody. Dream. I'm not trying to say that Canelo is not an incredible fighter. I'm not saying he didn't win convincingly. In fact, I think he was obviously a clear winner. Um, but Canelo, if he had fought Jaime Munguia at 154, where Jaime was the champion, he would have knocked him out. At 160, he likely would have knocked him out. At 168, no. Jaime Munguia is probably a more reliable knockout artist at these higher weight classes than Canelo is right now. Canelo has over 60 fights, a lot of wear and tear. He's fought in much bigger men. He's figured out how to beat them. He was actually able to beat Kovalev, knock that guy out who's fighting 8 pounds higher, that was 7 pounds higher than where he is fighting right now. But that was years back, guys. He wasn't able to knock out a punching bag and John Ryder in the backyard of his home in the nation state of Mexico.
Yeah, look.
Think about it. He wasn't able to knock that guy out, right?
This is what I do.
So,
This is what I do when I have him in here.
so what I'm saying is Canelo is losing the step.
He stays
Canelo is aging.
there. Yeah.
Canelo is shop
And
worn.
then I smoke.
He's still a
And he
legend,
stays there.
but he's not gonna be the guy who's gonna be able to knock out everybody. He did not carry that
And I'll
guy.
just smoke, and then I'll just.
It's the trick that he stays there. Like,
Yeah. Cause
Let's
like.
see.
Yeah.
Let's read a couple of these messages right here while
That's
Dream
crazy.
continues to make an ass of himself.
Yeah.
Eddie Medi says, please don't call Plant a
He
white
thinks that
boy
he's
or he
doing
goes
well.
crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I actually thought
And then
that
I'll just like smoke here, cause he likes to run bug Marissa sometimes.
preacher brother, Munguia, 18th Street Vato, he says, Munguia it was knocked down for the first time in his career. Yeah, no, you're right. H3 Street, he was knocked down the first time in his career. That comes to show you that yes, Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan is still a very powerful, highly skilled individual who's able to beat guys who are not in this level. And we know that for whatever we want to say, for whatever it's worth, Munguia, as skillful and as much better developed that he's looking now under legendary Freddie Roach, he is nowhere near the experience, neither in the fight game nor in the names that he's fought as Canelo, and it showed. That's why he was able to get dropped like that. Eddie Medi says, but wait, when Canelo was asked if they wanted Munguia to be the face of boxing when Canelo retires, why did Canelo respond with, don't quote me on this, but any other Mexican fighter or Munguia too? A ver. Let me see if I get this. But wait, when Canelo was asked if they wanted Munguia to be the face of boxing, if they wanted Munguia to be the face of boxing when Canelo retires, why did Canelo respond with, don't quote me on this, but any other Mexican or Munguia too? I guess I want to know who they is. Who wanted Munguia to be the face of boxing? And Canelo, I guess what you're saying is Canelo doesn't care whether it's Munguia or any other Mexican fighter as long as one of them is. I don't know. I don't know, Arimedi. What do you think about it? Adrian Street Battle says, I think Canelo should defend the super middleweight belt another 2 times and go back to 164, 2 times undisputed. Yeah, we've talked about that, 18th Street. I just think that with the mass that Canelo has added onto his body, because that's really what it is. It's mass. It's not just weight. It's not liquid weight. A lot of it is musculature. A lot of it is dense muscle. I don't know if he can actually go down to 160 safely. Um, but I always wanted him to try going down to 160 because he could have uh, become undisputed had he just waited there and just negotiated with Demetrius Andrade. I don't know. He decided not to fight that guy. There's been a lot of discussion why. I don't like to delve too deeply on things of the past, but I do agree. If he had stayed put at 160, he would have been the first 2 time undisputed champion, having beaten Terence Crawford, having beaten Naoya anyway, and that would have been spectacular. Eddie Medi says, let me reword it. Okay, go for it, Eddie. Ethan Srivato says, yeah, corrupt politics, Rob Canelo. So, yeah. Well, I mean, to some extent, 18th Street, Canelo is part of the corrupt politics, right? I mean, when you reach that level of acclaim, recognition, and the cash cow, you move how you want. That's why Canelo fought for the WBC 2 times in a row. He fought Munguia, and he fought his other contender right before that one, John Ryder. They were for the WBC. And we know that after you defend for the WBC, it's the WBA next in line. The WBA would have been David Benavidez, and he decided to fight Munguia. I don't know why all the sanctioning bodies decided to give the WBC double the sanctioning fees, even though they knew that Munguia was going to be a heck of a fight. Um, but so would have David Benavidez. But when you're that powerful, you can move and fight whoever you want. If Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan was done wrong, it's probably because he allowed himself. But I think there was some controversy there, 18th Street. I think there was uh, something where, I wish I had never done drugs. I would have been sharp-minded like you guys. I forget what it was, 18th Street, but maybe you can expound. Maybe you can elaborate on the comments. I'd sure love to have my
What?
mind rekindled.
What he said?
Um,
What's
so this poster, this commenter, 18th Street Vato, says that politics robbed Canelo of the undisputed shot at 160 for Demetrius Andrade. And yeah, I think it has something to do with
Hmm. I think
it,
I was still I was still a casual. I still
I think
I
no,
still kind of casual, but
it has
yeah, I
something
think
to
that
do
was
with
like
Yildirim, right?
yeah,
Did it have
like
something to do with Yildirim?
I think so. Well, yeah, something like that. Like he just ducked him. He ducked Boo Boo to fight Eardrum. Like he did something. Like I forget. Like I think he vacated his belt, or I forget what he did because Boo Boo has been stalking him pretty much. Like every division he was in, he would like move, like like he would move to the same division as Canelo, and then Canelo would move up or down and wait and fight somebody else. So I think that's where Yildirim came in or something like that. Like I think I wasn't keeping up. Like Rick was keeping up with all
With
this
that
shit
stuff, huh?
before. So yeah, I'm
Yeah,
still casual. I mean, no, I'm not casual. There's levels too, but you know, yeah, yeah, 2 3 years. Like ever since we started this, so like last year, I felt like we became hardcores. You know.
yeah, yeah. So I think it had to do with Canelo had to defend against Yildirim, right? Uh,
Yeah, that
and
was his
and if not,
mandatory.
yeah, yeah, exactly. It was just mandatory, and if he didn't fight him, they would strip him of a belt. Um,
Hmm.
and then you had Demetrius Andrade, who had a belt, but he was not the next in line. But something about that is where Canelo said, "You know what? Screw this. If you're gonna take away my belts because I'm not defending this guy or something like that, I'm just gonna move up." And he did. Um, I lament that he did that, right? Because I believe that Canelo would have defeated Andrade, even though I think Andrade at that weight class he probably would have been. I think it was 154, right? No, 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 160. I think he would have been a capable fighter. I think he would have presented some complications to the Mexican shoe-in Hall of Famer, but no more complicated than let's say uh, Ruslan Lara, right? Or even
Hmm.
Austin Trout. I think those guys presented Canelo with much more possible challenges than Bubu Andrade. Bubu Andrade would have given up too many rounds by being a backwards fighter, and then of course Canelo is very good at cutting off the ring. He would have trapped him eventually and just dug in deep to the body, and then he would have just done you know what David Benavidez did eventually, but he probably would have knocked out Plant, not just made him get stopped by a TKO. Let's see. Eddie Medi says Canelo was at okay. What I'm trying to say is that if Canelo was taking it, okay, okay, Canelo was
I was
asked if
trying
he
to
wanted
think.
Munguia.
Oh, go ahead.
Hmm. Oh, I'm just reading this thing that Eddie Murray was trying to say. It says Canelo was asked if he wanted Munguia to be the face of boxing when he retires, and he rerouted his answer by saying, "or another Mexican fighter." Yeah, in other words, he doesn't necessarily care, not necessarily making Munguia a definitive answer. What I'm trying to say is that if Canelo was taking it easy on Munguia, don't you think he would have been advocating for Munguia?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he would have been advocating for Munguia and he would have been taking it easy, right? If he wanted to advocate for Munguia to be the next man in line, then he would have taken it easy in order for Munguia to be that guy. But I actually don't think that he was taking it easy on him, Arimeri. I
Really?
just think, yeah, I really don't think so. I think Canelo is just, he's been in
Old?
a lot of wars. He's had a couple of knee surgeries, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of things happening to his wrist, if I'm not mistaken. He's a fighter that has wear and tear, and he's fighting at these massive weight classes where he's obviously just a shorter, a stumpier fighter. He's obviously carrying his weight very well in muscle bound, but I don't know, Dream. It's Canelo is fighting at a much mature age with all the wars that he's been in, and in a weight class that's much greater than where he started off. It's he's not going to be the same killer that he could have been when he was much lighter. Is all I'm saying. When he had physical advantages that it would have behooved him. Now he's always going to be the smaller fighter, and it's going to show in the outcomes of the fights. That's not meant to be a disrespect. So I think Munguia fought well. See, when you say that Canelo carried Jaime Munguia, you're also discrediting the great head movement. Well, glancing, rolling of the punches, not head movement, but glancing, rolling of the punches, and defensive prowess that was obviously made evident when Munguia was shadowing the fight style of Canelo. Not only did he fight a lot like Canelo, not only did he match his energy, he also implemented a little 1-2 step back that he obviously
Yeah.
learned from watching the footwork of Dimitri Bivol. So no, it's we don't want to discredit Jaime Munguia by saying that Canelo carried him. Munguia won a lot of rounds. I think he won 5 rounds, and then of course the other guy won 7 in a knockdown. But I think Munguia won some rounds fair and square and very dominantly. So I don't want to
Mm.
discredit Munguia by saying anything like that. Or
And
I don't know. What do you think, Dream? Did you give any rounds to Munguia?
yeah, yeah, I'll give him the first three to be nice. But that though it's like I think he probably won like five or yeah, like 5 rounds. It's just that he got dropped. You know,
Yeah.
you get you get dropped. You're down. Officially.
Yeah.
So I think Canelo tied it with that knockdown, even though he got those three. Um, the first Munguia got the first 3 rounds, so I think
Mhm.
mathematically I'm wrong. I think he would still be up by one, but I think Canelo just you know put put the foot on the pedal and started getting off on this guy and actually yeah, bro, he just outboxed him for the first middle rounds as well. Um, I kind of stopped scoring it because of how the fight looked. Like
Mhm.
he just looked like he was just outboxing him in every level, and I was like, yeah, he got it. Like it just doesn't matter to me how many times Munguia is throwing and landing, even though Munguia, like I don't care if Munguia outpunched Canelo
Mhm.
because how Canelo looks against this
Mhm.
guy just overall. Like I just stopped scoring it because yeah, because of how it just looked. And I was like, this is an easy fight to kind of judge, really. Not too easy actually, but Munguia needed to actually make Canelo's head pop back a lot more. And I didn't see enough of that. It just had it, but he did land a huge shot. I forget which round it was, and he
To the
just
body,
took
right?
it. No, to the face, bro. Like two straight. I
Yeah.
think it was like two straight punches to the face. And honestly, I think once you go like that's Canelo's temperament that actually made me think that he carried him, because in reality, his his slouchiness, like how he was like effortlessly doing it, like that's why he got caught. But that's why I feel like he's like wasn't trying because he wasn't even trying to be on his game,
Mhm.
and it's the little things, keeping your hands up, and he had his hands down. And that's how he got caught twice. That never happens in a Canelo fight. Like you
Yeah.
never see him get touched up like that, and that happened.
Dude,
But
Munguia
his
was coming forward like throwing 6 punch combos, man. It
yeah,
was
yeah,
incredible. Who
he
does
wasn't
that?
scared though. Like honestly, his
Absolutely not.
Canelo did not get scared. Like he was hella calm. Like you know which one I'm talking about? It was like the biggest shot in the whole fight. He got him like
Mhm.
boom, boom, and then he made his head like twist the other way pretty bad, and but his whole body, his whole frame stayed put. I don't think he took a step
Shh.
back. I don't think Canelo
Wow.
took a step back, and he just boom took that. And he was probably dazed, but he stayed calm, bro. Like that heart rate probably stayed the same, bro. He wasn't phased at all, bro. So that's how he looked, bro. It's how he looked,
It's
and Canelo looked. It looked kind of iffy, like it was like Canelo's temperament or his. He wasn't touching up Munguia at all, actually. Like the first 2 rounds, and then the third round was more of a toss up. But I'll give it to Munguia to give it, be nice. But yeah.
Dream. Were you not mesmerized how Canelo fought in the pocket? Like,
No, I wasn't shocked. Actually, I wasn't shocked. I knew he was gonna do that.
really?
I knew that. Yeah, I knew he was gonna do because he had to deal with dudes like Caleb Plant.
Yeah, I had it
Like
like that too, Pachuco.
as far as pure boxers, bro. As far as pure boxers, like
Mhm.
he was in there with Plant mixing it up, and it's like that dude got the fat one of the like he's got like great fundamentals, and he's just one of the most polished dudes in the really in the whole game of boxing,
Incredible.
bro. Like
Incredible.
he's yeah, but
He was
he
bobbing
was
away
beating.
out of punches by like an inch, and he
Yeah,
was
no,
not like no
he was
exaggeration. He was just like little subtle head movements,
he was
and the
up.
punch was just
He was
wow.
he was beating Canelo. He was beating Canelo before he what he fucked up was where he started mocking him. He
Yeah,
started to like, and then that's where he fucked up, and then that's why Canelo got pissed and said, "I'm gonna knock you out." And that's where he fucked up. He should have just stayed composed, and he shouldn't have even been clowning on him. He should have
yeah,
just kept it kept it the same energy. But once that happened, that's why. So Canelo's
yeah,
really like an emotional type of dude, and if you're not making him mad, he's just gonna be focused on the game, and he's gonna be focused on scoring points and actually winning
yeah.
rounds. And
No,
that's why we're saying like he's lost that lion, like he's lost that natural ability to like, I think he was able to do that in lower weight classes, but he's realized how much of a toll it takes on him, like
mhm,
trying to knock fools out, really,
yeah,
because that means you're getting mixed up, you're mixing it up too, and you're actually taking shit too. But he's trying to win the fights with the bigger guys at least, and he's not. He's just focused on gaining respect and winning rounds. But if he can knock you out, then he'll do it. But it's really just that dog in him. He's still capable of doing all this, but it's like he's still got that dog on him, and that's why we're saying like he's not scared to fight dudes like Benavidez. He just wants more money, you know but that he wants more money because he thinks there's a huge better it's a risk
well,
thing. He
he knows
truly
there's
is.
such thing as a turkey out of sheik. He knows
No, but
turkey
he
exists.
knows. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to deviate to this subject, but he knows that there's a higher probability of him losing, um
Yeah, of course.
really. But he still thinks I still can see him knocking him out because he's like trying to like prove a lot of motherfuckers wrong.
He ain't
But
gonna knock
nah,
out David Benavidez.
he's not. Nah, I'm
No,
not saying
he's
that. I'm
not.
just saying he's gonna try though. You're gonna see a different Canelo because he's one of those type of dudes where he's like chilling. If you're not making him mad, then he's not trying to engage in a firefight, and he's just gonna try to use his fundamentals to beat you
Yeah.
round by round.
No,
I feel like.
I'm thinking, Dream, when I saw Canelo's head movement, when he was rolling with the punches, like just neutralizing the impact of the force of Munguia's punches by making these subtle movements of the head, it just putting his glove up at the right time. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody do it as masterfully as Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan. That performance against the best version, the most aggressive, effective version of Jaime Elmer Romero Munguia, that was it was a sight to behold. I don't know how else to explain it, guys. You guys just have to watch it again. Nobody fights as beautifully as Canelo. Nobody. Nobody stays in the pocket like Canelo. That guy is the perfect fighter. He's the perfect type of fighter. He's the kind of guy that you'll never see him in a boring fight. He'll never take a step back. He's never going to give up the real estate. You're going to have to fight for every single punch. If you land a punch, people will clamor about it because they know it's so incredibly hard to fight and land somebody with that experience, somebody that masterful. I was left in awe at Canelo's performance. I was incredibly impressed by Jaime Munguia, and in fact, El Pachuco states that he thinks Munguia would beat Benavidez. I'm excited to see Munguia's next fight. We are going to see further improvements. Absolutely, Pachuco. Munguia, it, the world is his oyster, right? Okay, Dream, let me ask you something. When Floyd Money Mayweather utterly embarrassed. It was a competitive fight. Don't get me wrong. Canelo was going to the body. He was having some success. He was never, just always hurt. He was always in the fight. But when Money Mayweather put on that stellar performance, right, we would never have thought that Canelo would have become this killer off of that performance, right? Because it was probably his worst, uh, you know, performance he's ever been in. Right, we've seen some very controversial fights because he's fighting these fighters that are more mobile and they're just hit and move, hit and move. Money Mayweather was always in his face, popping him, jabbing him, making him miss, capitalizing on him. I don't think anybody would have thought that Canelo would have been at the level of acclaim and success that he's been able to achieve to this moment off of that performance. But let me ask you, when you see Jaime Munguia fight that capably against somebody as a shoe-in Hall of Famer like Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan, aka Canelo, do you see him doing something similar? Learning from fighting a masterful, come forward aggressor like Canelo and writing this into the sunset and saying, you know what? Watch me do this to this guy. Watch me do this to this guy. Watch me get better from this. Because that's the one thing that you can say when you harken back to Mayweather versus Alvarez. That after that fight, Canelo learned so much that he's able to implement and continuously go on this streak of wins and success. What do you think the future holds for somebody like Jaime Munguia?
Mm, well, I don't think Jaime Munguia is necessarily like at a Canelo level when Canelo fought Floyd. Um, Canelo just is uh is the most is probably the best overall fight Mexican fighter because he kind of has footwork and um head movement. Um, and he has knockout power and he's got high ring IQ. It's really rare for a Mexican fighter to have that type of have those type of attributes or whatever. And you got Julio Cesar Chavez. I mean, I'm talking before my time, so you probably know better than I do, I think. But um, he didn't. He had head movement, but he
Mhm.
wasn't like he wasn't like he was an accumulation puncher like Hyman. And Canelo was just at a different level, bro. Canelo's just he's just a different fighter and his a higher caliber fighter, even when he was Munguia's age. So Munguia's gonna learn a lot from this, but
Mhm.
um, but like he still has the ability. I mean, he's gonna be a star after this. If
Yeah.
he actually improves, and actually learns from it. If he learns just as much as Canelo and actually learns, um, a little like head movement, and just really just everything, bro, because he's Canelo said he was slow, you know.
Mhm.
He said he was slow, so he probably got to work on that too, like so I can see him improving a lot, but I
Let
don't
me.
see him getting to that Canelo level. I think he's in a hard division though. He is a
Yeah.
bigger
Yeah.
dude
Mhm.
for a Mexican. I mean, he still got Zurdo. Zurdo's big, but I mean, he's not the best
Cruiserweight.
175 pounder.
I
Like
think
he
it's a
looked all right.
cruiserweight.
Yeah, well now he's a is he? No, I
Yeah,
think
I
he's a
think he.
175.
Really? Are you sure he
Okay.
stayed at light
No,
heavyweight?
I'm wrong. I'm tripping. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I think he only just made a stopover at light heavyweight. But what do you think about this? Okay, well, you know what? Before we go on, it should just wish good even fall to let's see who hopped on here. We have lady by the name of Sophia. Good even fall to you. We have a K Boomerang. Good even fall to you, sir or madame. And K Boomerang says he's from Quebec, Canada. So I guess he must be a Arthur Beterbiev fan. So good even for the you, sir, and yep, or ma'am, and I hope that you find yourself well of health and sane of mind. Let's just read a couple of these comments from our listeners before we go on. Of course, Eddie Medi says he's good at landscaping. Yeah, not only are you good at landscaping, but you're also good at selling maruchan soups and hot dogs, right? So yeah, so thank you very much. Make sure you save me one of those maruchans. Just don't put that birria stuff. That's disgusting. Canelo won 9 rounds. To be honest, is what the homie Ricky states. If I'm being generous, Hammy won 4 out of at best. 1, 2, 3 in the ninth, and even then, the second and third round were close. Sophia waves a hand at Ricky. And El Pachuco states Munguia was winning round 4 before the knockdown. I actually agree with you, El Pachuco. How did he score that round? Is it possible that it was a 9-9 round? Yep, I absolutely believe that is possible. The homie Ricky says, hello, Sophia. Hope all is well with you. Stay safe out there in the military. Sophia's amazed that the homie Ricky has had his own channel. He's had it for over a year now, and he's been a little less active recently because he went into this streak of feeling very cynical about the sport, and that was not the intent when he decided to go live about a year ago. He decided to advance the greatness of the sport of boxing, but there is so much negativity, so many bad news in the sport that it's hard not to become cynical, not to become pessimistic. And I don't think homie Ricky really appreciated that negativity. So he stepped out for a couple of months there, but he's been back and a little more active, and we do appreciate him for that. Eddie Medi says off topic here, but does Carmel Mutton look like Canelo and Tink had a baby? No, did he? Yes, absolutely, did he? Yes, absolutely, that's Diddy. And yes, they do look. They do look like they would have a baby that looks like Carmel Mutton. El Pachuco states, and this is, if you just want to give me a straight up and down answer, because we do want to read a couple of these messages here. But let me ask you, Dreamer, if Munguia El Mero fights the Mexican monster Benavidez, who wins in your opinion?
Oh, David, bro. He's just too big. Way too
Well,
big.
yeah, he actually is going up to light heavyweight, huh? To fight the Canelo sparring partner. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
easy
even
money
know.
for Benavidez.
Easy
That's an easy
money,
knockout.
easy
Uh-huh.
money.
Oh yeah,
Because of the
he'd get
long day off,
finished.
or why?
Um, no, I mean it's just the perfect style for David, bro. I think they're just gonna trade, and eventually, uh, Munguia's gonna get caught. Um, that's a good fight, but I mean Benavidez got it, bro. I think he'll figure him out.
Even though Benavidez hasn't been able to knock down anybody in the past 2 or 3 fights. He wasn't able to knock out Caleb Plant. He wasn't able to knock out Demetrius Andrade. He was able to pummel him and embarrass
Those are
him
tough fights.
and then debilitate him.
But he
But
did
they
drop
still,
him though. He did drop him.
yeah,
He
he
dropped
did.
Boo Boo.
Yeah, I guess he did. And you can't knock everybody out. I mean, not even Canelo has been able to knock everybody out at 168. So it's not like, we can't say that, as long as you're beating the crap out of your opponent, the only thing that you can say is that as long as they're still standing upright, they have a puncher's chance, which I love. So with that, of course, it is dangerous to not have concussive, devastating, and culminating power. So in that sense, you can have some reservations about David Benavidez and his performances at 168, like you can say about Canelo. But how will he fare at 175 when he's going to be fighting naturally bigger men that are used to taking punches from heavier men than him? I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. I won't dismiss his opponent, but I do know that he's been out of the fight game for a little while. And I know that the reason for that is because I think he had considered, or he was semi-retired. When a fighter is semi-retired, it's already a step out the door. So I'm not too sure. Beterbiev, but it's a badass fighter. Dude is simply mean. No wasted movements or wasted punches, just a brute force is what the homie Ricky states about Artur Beterbiev. Boomerang says, I'm going to assume you're Filipino, so I'm assuming Pac Man is your god. And he says that because what is the knockout ratio of his opponents? Probably less than 60. Not too sure what kind of tit for tat dialogue these two gentlemen are going back on. But yeah, you guys go on and fight about your guys' stuff. And if you guys ever want to set it up, we'll set it up. Come over here to Salinas, California, and you guys can put on the gloves, and we'll put it on the live.
Ooh,
Some of these guys, Eddie Meddy's going back with Key Boomerang. I'm not too sure about what. I think I may have missed a couple of comments here. Pachuco states, no, somebody had a great observation. Canelo fought Munguia to move up to 160. Charlo, who went up for 154. Ryder BC fighter. Triple G at 40. How can we be impressed with Canelo? He never fights his mandatories. Yeah. He does look like Canelo with the freckles with tan skin color. Yeah, and he punches like him too in the head movement. Okay. Great observation is what the homie Ricky likely states about that. And then Pachuco states Canelo doesn't get hit clean. It's amazing to watch. Absolutely amazing. Pachuco, when the homie Ricky and I were watching the fight, we just kept turning at each other like without saying anything, like saying, "Did you see that? Did you see that? How he didn't get hit?" Um,
who, Canelo?
yeah, Canelo's incredible. Canelo's man, incredible.
Yeah, no, it was.
Okay, yeah, that's the fight. Bostick is the one who put Adonis Stevenson's in a wheelchair, if I'm not mistaken. Adonis
Mm,
Stevenson's had been the WBC champ for over a decade. He was, but I think if I'm not mistaken, Adonis Stevenson's had so much power that all of his fights were taking place at his backyard. And Bostick, of course, then he was a traveling competitor, and yeah, I think he retired him and put him in a coma. Yeah,
yeah,
he's gonna
but he's
be
good
tough.
now.
Yeah, yeah, he's good now. Adonis Stevenson.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, good stuff. I don't want to be permanently disabled. Eddie says, "Speed, do you know who Jackie Chan's wife is?" No, who is it, Eddie? If Munguia takes his loss against Canelo as a learning experience, he can take over the 168 division after Canelo retires. That's a good point. Man, I'm just super impressed at how much Munguia has improved under Roach. Absolutely. Roach is, man, Munguia. Sofia says, what? 10 years? Yeah, something like that. Pachuco. No, Canelo's number one boxer, consistently fighting and beating up big guys in their prime. That is the definition of pound for pound, and we get to see it in action. Yup, some of the best memories in the sport of boxing include Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan. No hypotheticals needed with Canelo. Yup. Homie Ricky says, yeah, I used to have old videos where I just deleted him in private or I have him in private. I used to cover boxing, but I didn't like talking about other men and criticizing their professions. Yep, that's exactly why the homie Ricky took a sabbatical for a couple of months. Cubole, homies. Cubole, the Mexican G. Te estimo mucho. I hope you've been well and good even for you. The Mexican G says, just tuning in. I was busy smoking scante and doing push ups. Well, I know you're not smoking scante, but I know you are doing push-ups. How many did you do today, Mexican? I respect these fighters because I was competing as well, and I couldn't talk bad about fighters. To this day, I don't like talking bad about them. I have too much respect for them, to be honest. I used to talk politics too, but didn't know much. Laughter by the homie Ricky, laughter
laughing,
by Adi
laughing,
Medi,
laughing, laughing, laughing,
laughing, everybody laughing with tears in their eyeballs.
laughing.
Hey, Dream, do you want to read that the second to last comment by Adi Medi?
Yeah.
Read it.
K Boomerang says Vosdick versus Benavidez will be very good. The most underrated fight this year's. The other fight, Morel versus Kala.
Kalajic.
Oh, that's Hot Rod, no? Or
Yeah.
am I
Hot
tripping?
Rod. No, I think it is Hot Rod
No one
Kalajic.
talk. Yeah, I know, I know. That those are great. Those are good ass fights.
Yeah.
Bro, Hot Rod is slept on. Um, bro, he's knocking dudes out. I think that's a good upset right there. Either of these fights, really. The Vostek fight
Mm,
versus Benavidez, bro.
mm.
Benavidez got dropped already, right? I mean, I'm just. We'll see. We're gonna find out a lot about a
You mean
175
Morel?
Benavidez.
No, Morel and Kalajdzic. Oh yeah, yeah. Go Bostic and Benavides. Yeah, yeah. That one's yeah. Benavides has been dropped by a journeyman, right?
Yeah, what's his name? Yeah, I forgot his name, but yeah, he's been dropped already, bro. So I want to see how
But
strong
then
he
again,
looks.
he got dropped where in that face of David Benavides when he was like 22 years of age and snorting perico and getting drunk. Now this guy
Perico.
is yeah, nose candy, uh uh snow, you know, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But now we have a guy who's been able to make weight and learn a couple of things under Memo Heredia, and who's obviously much fitter now. He's able to make 168 with very much facility. So I think last time that he weighed in, I think he weighed at 167 one.
Morel.
No, 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 no. David Benavides. So
Mm.
David Benavides is actually, instead of becoming harder for him to make weight, if you look at the past few weights, especially under Memo Heredia, he's been weighing much lower than he's weighed. Historically, unless you start harkening back a few years, where he was much younger, when it was obviously much easier, and he wasn't fit into that 168 division. But yeah, no, he learned a lot under Memo Heredia on how to make weight and whatnot.
Yeah,
No, but
yeah.
read the one by Adi Medi, where he right on top of that one, top of the homie Ricky triple happy face, he says something hilarious.
Adi Matty says boxing and strippers are alike. You can talk bad about them, but they're still going to take your money.
Yeah,
LOL.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then the
Oh,
homie
the
Ricky says
joke.
laughter, laughter, laughter.
Yeah, laughter, laughter. But look at Adi Medi. Okay, so he had asked if I knew who Jackie Chan's wife is. Do you know who Jackie Chan's wife is?
Yeah, it's ding 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 ding. No, I was kidding.
It's Mary Chan.
It's Yamasaki.
No, it's Mary Chan.
Oh,
You know the cup of noodles.
oh, ha 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 ha
I
ha
can tell you,
ha.
I can tell that your mom cooks, bro, and you've never probably ate a cup of noodles. That's good for you, man. That's good for you. Some of us poor people over here, you
What do you mean?
know,
I have a whole thing.
it's good.
I have a whole thing of cup of noodles. There's there's two different brands though.
Yeah, there's the Mary
There's
Chan.
Maruchan and then there's cup of noodles. I got a cup of noodles.
Yeah, which one's better?
They taste the same, bro.
Oh God,
Yeah, they taste the
that's
same.
whack. Um, the Mexican cheese says I was joking about the scante. I forgot to say that. No, I know the Mexican. I know you don't do any of those things. In fact, I know you'd be so far detached from that lifestyle that it's just obvious that it would have been a joke. But it's funny though. It's funny that you brought it up. Um, the Mexican cheese says it was a flash knockdown. David Benavides, I reckon you're speaking about. Eddie Medi says, I'd like to see Benavides in a sumo rematch. God. Oh, God. The Pachuco states, wow, here we are with the Pachuco. It's been a little while. He says, the cars you guys are showing are beautiful, man. Do you guys work on cars? I remember War Speed talking about his ride. Yeah, so and Pachuco, none of those cars that came out in this video, on that fight that I posted about my son, none of those cars have I worked on. They are from one of the more renowned car clubs in Salinas called the Tavares family. In fact, for a while there, the Tavares family had the biggest car show on in the West Coast after Lowrider magazine closed down, and they started to become just an internet site. They no longer published the magazines, and they were bought by, I think it was Car World or something like that. They got rid of the Lowrider brand, and now they just post a couple of things on the internet, right? But Tavares family car club, they ended up putting on the biggest lowrider car show uh, in places such as, or were associated with places such as Los Angeles and of course Salinas, California. Over here in the airport, Salinas Municipal Airport, we're about to have that event, if I'm not mistaken, in June or July. So I invite you to come over here. But as far as cars, yes, Pachuco, I work on lowriders. I do fabrication, welding, restoring, and a lot of that. You know, craft work that you need in order to restore these vehicles. I'm working on my brother's 1970 custom Impala. That was my very first ride, but I ended up giving it to him. I have a 1967 Super Sport Impala that I believe I'm going to be rolling out from the garage that I haven't touched in over 20 years in order to do some simple fabrication and body straightening in order to paint it, because otherwise that vehicle is intact. I bought it like 20 years ago, never even cruised on it. I just parked it in the garage and walked away. I have a 1967 uh, Buick Wildcat Custom, one of maybe two in the whole state of California, one of the 11,000 produced survivors that is a custom. Otherwise, they're quite rare, and you'll never see those cars in any lowrider shows because Buicks are underappreciated. But I already did the body work for a '64 Volvo PV 544 for my father. My I did the body work, and my brother painted the homie Ricky's 1960 Chevy El Camino. He did a rose gold with the scallops at the top, multicolored scallops on the roof line. I did all the body work, welded, fabrication, all kinds of fab on that. Um, and what else are we working on? Yeah, I think that's yeah, that's it, right? I mean, 70 Impala. Oh, and my son's 68 Chevelle truck, or what some people call an El Camino, a 1968, which and him, we worked on straightening the body. That car was a, what they call a, uh, it's something called the Derby. They basically got these old vehicles and they would race them in circles. And the purpose of it is to crash your fellow racers so that their vehicle sustains damage, and then you become the last vehicle remaining, and you won. uh it's not roller derby, some kind of derby, right? Well, anyways, this vehicle was all banged up and covered up and bondo all over. You couldn't tell, but when we started to prep it, sand it down to get these body lines straightened out, we saw that the whole vehicle was wrecked. So I had to teach my then 16-year-old son, 17-year-old son, to start banging out, straightening these things, weld, cut and butt, and all kinds of things. So we're done. We just have to paint it. So yeah, I work on old Chevys, El Pachuco. It's been something that I've been into for
Who
um,
who's
since a kid.
who's Power Films?
Power Films was, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I've never. Oh no, I've never seen it. F the homie Ricky. Dude said, "Beesh, I beat his ass in the amateurs." He knows. Oh, okay, I know who that guy is. He's the guy who beat. Whoa. Do you know what happened to the guy that the homie Ricky fought? The very first guy that he fought,
I do.
Dream.
I do. You know,
What happened?
I sparred him the month prior to that, and I
Uh-huh.
fucked him up. If that's that guy,
Okay, but what happened
I
after
sparred
he
him.
fought the homie Ricky?
I sparred him at the Rock.
Yeah.
Fucking got him with some good ones. I was about to knock him out
But
in sparring.
homie Ricky went balls to the wall with that guy. But remember what happened? Do you remember? First off, who won that fight?
Ricky.
Okay, what happened to him? What happened to his opponent after that fight?
I don't know why.
Okay, he was so frustrated because he thought that he had won. Remember, he got a standing 8 count on the homie Ricky, and he thought that he had done enough to win another one of the rounds to therefore make it a dominant and clear, decisive win for himself.
Ricky?
No, the other guy. He
Rick only fought once.
yeah, but the guy who he fought got a standing 8 count on that fight. And he was so disgusted that he had lost to the homie Ricky that he never fought again.
No way.
I, s- I promise. He never fought.
Damn, that's crazy, bro. Honestly, because they knew, because I sparred Rick as well, and Rick would always fuck, like, honestly, he would always fuck me up. But they had me I sparred that guy, and he came from MX boxing or some gym in Salinas.
Yeah,
And somebody, I was like, "Where's this guy from?" I asked somebody, and he was like, "Oh, Chinatown or something like that." I was like, "Chinatown, Chinatown don't have boxing gyms, like." But I don't know, like, I don't know where he's from, but I sparred him, and I'm not sure. Like, I remember too. I was wearing green. I was wearing like a green shirt, and bro, I was popping him, bro. Like, like I was fainting, and like, I'm honestly, bro, I'm better today. I'm better today just because I tried becoming a firefighter. So now
mm,
because I went hiking a shit ton. So I gained like 20 pounds and shit of like leg muscle and I was squatting a lot. But since I go back to the boxing gym, I got some footwork now. Like along with my upper body, because I was top heavy. I was just a heavy hitter, like at 135, and then now I can't go any lower than 160. Like I'm just built like that. Nah. But yeah, nah.
yeah,
That dude he wasn't in my weight class. That's why he was not a lot smaller than me, but probably like a tier smaller than me. But he was at 127 though, and I was like a 135 pounder, so that's pretty big difference.
yeah, yeah. So he never fought though, Dream, and I was so frustrated because you see, that's one thing that I want to see in every fighter after the defeat. I want them to redeem themselves. One of the things that I love most about the sport of boxing is watching a man who took a loss come back and learn from that loss and win his next fight. Right? That's one of the most incredible stories that the sport of boxing can tell. The redemption. And when I found out that that guy had walked away from the sport, that the gym hadn't seen him, that he wasn't going to fight again, I encouraged the homie to look for him and to say, look, and I think he may have done that. Look, I want the rematch. I want you to get the rematch. I know how you feel. I want to give you an opportunity. I also don't feel too well because I know you got a standing 8 count. So even if I won the first and I won the third and you won the second, you got a standing 8 count. That should be a draw. That's the way that the homie Ricky was thinking. But he wanted to also redeem himself because here's the thing: if you see the fight, and there's footage out there, it's hard to track down though. But if you see the fight, you would think that the homie Ricky, that would have been his first fight, and it really was his first fight as an
Bro, and
amateur.
you wouldn't know that he stopped going to the boxing gym a month prior to that. All he
Yeah,
was doing was running and a little bit of mitts, bro. And he still, dude, if he hit the
be
gym every day, it would have
uh,
been a knockout. It would have been a knockout.
but do you know why he
You
was
know this,
he had no
bro.
time to?
Let me
Yeah,
tell
I
you.
know.
Let me tell you. I got up right now. I got up right now because I was
uh
like, what? Rick, a fool. You don't know. The, Rick could have been like the best boxer coming out of fucking
in
Salinas
Salinas,
at,
absolutely.
ever. Like I'm telling you
I
right
know, I
now,
know, I know.
ever. Like no, dude. He was like on this shit, bro. Like it's rare to have a first generation Mexican my age who has never had an iPhone up until the age of 25 or what, 26? Dude, old school minded. Doesn't even eat bad. Cause you know why? Your mom always has fucking fruit and always has the bomb shit in her table. And it's like, dude, it's rare. And that's what I'm saying. He had everything set up, everything, bro. Like top tier, like anybody, bro. Like I'm telling you right now, like he was more than a professional at an amateur level. He was if he kept going, he would have been like contender status, bro. Like if it's all opportunities and shit, but Rick had to go to school, bro. Rick had to go to school for 1 month, and he still made it look like that. So CSUMB on top of that, like a university, like so it wasn't no community college. He already got his, like he was moving on up, so yeah, man. I'm telling you, bro, like top tier, bro. Not it would have been a knockout. Honestly, like I would have been knocked out too, you know? Like he would
It's
have
like
knocked me
this.
out too.
Look, look,
He would have
Dreamer.
knocked
It
me out
was
too.
this. It was he was this good, right? Okay, this guy taught himself. And here, guys. This is the homie Ricky. Just in case you guys don't know, right? The homie Ricky had never stepped into a boxing gym. Never got trained by any of these trainers. The guys at the Rock, nobody ever trained him. What he done is that this guy, when he wanted to learn, he picked out Money Mayweather and he learned just by footage how to emulate Money Mayweather's defensive style. He picked Manny Pacquiao and he emulated his punch combos and his footwork. He took Julio Cesar Chavez. He picked out all of these guys. Cotto's left hook or Tito Trinidad, whoever you wanted. He took all those styles, he watched footage, and he learned by himself. And he walked into the ring.
Ryan
I'm
Garcia?
talking
Hold on, my bad. This
Ryan
guy's
Garcia. What are you
sorry,
talking about?
sorry, my bad. I've talked too soon. Go ahead.
No, what are you talking about? What?
This
Who
guy,
says anything about Ryan Garcia?
this guy got me confused. This guy said, Chicago, Chicano stick and move boxing. Hey, it sounds familiar. Hmm. You guys are talking about an amateur with one fight and urban stories, but not talking about Ryan. Ryan
Wow!
Garcia?
Oh God!
What does the
Well, man,
subject say?
I don't
Let's
know.
see.
I don't know.
That's all good. I mean, we already talked about everything.
Yeah.
There's a couple of kids from Rock that are going, or just one. I mean, that we're talking about. Alex, he's going professional.
Hmm.
Out of Rock. Um, and then yeah, man, and then my uncle, he got a fighter named Keone Washington.
Hmm.
Um, that dude, he almost made it to the Olympic team, but lost in the finals. Or no, nah, he lost in the second round. But nah, I mean, state Golden Glove champ, going pro this year. Um, and they're even thinking about signing him to like Top Rank too.
Hmm.
So he might be one of those guys that just because he started 4 years ago. So they're thinking about
So
Top Rank already.
really,
Yeah.
wow.
So
Okay, that's nice.
because he's a big kid, bro, and it's just different out there. I mean, they probably seen him like they already seen him spar a couple of their guys, but you know we'll see what happens.
So going back to the homie Ricky, listen, guys. This guy walks in just having watched footage. He goes into a gym. He says, "I want to spar with these guys." Starts sparring with them, and he's better than these guys that have been doing it for years. He is, I don't know, 130 pounds, maybe 120. I don't know what was weighing. I know he sucked down to 116 one time. This guy's like what? How tall is homie Ricky? 5'10",
Nah,
somewhere like that.
nah, like 5'9", 5'8".
Okay, okay, sucking down to 116, right? And this guy is sparring guys that are like 170 something pounders, and the coach would just call him. Now you guys have to understand one thing about the homie Ricky. The homie Ricky was a full-time student. He was a full-time employee, and he was still doing double time at the gym. Every time that he had a break, as soon as he get out of school, boom, go to the gym for a couple of hours before he went back to work, boom, and then afterwards come to the gym. How did he get the time to do that? The coach trusted him so much about his dedication and his ability that he gave him the keys to the gym. He never charged him not
Oh
one
yeah,
penny.
dude.
The sacrifice that he had to. Now you guys gotta understand, no one has the keys to the gym
No one.
except this guy that walked in there one day and he started sparring and fighting everybody and embarrassing people, even bigger guys that have been doing it for years, holding his own against guys that were 4 or 5 weight classes bigger than him with years more experience. That's when you will start noticing, right, that he can be
Yeah.
hurt. Why? Because he was
Hold
way
on. Hold on.
outclassed,
Hold
right?
on. Yeah. Hold on. I was gonna say. Damn. I was gonna read some of these comments. Uh.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Vince Vargas says talking about the urban salad bowl legend, homie Ricky. And that Chicano
Yeah.
stick and move boxing says there was a Salinas boxing gym where Ruben used to train at. Then Ruben bought that gym. Then he relocated to the south side. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so. I used to live in front of Alvarez, and they call I guess his coaches like Max Sam. I think it's Max and Sam Garcia.
Hmm.
Um, they had a little ring that they built inside their house, and they were literally like off of Arcadia, and they
Hmm.
were like on the near like Alvarez. But my uncle came. He goes, "Hey, I'm gonna spar out there." Like they said it was kind of near where you live, and I was like, "Oh, for real?" I was like, "Yeah, I can stay over." And I literally went to their gym on a Saturday, on a Sunday, and they paid him pretty much for some rounds against some of the talent that they had.
Hmm.
Eloy Perez, fucking what's the other guy's name? Puga, Rudy Puga.
Rudy Puga.
And that's where I seen Ruben Villa. You know, he was like an 8-year-old bro sparring professionals.
Hmm.
Uh, and my uncles, because they're twins, they're a set of twins, and they turned professional together and everything. And they even won like Golden Gloves and all that. So they're no slouches. They weren't no slouches, and that's how I kind of seen them, bro. I seen all those guys, and I seen Ruben. He was training at that's where he was training at, but I wouldn't doubt he was training somewhere else before that. I wouldn't know. I think back in the day, all there was just bread boxing or something like that.
Yeah,
Because
the bread box.
yeah, bread box. I think so. Maybe there because MX wasn't around yet, and Rock Boxing was owned by this other guy named Daniel Jimenez, and that was
Uh,
the first guy that I met, and I missed that guy because that guy was hella cool. Like he taught me everything, not like how to work out, like how to breathe, like, and he wasn't even the conditioning coach. That's Coach Danny, so uh, yeah, no, that guy was cool, but so I don't know where Ruben trained at initially.
yeah,
I might
yeah.
be, that
Listen,
might be it. That might be it. Where they trained at. Um,
all of those guys, none of those guys had 1 ounce of the ring IQ experience, 100 times more than the homie Ricky. But the ring IQ, the styles, the way that he could learn on the fly, learn from his mistakes immediately like this, compensate for them, and then teach you new angles. Nobody.
mhm.
I'm not lying to you.
Hey, stick and
Nobody.
boxing, stick and move boxing. Do you remember Preston? Do you remember that dude Preston? I think he passed away or something like that. Um, but he
Oh, the
boxed.
with the black kid.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So you
dude,
you know what happened, right?
that
He was
was that
very good.
guy,
Yeah, he was gonna
dude.
be the guy.
He
Um.
was like literally that's who like the most athletic boxer at it. Like Selena's like the most gifted. Preston, yeah, I forget his name. Preston
Yeah.
Smith? Nah, I don't know. But yeah, Preston, bro. Beast. Yeah, he got shot when he. Oh yeah, he got shot when he got back home. Oh, that's the kid from St. Louis, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. St.
yeah,
Louis.
yeah,
Yeah, that's right. So
yeah. That's sketch out there, bro. But yeah, man. I mean, yeah, a lot of sad stories we can say, but I'm not sure if I'm trying to say them. You know,
yeah.
like not
No.
just,
So
but yeah.
he came over here. He came over here to escape the the violence that was, he said himself, the violence that was getting closer to home, right? And he was getting a big name, and we had an event here in Salinas at the Storm House, who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was the main event. He performed excellently. Young black fighter. He was very happy. He was getting everybody to respect and like him over here. He was getting opportunities. But I'm sure that it dawned on him, right? It was dwelling on him to know that he had left his family. But he also knew, right? He also knew that he had moved because he had so much potential. And if he stayed over there in St. Louis, Missouri, or St. Louis, Kansas,
Missouri.
wherever it is, that he wouldn't make it, that the streets would take him, right? Whether he be doing something or they would do something to him. And he came over here and he had this fight. And against the wishes of everybody here, he wanted to go visit his family. Of course, he had just won, right? And he wanted to go visit, and everybody kept telling him no and no and no and no. And he went over there, guys, to St. Louis. I think it was Missouri. I think it was there no less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah,
And the
yeah,
streets
man.
took his life.
Yeah, it's sad, man. I forgot
Yeah,
about that
that's
guy.
sad.
You know,
Nah,
and that dude. A side note, not to switch the subject, but like I seen in that gym, I remember seeing they brought in other guys. It was this dude named Michael Dallas Jr. He was a pretty good boxer too.
I heard of him. Yeah,
Yeah, Mike Dallas. Um, yeah, no, and then obviously they've been knowing Shane Mosley, you know, for a minute because he used to spar Celaya a lot, you know. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, we got a lot of big names, but how did we get to the? Oh yeah, I was reading this guy's comment way back. These guys have been commenting like a motherfucker.
no, that's good. We need that engagement. We need these people to feel at home, giving us their opinions, commenting with each other so that they can have their own little dialogues. We are just boxing fans, and we could go on all night, right? Dream.
Yeah,
We
bro. I
can
think
just talk about everything.
I
I
may
know you're
crash
about to
out.
crash out. Yeah. So go ahead. I'll just wish everybody a wonderful night. But we
All
can
right, man.
go on. Yeah.
Peace
All
out,
right.
man. Peace.
Peace. We can go on forever talking about boxing. And you will notice one thing, like I just mentioned earlier on. The homie Ricky takes a hiatus when he feels pessimism and cynicism about something so beloved, so meaningful to us, the sport of boxing. I understand that. But the reality is, although we may want to perceive this sport like we want to perceive the world in a better light, thinking that it's utopia and idyllic, the sport of boxing, such as life, is imperfect, and it is flawed, and it is controvertible, but that's okay. All of these things that we can discuss, whether the good and the bad, are learning lessons. We will not, with any facility, ever disrespect any fighters. I will not call anybody a tomato can, a bum, if I don't have nothing good to say about these guys. I would prefer not to say them. This is why I really don't like talking too much about Gervonta Tank Davis, because there's so much that I can say that I find to be bad, but I choose not to, right? Because everybody will move in whatever path they want to. As long as you're living your best life, I'm okay with that. As a boxing fan, I'm not okay with that. But as an individual, go for it. But if you are a lover of the sport, if you appreciate the sacrifice that these men and women subject themselves to for the ability to feed their families, perhaps to leave a legacy in the sport of boxing, and for your entertainment, if you appreciate that and value that, this, the homie Ricky and the Warp Speed channel will be your home. We don't have to be completely stern and serious. We can have all kinds of fun, like Adi Medi. It likes to have fun with us, and we can be very passionate, and we can plant our foot down where we stand, like the Mexican G and El Pachuco, and we'll let you, because we know you're just being true to yourself, and because you mean well, because you want the best out of the sport. And this Chicano stick and move boxing vato loco, deep voice for a profile pic. Yeah, well, that's the high enough warp speed. Drew was drinking non-caffeinated coffee. Yeah, that's why he has to go to sleep. But it's okay, ladies and gentlemen. Right? We have another incredible weekend of pugilism to keep us content. I hope that the homie Ricky decides to have another live this week. There's so much to talk about. We've only talked about a couple of the things that I wanted to personally address, and maybe I'll go live. You know me, I talk about other stuff besides the sport of boxing, or I like to bring it back full circle where we can employ something about this sport, but yet discussing things around the quotidian, the everyday life of an individual that is slowly but surely losing his neurons, his memory banks, and is full of regret. That's the warp speed for you. Dream is always an excitable, intelligent individual, and I appreciate that. But the Mexican G has a place in this here channel. El Pachuco, Arimeri, Vince Vargas, all of you guys. We need you guys here. K Boom Rang, Sophia, whoever wants to say something, feel free to chime in. And we also like trolls. So if you're a troll, come over here, make fun of us. We can take it. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, Chicano Stick and Move says, just to address him, he says, who's the chick? Looks like a Latina from Texas. So the chick right there, that is Shernika Sugar Neeks Johnson from Australia. She is the profile icon for the channel today because she had a fight with Nina Hughes in the fight that some found to be controversial. I'm not too sure because I didn't get to watch it because I was in this town called Santa Maria that was so identical to the town that I live in, Salinas, that I actually felt like home. Anyways, long story short, that lady right there won a very close fight. And yeah, that's how we do it right here. We put up the winners here and there. Quote of the year, we can take it. Yep. Eddie Meddy laughs. Sounds like he's been hanging around ODLH too much. Oh man, come on, Eddie Meddy. That's crazy, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun. I hope you are well of health and sane of mind. And if you're not, well, join the club. Yeah, the Mexican. We're from Salinas. I born and raised and will never leave it. And yep, I did work in the fields. In fact, I worked in the fields for about a week. It's tough work. But the reason I worked there for a week was because my father was trying to teach me a lesson. When I was ditching school and being a troublemaker and a dumbass, he said, okay, so you don't want to go to school? Okay, a chingarle cabrón, which means you're going to work. And he put me in there and he gave me one of those big old field worker knives. And by that end of those 5 days, the Mexican, I must have had about 3 very deep lacerations, and I still have them. My hands are scarred with the knife cuts that I sustained that week working in the fields. Tough work. Somebody's got to do it. I would have done it. I would have proven my father, yep, I can do this. But man, the lower of my back, it hurt like the dickens. Yeah, tough work. Tough work feeding our great nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you adieu. Engage.